In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch. I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, hit me up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
I'm Ashley Kidd, and this is my life in forward motion. To me, style is when you've done the hard work to make it look effortless. So get after it. The future is bright, and you're gonna need your blenders.
Grocery outlet, bargain market. Do you have cheese?
Of course. More cheese for less cheddar in our dairy.
Do you have kale?
Absolutely. More kale for less cabbage in our produce section.
How about pizza?
Yep.
More pizza for less dough in the freezer section?
Now you're getting the hang of it.
Grocery outlet, bargain market.
More milk?
For less moolah.
And welcome back to Oceanside in California for the 2022 Nissan Supergirl Pro, presented by Celsius, the 16th annual running of this incredible festival of female empowerment. And today it is finals day. We are left with 16 of the best in the world competing today. And thank you to all of our sponsors, including Sierra Nevada Hazy IPA. And this is the Oceanside Pier on your screen, and a little bit of morning fog, but we know it's going to burn off. And the temperature will rise and the surfing will be hot today, because we will be crowning the champions for 2022. And joining me, Shannon Quirk, welcome to you. It's going to be a great day of competition.
Yeah, I'm so excited. It's finals day. We have the defending champ in the water now. Alyssa Spencer has fought her way through Jacksonville and now back in her hometown, home court advantage. Her whole family's here, and that has to help.
But we've also got the reigning champion from here, from the West Coast, Caroline Marks, who's going to look to defend her title, as well as two-time champion Sage Erickson, going for a record 3 capes.
For sure. And, those girls that have had the capes around their neck, they already know how to make it to the podium, and it's really hard work. So we're going to count this heat down in 3, 2, and 1.
And we are underway in finals day, and we have moved to one-on-one competition. So it is sudden death elimination. We have extended the heats out to 25 minutes, but first heat in the water in the red is Alyssa Spencer, who is coming off record 7 wins of events over there on the East Coast, and looking to transition that to a West Coast victory here. And Kylie Pulcini, one of the new young up-and-comers who has been a revelation throughout competition so far over the last couple of days. So expect to see some fireworks in the water. The conditions today, Shannon, have changed yet again, so the surfers are having to adapt each day to what the ocean throws at us.
Yeah, it's super tricky. I mean, it's all about board selection, wave selection, and that competitive knowledge really comes into play when you're sitting and waiting. Yesterday we had 20-minute heats. Today we have 25 minutes. So there's enough time to wait for a set. We were also dealing with 4 surfers in the water yesterday, which can also kick in the nerves because you're not really sure, like, if everyone's paddle battling, what's going to happen. Might get pressured to go for the wrong wave. So now we have some more veteran competitors in the lineup today, and there's definitely still swell on offer. We have a bit of combo swell. Sounds like a little bit of southwest and a combo west-northwest. It's not easy though. Right now, especially, got that little morning funk, and we saw a lot of the women, out in the morning super early, trying to just get their feet wet and feel it out. So we'll see what happens. Right now, we have the shortboard contest on the south side of the pier, and then a longboard event happening on the north side of the pier. And that's the first of its kind. Some of the top longboarders in the world. You have girls like Honolulu Bloomfield and Tessa from Santa Cruz. I mean, there's so many amazing longboarders. Jen Smith, local girl, and a world champ. And so if you want to come down here and check it out, north side of the pier, longboarding, south side, shortboard. It's pretty awesome. And yeah, it's all female affair. And as we were mentioning, it's not just surfing. We have 15 live music acts and all kinds of panels, and women from the Air Force down here talking about the challenges that they've dealt with to get to where they are today. We're talking about equal pay, we're talking about equity, we're talking about all sorts of challenges that many women for generations have had to fight for, and it's just become, Supergirl's been that platform where you can really watch everything evolve, and the women come together and discuss and kind of cheer each other on, and the idea is to lift everyone up. So I think that's something that women need to realize too, is we're often in the water, the only girl paddling out at their home break maybe that morning, but we're all in this together, and I think every year we see more and more girls coming out to surf, and especially when you see like the likes of Bethany Hamilton on the beach here, and all of the young women that are so inspired by her, not just to surf but just to chase their dreams and overcome any challenges they have.
Yeah, that's one of the great things about this event. And ASA Entertainment has been doing an incredible job of putting these events forward, just not just in surf but also in snow. The Supergirl Pro of Snow. There's been they held the first ever all-female gaming competitions as well, and so the cause is real and important, but the inspiration that all of the young people, especially you see the young girls on the beach here, seeing their heroes, and we've already heard some stories of those who came here for their first experience, got to see their heroes, and now they're competing in the water, which is fantastic. And Kylie Pulcini, one of our young talents, is up and riding right now.
On her forehand, big half off the lip and gonna swing into the inside. We have this little funky section where you really got to be low to your board and pump through the inside to try to get a finishing maneuver. She just wasn't quite able to find one, and sometimes Mother Nature just doesn't give you the opportunity, but she definitely worked hard for it. You can see out the back Spencer now looking for her first ride of the event.
And this one looks like it's going to close out on her, which it does, but now priority has been established. And you mentioned it before, Shannon, but previously 4 surfers in the water, priority does get tricky. We did see a couple of priority situations occur yesterday. Much more straightforward now. It's very clear who has priority. It's one or the other. And so we're unlikely to see any interferences throughout today. 19 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this first heat, so we're already 5 minutes into it, and Kylie Pulcini scores a 3.33, so the teenager in the lead, and Alyssa Spencer a 0.5 for Alyssa.
Yeah, so Alyssa, as you were mentioning, has home court advantage from Encinitas, and she has been absolutely on fire. I mean, she's always in the top finishers in the qualifying series, and she's just always been so close to making the CT. You know, when she won the Jacksonville contest for Super Gold Pro, it was that momentum. You know, you really saw it in her eyes. Like, I want to make the tour. You know, she's talking about the Olympics. Like, she's talking about huge goals, and she's still a young surfer. You know, she has plenty of opportunity ahead of her, but she's so accomplished at such a young age. And I think you know, she has a good team behind her. Her mom is super supportive, and that makes all the difference, right? To have your family supporting you, and I see it all the time here at Super Gold Pro, all the parents coming down and driving the kids to the surf.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the replay here. This was Kylie Pulcini on her first ride, the 3.33.
So this is Kylie from the East Coast, staying busy. Again, one of the younger surfers in the event, but she's vicious, so you can't count out anyone. And live action, Alyssa Spencer going for that lip, crushing it through the inside on her backhand. Sometimes you can see the wave kind of reverts from left to right, so you got to stay vigilant. And out the back, Kylie Pulcini answering back. We'll watch the replay here. This is Alyssa Spencer. She's going towards the pier, a little snap off the top, and a second. She is able to finish that one strong, so that's going to be her best wave score of the heat so far.
And Alyssa is one of those young girls who first came here. She came here at 9 years of age and got inspired and then started competing at 12. She's now 19 years of age, so she's 7 years. And she is in such good form, as you mentioned, a former under-16 ISA World Junior Champion, second at the WSL World Juniors in 2019, and second at the USO, the US Open to Caitlin Simmers, who has won here before. So, as you said, she's been knocking on the door for a long time, and she is in form this year for sure. Steely-eyed, but still with a beautiful smile. Always gives a great interview, and she is definitely going to be one to watch. But Kylie Pulcini has been dangerous. She's been so focused. She was the first athlete that we saw here sitting, waiting, watching the surf when we first turned up on Friday, and she's been here every second throughout the event. Watching and learning and progressing through. She now has priority with 16 and a half minutes remaining. So just looking at the scoreboard, Alyssa Spencer with a 6, but one of those is a 0.5 in her scoreline, and Kylie Pulcini needs a 2.68 to move up into that second position. 25-minute heats throughout most of the heats today, and then we extend into 30 minutes for the quarters, semis, and then the final will be 35 minutes today.
Yeah, so the judges giving Alyssa a 5.5 for that last ride. It's going to be her highest score of the moment. Both these girls really just looking for a package score. They have 15 minutes left, so plenty of time. It's more just like the mental game of waiting for the sets to come in, knowing where to sit. The banks have been changing a lot, like as the tide changes, so you have to just keep watching, you know, as throughout the day. Also thinking about board selection. That was pretty crucial yesterday. We saw a lot of girls with, you know, the thinner boards, maybe not quite what they need. It's almost, you know, one of those waves where you need a little bit more flotation, and we're talking a lot about epoxy boards yesterday and just the difference that can make, in addition to just having a local shaper work with you and, you know, bringing, you know, full coffin board, you know, board bag out from another spot might not be the best call when you're coming to SoCal, and there's so many incredible shapers. We saw a lot of women on the Law surfboards from Matt Biolis. Alyssa is on Channel Islands boards, you know, from Santa Barbara. So a lot of those boards are made for conditions like this, where you have, you know, it's not as critical of a drop. You want to have enough speed to make it through the next section, and without too much force of the wave. You know, you want to kind of go with Mother Nature and flow with the ocean, and it just looks a lot better with the judge, and it looks like you're having a little bit more fun too. So we'll see Alyssa on this replay up and riding on her. You can see her technique is just super on point. She made the most out of that wave for sure, coming up into that last section to hit the lip and go vertical.
And it was a commitment to that turn, giving the 5.5, and we might see that a little bit more today as this south starts to fill in, coming in a little bit straighter than it has over the last couple of days. And so those first big turns, those big manoeuvres that we saw there of Alyssa Spencer are probably going to be what is going to score. Early on, you also mentioned the surfboards, including Lost Surfboards and Ryder, who is one of the up-and-coming fantastic surfboard artists. Matt Biola's daughter is actually going to be doing a surfboard raffle here at the Supergirl Pro today, and all of the proceeds for that will go to boarding for breast cancer. And so Ryder will be around here somewhere, and look out for her incredible art. And if you want to check out her art, it's Art by Ryder, R-Y-D-E-R, on Instagram. 13 minutes and 9 seconds remaining here. And as the festival village starts to wind up as well, make sure you get down and support all of our sponsors and vendors, and Pura Vida is one of those. And Pura Vida is a California-based company that sources ethically produced handcrafted bracelets and accessories from artisans all around the world. So stop by the booth for some shopping, and also they've got a great spin the wheel down there, so you may even win yourself some great prizes. And you see our next surfers starting to warm up here, already a crowd on the beach.
Yeah, Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, she's been crushing it this year. She was on the national team for Costa Rica to go to the Olympics, and you know, we even had her in the booth calling some heats. She's just a super well-rounded surfer and human being. Really lovely to get to talk to her. She'll be coming up next. You mentioned Boarding for Breast Cancer. That's, gosh, such an important foundation. It's a nonprofit dedicated to awareness with, you know, just to talk to girls about how important it is to be active. And they even do, you know, will show you how to do a breast exam and have some basically on display at their booth. You can go and learn how to do it to yourself. You know, they'll teach everyone, and I think it's something that young girls need to be aware of, because you can catch it early and potentially save yourself, you know, or your partner. And I think that kind of stuff like needs to be talked about more in action sports. So they go around to skate contests, surf contests, snowboard contests, and the company was started because a young girl was diagnosed with breast cancer and actually lost her life, and her friends were like, that's lame. We got to do something about this. We got to talk about how to stay healthy, different ways to prevent breast cancer, and what it really change the lives of these young girls, just knowing how important it is to take care of your body, to eat well, not use toxic deodorant. Like, there's a million different things that you can do to just stay healthy. And so definitely check out Boarding for Breast Cancer. They're an amazing company.
Yeah, incredible foundation, and always very creative as well. Speaking of creativity, Alyssa Spencer up and riding, and she's in and out of that because Kylie Pulcini had priority over on the right coming towards her. Now getting a little bit of a nice inside run here on the left. Young surfer from Florida, and has been so incredible throughout the first couple of days here. She was looking for a 2.68 to move up into the lead. Shannon, what do you think?
I think because she was able to surf it all the way to the inside, the judges are really liking that. It shows that you timed it right, you had a good wave selection, and as you can see here, this one started off near the pier on her forehand, and big bottom turn, snapping off the top, throwing buckets of spray, staying low, maintaining her speed to make it to the inside section, little check turns and a few pumps, and another finishing maneuver will definitely be her best, maybe her best ride of the event so far.
And it did come in at a 4, so now in the lead, Alyssa Spencer with priority, using it right now, looking for a 1.83 and getting up in the lip with a critical re-entry, and now working her way into the inside, looking to maximize this ride, but didn't offer her anything. So she's looking for a 1.83. So a seesaw battle in this first heat, 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this one.
Kylie's really putting on a battle for Alyssa right now. You know, Alyssa has home court advantage. She knows this wave. She has more experience here, but a young girl like Kylie has nothing to lose. Alyssa has the target on her back. She's the defending champ, and you know, the nerves definitely come into play. Right now, it's more just tricky to find a good wave with scoring opportunity. So Kylie, man, this is a hard battle because Kylie's coming out from Cocoa Beach. She's still a Grom. You know, she started surfing when she was 8 years old, but you know, grew up surfing in the same waves as Kelly Slater. So that area, she's also used to, you know, short surf with like little beach break and these kind of tricky conditions where it's all about, you know, board selection and maintaining focus to be sure you're in the right spot when a little wedge does pop up.
Yeah, it's a good point about her ability to be able to handle these tricky waves coming from Florida. It's amazing how many incredible surfers have come out of Florida. Not just historically, the Lopez brothers, the Hobgoods, Kelly Slater, obviously, but so many young surfers here that have come all the way from Florida. But Alyssa Spencer also has had such incredible success over there on the East Coast. And if you look at some of the results this year for Kylie, 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining here, and you have priority. Blue, you have priority with 7.5 minutes remaining. So for those of you watching at home, I don't think she can hear us. There she goes. She's waving. So just 7.5 minutes remaining, Kylie, and you have priority. And you are in second position right now, needing a 4.24 because Alyssa's last wave was a 2.73 to go with her 5.5. So Blue needing a 4.24. So for those people at home watching on the webcast, we are double duty down here at the Supergirl Pro. So we're also announcing scores and time out to the surfers in the field so that they know what they need to progress through. The winner obviously progresses into the next round, and those that lose are out, and they will get a 9th place and $650 and 945 points for a 9th place here. Quarterfinals, if you get eliminated in the quarterfinals, that's an equal 5th and $1,000, and we progress all the way through to the winner, $8,000 for the win and 3,000 points. Very valuable points for qualifying, making your way towards World Tour qualification ultimately.
Yeah, so now the priority with Kylie in blue, she's taking a look as red. Alyssa Spencer up and riding, defending champ, boom, off the lip. Tons of spray, pushing her way to the inside section. See if she can milk this one out. She's going to kick out there, paddle back out. Alyssa Spencer is currently in the lead. Kylie now with priority in blue, needing a 4.24. She's holding on to a 4.0 and a 3.33 as the scores come in for Alyssa. 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
And for those of you who are down at the beach or thinking about coming to the beach, we have a ton of entertainment down here at the Supergirl Pro. Starting off 11:45, our first concert, and we've got 6 of those, including Hoobastank and the Spin Doctors later on today. But first up will be Hello Sister in concert at 11:45. We've also got on the gold stage, but we'll come back to that. This is Alyssa Spencer on her backhand. It's got a nice wedge of a wave, second nice turn. Steepens up on the inside, and this is a good wave for Alyssa Spencer. Can she finish up strongly? She does. And Shannon, a good strong ride there for Alyssa Spencer. Looking to drop a 4.93. Priority now with Kylie in blue, but she's going to need likely a bigger score to advance through now, because that was a strong ride.
Yeah, Alyssa, you know, you could see the power in her legs, staying really low to the board and just, shoving that back foot, getting all the power she can out of each turn. And she's just, one of the most fit competitors, and you can definitely see she's been training a ton. So as scores coming in, it looks like that last ride still coming in for Alyssa. 4 minutes, 12 seconds on the clock. You're watching Alyssa Spencer, the defending champion and the Supergirl Pro, who had her cape wrapped around her neck in Jacksonville, Florida, coming up against Kylie Pulcini, one of the younger competitors from Melbourne, Florida. But she's hungry with 3 minutes, 40 seconds. She's going to do her best to get through this heat. Looking for a 6.43 now as the scores drop for Alyssa's last wave.
It's going to make it a bigger score that Kylie is going to need. There's some number of scores that drop in, and those all get averaged out. And it's a 5.27, a 5.27. So Surfer in Blue now needing a 6.77.
Yeah, watch the replay here. She milks her way to the inside, little check turn, bottom turn, big vertical hack on her backhand. It's beautiful surfing from Alyssa. You know, sometimes a surfer's backhand could be weaker than their forehand, but I would definitely not say that's the case for her.
And priority is with Blue. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining here. A 6.77 is the requirement for Kylie to move up into that first position and progress through into the quarterfinals. 2.5 minutes.
So Kylie's on the USA Junior Surf Team. She won the Rip Curl Grom Search contest in New Smyrna Beach, and also won on Labor Day's Women's Pro contest in Cocoa Beach. So she's on fire. She's young and hungry. Those are the girls that are super dangerous. You know, the dark horse coming in. Someone like Alyssa, she's just so much experience. She's, as I mentioned, pretty much in the top, 1, 2, 3 of the QS pretty much every year. So in recent history, she's definitely very close to World Tour qualification, and she's hungry for it. But with priority, Kylie's going to take advantage of that one, hold off Alyssa on that last ride. She got a little bit of a turn, but looked like maybe not exactly in the right spot of the wave. Alyssa's positioning a bit better, but because of priority, she took that competitive advantage. But now priority's back with Alyssa, and 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. Was that a mistake of Kylie to go?
Yeah, she had to take it. It's sometimes hard to tell whether there's going to be a shoulder or an edge to these waves, and she might have been looking for really progressive manoeuvre. Like many of our up-and-coming young athletes, Kylie does have an air game, and was just looking for something there, and made the most of it, but the wave didn't give her much to work with.
Yeah, she dropped in and kind of tried to get the board up and out, but not much space to work with. Watch this live action. She found another wave, able to get her board in and out of that one, and she's going for the 360. I like it.
We saw that yesterday. And out the back, though, Alyssa Spencer, big first turn, riding up, and now looking for this inside section to see if it'll give her a little bit of an opening to do a bit more with 35 seconds remaining. So this will be the last wave for Alyssa, and as she comes in, the last wave for Surfer in Blue yet to drop, as well as Alyssa Spencer. 19 seconds. We'll give you the update on the scores as soon as we can, but that will be Alyssa Spencer's last wave in this heat. And now with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So we're waiting on scores from the judges for both Alyssa and Kylie's last rides. Again, Alyssa with a lot to lose as the defending champ. The scores have dropped for Alyssa's last wave of 5.67. Looks like Kylie's last ride was a 2.83, not enough to beat her. So Alyssa, congratulations, you are moving on to the next round, defending that cape. Great job to Kylie. We love your surfing. Huge future ahead of her. Big round of applause for Kylie.
And next heat in the water, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And on the webcast, we'll take a short break and be back with more action from the Supergirl Pro from Oceanside.
I'm Lakey Peterson, and these are my new signature shades from Blenders. I'm just so happy with how they came out. I feel like you can kind of dress them up or dress them down. Obviously, great for the beach, great for every day, wherever you go. So I'm super happy with them. I hope you guys love them. We worked really hard on them. Lakey Beach, check them out. I'm Lakey Peterson, and my new signature sunglasses are dropping now. Like, right now. I have them. Here they are.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
These waves are going to be 10 to 15 feet tall, crashing.
Hey, little babe, don't you cry. We got that sunny morning wind.
There are those that see the storm, and those that see the perfect wave.
The Nissan Supergirl Pro is proudly supported by a vast number of incredible sponsors and companies and products. And one of those is Celsius. Celsius, the essential energy drink and the official energy drink of the Supergirl Pro Surf Series. And to learn more, you can go to Celsius.com. And if you're down here on the beach, make sure you get down to the Celsius tent, and they literally have a chill out zone. And by Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, planning. Dream big, and they have got you. Visit frontwave-c-u.com to get started. And back to the heat in the blue, Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica, and priority is with red, Moana Jones-Wong of Hawaii. Shannon Quirk joining me again, and another fantastic heat.
Yeah, this is extremely stacked. You have the queen of Pipeline, who has basically proven herself as one of the top surfers on the North Shore and the top women in the world. And then Leilani McGonigal, here we're watching the replay of her last ride. Super technical surfer. Has a ton of experience. She recently went to the Olympics to represent Costa Rica and has had an incredible career. Her and her brother both being extremely strong surfers, and just a surfing family that has taken Costa Rica by storm, training in Pavones. So sounds like we have an interview with the last heat winner, Alyssa Spencer.
Over to you, Christopher Ernst.
Well, thank you very much. Here we are down with Alyssa Spencer once again. We've got some hat style going on today. That's right, on Supergirl Sunday. Looked a little different than yesterday out there. Looked a little bigger, but a little more straight on. Talk to us about what it was like out there.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty tricky out there. There was a lot of sets that were closing out, so it was hard to find a good wave with like an open face, but I managed to find two, but it was definitely a really tricky heat.
Yeah, well, you've got, if this goes well, I want to jinx it, but you be the first to have capes from each coast. And there's a lot of work yet to be done out there. What would that mean to you to be Supergirl East, Supergirl West?
Yeah, that would be amazing, and I mean, that's my goal for this event, but I definitely have a lot of work to do to get there, but I'm hoping that I'll be standing there with the cape at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, I think it's neat. Like, you're out there with Kylie. She's a youngster. You're out there as a youngster with some older competitors as well. What would you like to say to the likes of Kylie and the rest of the younger competitors to keep them motivated for the future?
Yeah, it's so awesome to see this younger generation like surfing so well, and I knew that was going to be a really tough heat against Kylie. She absolutely ripped, so yeah, just keep it up, and yeah, I'm excited to see where women's surfing goes.
Yeah, that's it. Well, you got a lot more work ahead of you to get that cape. Stay focused, dry off, get some food. Look forward to seeing you later. High five. Cute
Thank
hat.
you.
That is Alyssa Spencer, and she's moving on to the next round. Back to you guys up top.
Thank you very much, Chris Ernst, Chris Uncle E. Ernst, who is another staple here at this event and also in the East Coast Supergirl Pro. And Alyssa Spencer continues her charge through. She came here at the age of 9 to watch it. 3 years later, she was competing, and now in 2022, she has a solid chance of taking another cape. She has one from the East Coast. This would be her first, and she's got as she mentioned there, she's got a long way to go. There's a lot of great surfers remaining in this competition, and a lot of surfing today, because this is the round of 16. We then move into the quarters, then the semis, and then the finals. And one of our favourite events of the entire event will be the adaptive surfing exhibition and competition that will happen between the semis and the final. So priority now with the surfer in red, Moana Jones Wong. 17 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this. Leilani McGonigal with a 5.5 and a 2.5 has 2 waves under her belt. And Shannon, as you mentioned previously, she's already represented her country of Costa Rica at the Olympic Games, and likely will represent again within the next 2 years.
Yeah, it's really important for, I think, every governing body that has a surf team to recognize that now you have to have women's surfers in addition to the men's surfers, and there's more, more incentive to put some effort into training the surf team. And Leilani up and riding, showing all of her experience on her backhand, beautiful backside surfing, was really able to get up into that lip and throw some water around, pumping through the inside, and she's able to get another nice turn and a nice finishing maneuver. The judges want to see you finish on your feet, especially making it all the way to the inside section really shows that you're keeping with the flow and rhythm of the ocean, and probably on the right board.
Moana Jones Wong did wait almost 10 minutes for a first ride, which she just got full commitment to a turn on a set. Likely we'll have a replay of that, but landed hard, wasn't able to ride out. So she has now retained priority because she's sitting out the back. And Leilani gets a 5.17 on her last ride. So staying busy is working for her. She is in the lead. Moana Jones Wong with a 1 for the first ride and needs a 9.67 to move up into that first place. 16 minutes though, ton of time, and great to see this south should be building throughout the day. So we are hoping that these conditions, we've got a little bit of an onshore wind flow, but we're hoping that the swell starts to show itself a little bit more as we progress through into the finals.
Yeah, Moana Jones now with priority, most people know her as the girl that's always out at pipe. She obviously knows how to get super barreled. She loves that wave so much and has a ton of respect on the North Shore for being, that woman that's out there in the most critical days. But it's not only pipeline she surfs, she's like, I'll watch her at V-Land all the time. She's even foil boarding. Like, she's just a water woman. And in addition to surfing, she's taking out the youngest girls and on the North Shore in like little surf camps. So a lot of the summer she's spending teaching other girls how to surf and giving back. And you can see like the frothing in these little girls' eyes. It's similar to what Carissa's Moore is doing with her Moore Foundation on the north side of the pier here in Oceanside. It's, you know, sharing the stoke and potentially giving back to the future of the sport. And right now, especially in the Hawaiian Islands, they're seeing a huge reemergence of, you know, women in the water, but also just the support and financial support coming back, where you have potentially opportunity to follow this sport as a career, which makes all the difference, right? Yeah. Because, you know, it all starts with your parents really telling you what you can and cannot do with your life until you grow up old enough to know, like, you can make your own decisions. But I think it just that support from the family. Moana has, you know, she pushes herself so much. In addition to surfing, she's training jiu-jitsu and just staying super fit all year round.
And that inspiration that goes to the locals. I mean, who wouldn't want to do a surf lesson from Moana Jones-Wong? I mean, what an incredible opportunity. The other thing, though, that both these young ladies in the water right now have also dedicated themselves to their education. So I know that Leilani McGonigal graduated with a BA in Communications from CSUB, and Moana Jones-Wong graduated from the University of Hawaii with a Bachelor of Applied Science, including Hawaiian and Indigenous Health and Healing programs. So, I mean, these are multi-talented women.
For sure. And, you know, that's what it takes, a lot of cross-training. You know, even on Oahu, we definitely have summer swell. I mean, this year was a little different, right? We had the Code Red swell that came from Tahiti and made its way to the south side. So you saw like Waikiki and the west side going off. It was next level, like something that most people had never seen in their lifetime. So very different summer than most. But yeah, as we mentioned, it's just you got to stay fit year round. It definitely helps to be a surfer and be able to travel. But, you know, with a lot of the quarantine, you found some surfers, depending on their geographical region, allowed to surf and able to surf. And as a Hawaiian heritage right, you know, the Hawaiian Islands, at least, that was one thing you could do the entire pandemic, which definitely, you know, everyone's super grateful for. And taking a look at this ride, we have Hawaiian Moana Jones on her forehand, headed towards the pier. Just this wave, I mean, it looked like she might be able to make it up into the face, but it just kind of crumbled down on her. Again, the tricky conditions. You know, she was waiting for that wave to come in that had a little bit more size. It just didn't have much of a face. It's more of just a drop, and it could be a throwaway, but it looks like Moana's just sitting on a .73 as a backup score, so that might count into her top two. Leilani right now with two decent scores on the board, a 5.5 and a 5.17, now holding priority, 11 minutes and 55 seconds on the clock.
And we'll see what strategy she employs, because the staying busy has worked for Leilani so far. Moana Jones-Wong, taking a look at this on the inside. This under priority, this may be better for big turn, getting the fins loose, not able to complete that. So Moana, her third wave, the first was a 1, that was a 1.27. But Leilani really benefited from not having priority early and being forced to stay busy, and she got that 5.55 and then the 5.17 under priority. So maybe for Moana now, being forced to look for the waves might actually be a good thing for her with 11 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's tricky to come to Oceanside and think that, you know, you're gonna score really good waves when with conditions like today. You have to potentially go if you see something good, you know. And right now, with, you know, 10 minutes on the clock, she's looking, you know, 10 minutes 55 seconds. She's looking for 2 big scores now, which is tricky. 10 minutes, you know, anything could happen, but man, it's a tricky game to wait for a set wave and try to figure it out. She, you know, definitely had the right idea there, and Leilani holding on to first place, taking this wave in towards the pier. A couple nice turns on that face, reverting to the left, or sorry, to the right on her backhand, and a nice finishing maneuver. Staying strong again. I mean, she had a couple turns and you know, a strong finish. So Leilani looks like she has Oceanside pretty dialed right now.
And she's such a competitor. With 10 minutes remaining here, priority obviously switches to Moana Jones-Wong, but Leilani is such a competitor. Remember seeing her first as, I think, a 10-year-old representing Costa Rica at the ISA World Surfing Games with her brother, Nomar McGonigal, another great surfer, and it just seems like competition has been in her blood for most of her life, and she's obviously parlayed that now into a profession. Let's take a look at her wave.
So this is a replay of Leilani's ride. This last one, throwing the fins free, and another nice turn, spraying some water around, and a little check turn into the foam right there as she works her way to the inside section. You can see how the wave, as it kind of crumbles on the inside, you can revert like back left to right, and you just got to stay quick on your feet. You know, we were talking a lot about skateboarding and how that cross training with skate can really come into play here in Southern California, where you know you're really, you got to have that weight forward. And Moana Jones answering back, the Hawaiian surfer, looking to stay in this event. She needs a 9.4 in order to advance to first place. Looking for 2 decent scores, and she is able to pump down the line to the inside section with a nice finishing attack.
Wow, that was a strong final turn there. And getting the wave up vertical, pulling it down and completing the ride. So that will no doubt be her best scoring ride. Will it be the 9.4 that she needs, or give her an opportunity to chip away at Leilani's lead? She gets a 4.6. So a 4.6 now. Moana needs a 6.07 to progress, and there's 8.25 minutes remaining here. Now, it looks like Leilani is just deciding to stay as busy as she can. She took a look at that last wave there. And Moana had a win, had a QS win, the Destinations Pro. I think it was at Ala Moana Bowls this year. So she has had one QS victory already this year, and of course, World Tour victory. And that is her form. Let's see on the replay.
I mean, she definitely has the technique dialed. I think she's really dangerous because she's so confident. You know, you can see she'll talk about pipe and how she does kind of get scared at some level, but she uses the fear to her advantage. And it's really tricky to be one of the only women in the lineup at a place like Pipeline where the testosterone levels are skyrocketing. I think a lot of women avoid this whole situation altogether just because it's kind of a mess. It's just like the wave
intimidating.
It's super intimidating. And I think the lineup alone, you know, to have some of the best surfers in the whole world right there, like really hungry to get a good barrel, that's probably more intimidating than hitting the reef at Pipe anyways, right? So I think it's a testament to her, just her confidence and her ability to, you know, be out there. And now that she has all eyes on her, as you know, she's proven herself, and it's the proving grounds.
There's respect.
Right?
Respect is there now.
Totally. And so it probably helps her get a lot of waves too.
I guess the challenge though is when you get called into the second reef bomb. It's like your wave.
Oh, for sure.
And speaking of your wave, Leilani up and riding again. Our heat leader using her priority there to keep Moana off and making the most of this wave. And on her forehand, has definitely picked the best waves here. And now this wave will steepen up on the inside and a strong finish. Can she ride out? Yes, she does.
Amazing surfer from Leilani, currently in first place. She's trying to hold off the Hawaiian competitor. Both incredible surfers. That last ride from Leilani was, you know, an incredible style, just like so much power in every turn, and all the way through to the finish. Really just looks like she's working really well on that board and looks just on point altogether.
Yeah, and she really did use her priority.
Yeah, so watching the replay, her second turn, throwing the fins free and throwing some buckets, checking back into the power source, and then pumping down the line, you know, staying busy. And then that big final finishing maneuver going full 12 o'clock vertical with the nose overboard. And again, the judges are really rewarding those kind of waves where you have a couple different maneuvers and then finishing strong on your feet close to the shore.
And there's 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Priority with red, Moana Jones-Wong. Now needing a 7 because Leilani dropped a 6.1 and Moana is up and riding.
On her forehand, big hack on the top. Gonna take a nice little foam climb and push her way to the inside section, see if she can find anything else on this ride. Pumping down the line, Moana Jones. She was able to make it to that inside, just not quite a finishing maneuver, but she did have a couple nice turns out the back, so we'll see what the judges think. Right now she's holding on to a 4.60 and a 1.27, so that's definitely gonna factor into her top 2 waves. But as you mentioned, she's needed a 7.0. Leilani now with priority with a 6.10 and a 5.5. Anything could happen, 4 minutes on the clock. You know, Moana just got the score coming in for that last ride of 4.03.
So still needing a 7 to advance. And now look at these sets. So this is the push of the new south swell, but it's coming in really straight. And this could get really challenging just to find the edge. Usually got to put yourself close to the pier when this occurs. And good morning to everybody out there on the pier. We know that is going to be prime vantage spot throughout the rest of the day. And welcome everybody who is joining us here live at Oceanside. 16th running of the Supergirl Pro, the 14th time it's been here in Oceanside. 3 minutes and 5 seconds remaining in this heat. Heat 2 of the round of 16, and next heat coming up is another great one. Chelsea Tuak from Barbados and Tia Blanco.
Yeah, I mean, making it into the round of 16, all these heats are pretty stacked. You know, they have some of the top veteran competitors coming up against the younger generation that might not have as many QS points, but boy, are they doing incredible things in with progression. They're the future of the sport. They're taking, training in the wave pools and things that, the veteran competitors really have only begin to understand. So it's kind of it's an interesting dynamic when you have some of the top surfers coming up against the young guns, the 14, even 12-year-old surfers that are just, on a roll. They have nothing to lose. They're just here for the experience, and they really surf up to the level of their competitor, right? When you have someone like Bethany Hamilton in the water, you might get nervous, but at the same time, you're like, oh man, I really have to push it and surf my best. So I think that's why Supergirl Pro is so amazing, is because you see these young girls really go under the wings of their idols and their mentors, and it becomes just more encouragement to follow and chase the dream.
Yeah, and we've seen that where the mentorship, then the student ends up winning up and riding. Leilani McGonigal again using her priority to keep Moana off that wave. So it's not going to go into her scoreline, but she did keep Moana off with just under a minute and a half remaining. And Moana left needing a 7. So Leilani's been very strong with her tactics here and use of priority.
Yeah, wow. Moana is in a tough spot right now with a minute on the clock and not much out the back, but Mother Nature's on her side. You could see something pop up there. It's been amazing to watch her surf, and I really hope she continues to follow some of the other contests, because she's definitely the girl on Oahu everyone's watching. Right now it's like, how does she do it? I'm always curious, like, about the mental strength too, going into a lot of the waves she's surfing on and the days she's out there. It's really impressive, and you have to be super on point. Let's see what happens here after a little bit of paddle battle, how they use a priority. Moana is going to take this wave on her backhand, looking for a 7.0. Big hack off the top, another check turn, and spraying that water around, pushing the way to the inside section. off the lip again. Moana Jones finding one of her best waves of the heat so far. He was able to find that final check turn and spray some water around. So with 3 seconds on the clock, 2 and 1.
And so those last waves are going to count. Moana Jones-Wong with her best wave of the heat, looking really sharp. And judges will deliberate on that as we get ready for the next heat in the water. In the red, it's going to be Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, and in the blue, Tia Blanco, winner of the Ultimate Surfer on ABC and a fierce competitor.
And we're counting down in the next heat. 5, 4. Sorry, it's early. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. That last ride for Moana Jones came in just barely under 7.0. It was a 6.83, so totaling at 11.03. Leilani total at 11.60. So that was very, very close in the final minute of the heat. But Leilani, the Costa Rican, is going to move on to the next round. Congratulations.
And we will be back shortly with more action from the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
For the trailblazers and the thrill seekers, the craftsmen and the tastemakers, those dedicated to country and community, family and friends, working to carve out a better life for themselves in a patch of California that's more focused on authenticity than image, more substance than show. We're Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, planning. We're the place to get started and the place to kick it into high gear. So dream big. We got you.
Welcome back to the Nissan Supergirl Pro, live from Oceanside in California. We are in finals day. And we want to thank all our sponsors, including the Air Force, the US Air Force, full-time, part-time, in or out of uniform. Join them. Get yourself an incredible career and experience in the US Air Force Reserve. And by Pura Vida, a California-based company that sources ethically produced handcrafted bracelets and accessories from artisans all around the world. Pura Vida, live free. And in the water, in the red, Chelsea Tuak of Barbados, and in the blue, Tia Blanco. And Shannon, the crowd is starting to pick up here. This is the Oceanside Pier, and what a great venue to have this 16th running of the Supergirl Pro.
Yeah, this event is so exciting because it's all women, all weekend, and, you know, it's just so inspiring and empowering for the young girls to see their heroes. Right now, we have Chelsea Tuak from Barbados and Tia Blanco from the USA. She's, you know, pretty much would call this area her hometown around here in San Clemente, so definitely has a ton of experience in these waves, but so does Chelsea. You know, she's a fierce competitor, travels all over the place, and her home break would probably be Sioux Bowls. which is going off right now. And she was telling us yesterday it was kind of hard to know that her home brake is firing and then to have to leave and travel. So the life of a professional surfer, I guess. You always want to be in two places at once.
Yeah, that's right. And what's incredible is even though they're both still young, there's 20 years of Supergirl experience between these two. In fact, for Chelsea, this was the first QS event she ever competed in about 10 years ago. And also, Tia first competed in this in 2012. So that's pretty amazing. 20 years of connection with the Supergirl Pro between them. And both incredible champions, great representatives of where they're from. Tia Blanco. I think she was representing Puerto Rico when she won the ISA Open World Championship way back in 2016.
Yeah, Tia is, very conscious of her just whole overall nutrition program. She's vegan and has been representing, different brands that provide, plant power for athletes. So it's pretty cool to see just that consciousness, going into her training and her fitness. And paddling now, both surfers looking at this wave, but it's going to be Chelsea in red on her backhand heading towards the pier, and a second turn, pushing her way through the inside, found some power, and she definitely does, throwing the fins. And another turn, Chelsea from Barbados all the way through to the pier. That's going to be a great wave to start off this heat for her.
What a fantastic way to open with 19 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. And we will go down right now to Chris Ernst, who's on the beach with Leilani McGonigal, winner of the last heat.
Trying to keep it all in tune over here. Yeah, I got Leilani McGonigal right here. Met her when she was 13. Now are you 20 yet?
Yes, I'm 22 actually. Getting old.
You look a day over 18, I tell you what. So out of the water, you took the victory here. You moved on to the round of 8. I think that's your furthest progression at this event. Is that correct?
I have gotten a quarters before, so hoping to do a couple better this time.
Atta girl. How is it out there?
It's fun. There's a few waves. I think it's getting better, so I think the rest of the heats today should be pretty fun to watch.
Fantastic. This is a weird question, who would you not want to go up against?
I don't think there's anybody I wouldn't want to surf against. I feel like really out there, it's whoever's on the best wave. Everyone kind of surfs just as good as one another, so hopefully all of the matchups are super fun.
I love it. Way to turn a negative into a positive. Biggest inspiration growing up? Who's your childhood idol?
Probably my brother. My brother has always been a super big inspiration for me and pushed me in surfing, so definitely him.
Yeah, I know Mom's watching at home, taking care of the B&B. What do you want to say to Mom?
Hi, Mom. Hope you're doing good today. Sorry to stress you out like that at the end.
And where's Dad? Is he on the beach today?
He's on the beach today, well, also stressing him out.
Maybe we'll get him for an interview for the next heat win. Why don't you pass that board over there real quick, and we're going to do something kind of fun here. We're going to get back to the surfing competition, but we're going to take the elevator down and go get some food. Here we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. And Leilani. Fantastic. And she'll be moving on to match up against Alyssa Spencer in that first quarterfinal.
Well, Uncle Lee definitely has the right approach. I've tried to be so serious and professional in my interviews, and maybe that's not what I need to be doing.
Yeah, he doesn't suffer from trying to be professional, ever. So
that was awesome.
Fantastic interview. 17 minutes, just under 17 minutes remaining here. Chelsea Tuak, a 7.1 for that first ride. And Tia Blanco now with priority. So only one wave ridden in this heat and nearly 10 minutes into it. So selective. Tia's being very selective now that she has priority. And Chelsea Tuak staying closer over to the pier. So just choosing to sit on different peaks to increase the opportunity that Chelsea has. She's paddling for this one and taking a look. No, didn't give her anything. But obviously by staying away, gives her the potential to get a second wave under priority, as we say. But right now, this is Tia Blanco having a look at this wave.
Tia looking, but not the one she wanted. I mean, you can see that was shutting down, and probably a good call for her, but she's going to need something big. 16 minutes on the clock. Chelsea Tuak now has priority in red. You are holding a 7.1. Great first score. You know, that's going to be, you know, that throwing something into the excellent range is definitely makes, you know, the other competitor a little nervous, because with the conditions we have on offer right now, it's tricky to know when and where those sets are going to roll through.
Yeah, that strong start, as you say, just puts the extra pressure on. And now, because Tia paddled for that wave and pulled back, that was the priority switch. So Chelsea now has the priority. She can take any wave that she wants, and so you can see she's now paddling down a little bit closer, but it looks like she's choosing to maybe look for some of these bigger lefts that come through, that break closer to the pier. And now Tia, under priority, is looking for her first ride. 15 minutes, so we're 10 minutes into this heat already, and it is Chelsea Tuak of Barbados, a former CT surfer. Soup Bowls is her home spot. Beautiful part of the world, and professional surfer, Pilates instructor, and Supergirl stalwart, has been competing for around about the last 10 years here. And always great to have her on hand.
Blue taking a look again. Tia Blanco with no waves on the board thus far. 14 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. You can see on the screen all of the photographers and families of the surfers, fans. Hey, everyone on the beach, you're live on the World Surf League. If you want to say hello, aloha, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Great to see the early morning enthusiasm. And if you have to leave the beach, you can always watch us live on the webcast, and it's live on YouTube via worldsurfleague.com, via the Nissan Supergirl Pro website, Twitch, and Facebook Live. So find us everywhere. And of course, there is also going to be a TV show that will be broadcast on Fox Sports, now known as Bally Sports. And so you get to relive all of the great moments from the event here. 13 minutes and 25 seconds remaining, and Tia Blanco yet to catch a wave. And Tia is one of our Jolin sponsored athletes, and so make sure you go check out the Jolin booth here. Chelsea Tuak using her priority.
On her forehand, is able to get the fins free. Nice attack for Chelsea. Pushing her way to the inside section. Wrapping turn back to the power source, and she's able to find those waves that have like multiple, you know, turning opportunities, especially that push her way all the way to the inside near the sand. It's tricky to find those. It's really hard. Some of them will wedge up and look like they, you know, are going to give you a scoring potential, and then just kind of pit her out. And so definitely wave selection is going to come into play here. Chelsea now has 2 scores on the board. The judges giving her 4.5 for that last ride. So now Tia is looking for 2 waves to put on the board. 12 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock.
But Tia's one of those athletes you can never rule out. She's a fierce competitor. She's been a world champion, a junior world champion in 2016, and very, very dangerous competitor, and mentally and physically very strong. She's a yogi, she's a professional surfer, and really focuses, as you mentioned before, she focuses on a fitness and a health and her diet, and is a great representative for somebody that really focuses on living their best and healthiest life. But it's 11 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and so she's going to need to get 2 good scoring rides right now to equal more than 11.6. But Chelsea now has the opportunity to improve on that 4.5. That is the low score in her scoreline, to then extend her lead. But it looks like there's some motion in the ocean right now.
Yeah, the girls taking a look as the set builds out the back. We'll see if either of them are in position for this one. It looks like Tia with priority going to take this. Tia Blanco dropping in on her backhand. Oh, just gets worked on the inside, just absolutely crunched.
Well, was looking for, that was the biggest set that we've seen today, and was just looking for it to open up. And it looked like her foot may have slipped at the base of that wave. And so that will be her first score, but it's only going to be a 0.6. And now Chelsea with priority, red with priority, 10.5 minutes remaining.
And on the webcast, we're watching the replay now of Tia's first ride. It looked like it would open up, but it just crumbled and it kind of just closed out right on top of her. So it looks like, I'm not sure if she slipped or just opted out of that thing so she wouldn't get pummeled and pushed to the bottom of the sand. But boy, that was not the first ride she needed. 10 minutes on the clock. Tia is still looking for 2 waves to advance to the next round. Chelsea now with priority in red has a 7.1 and a 4.5.
And Chelsea paddled for that wave then. And we'll see priority has switched. Priority now with blue, Tia Blanco, under 10 minutes remaining. And Tia's going to have a look at this one. Is it going to open up for her?
On her forehand, big turn off the top, throwing buckets, trying to hold on, and she does. Tia's still on her feet, pushing her way to the inside section. And pumping down the line. Not much more on that wave, but she was able to complete it and show the judges that, that sometimes a big first maneuver can be enough to get a big score. So with conditions like they are today, you're not seeing a lot of rides. Like yesterday, we had a little bit more option where you could at least, surf your way down the beach, but we're gonna watch the replay here and see if it was enough. On her forehand, big hack off the lip, throwing the fins free, tons of spray. It was a, full power maneuver. So we'll see what the judges think. And she's looking for, a couple big scores. So it's definitely going to go, that's going to definitely be her top wave of the heat thus far.
Yeah, and you could see the core strength that she had to use to be able to ride out of that wave. And it's a 4.9. 2 arc up and riding, in and out. So a 4.9 for Tia Blanco means that now she needs a 6.71. Priority remains with Chelsea as she is out the back. Thank you to all of our sponsors, including Brave Robot, a lactose-free, animal-free, real dairy, aka ice cream made better. It's planet-friendly ice cream. Check it out. Some of our fans on the beach. Great to see you. Thanks for coming down. Have a great day down here, seeing all of the action, and also in the background you can see the.
Yeah, so those are Tia's parents who have been supporting her throughout her surfing career. So nice to see the families down here on the beach. Up and riding, Chelsea Tuak from Barbados, currently in the lead, looking to improve her backup score. She's holding on to a 7.1 and a 4.5. Chelsea currently in the lead. Tia Blanco with a 5.5 heat total is still looking for a backup score, needing a 6.71 to advance. With priority now, blue, Tia. Looks like that last score came in for Chelsea Tuak at a 4.17, so it's not going to go into her top 2 waves. So the score remains Tia Blanco with priority in blue, looking for a 6.71 to advance. 6 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
Well, this is where a surfer like Tia gets really, really dangerous. She's so competitive, has such skill, and now she has priority. And a 6.71, she's scored that plenty of times during her career, and Chelsea will know that, but Chelsea has stayed very busy. She's already had 4 waves, the last wave coming in at 4.17, so it doesn't go into her scoreline. because she's got a 7.1 and a 4.5. So we'll see where the surfers choose to go. You can see Tia paddling further south. Chelsea now also paddling down. So looking for, with 6 minutes remaining, both surfers, it was looking for a big score, and it was Chelsea 7.1 on that opening ride that really put the pressure on early.
Yeah, and that does a number on your competitor, but also for a surfer to get a wave early on in their heat. I mean, really in a competitive heat, but even in a free surf, if you get out there and get a wave early, you're kind of cruising through the rest of it, right? You're, at least the nerves are out. You feel strong, confident, and less pressure on yourself to go for anything, and more, especially it was 7.1. So excellent score. She's able to just really hold off Tia and the good ones, and a bit less stress probably on Chelsea's side of things. Meanwhile, Tia, with priority now, is needing a 6.71, and she's going to be have to be super selective on this one. But with 5 minutes on the clock, I mean, anything can happen. 6.71 is totally doable. Tia has the skill and the training to we saw just with one maneuver on a wave, she was able to get a good score. So she has all the power and the fitness there. So don't count her out yet. 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, ladies. Tia Blanco has priority in blue. Chelsea Tuock holding on to a 7.1 and a 4.5. And we're talking about yoga and, Tia's routine. Chelsea's also a Pilates instructor. So, Pilates being an incredible cross training and just definitely a great way to keep the muscles lean and make sure that you're in top form and reduce, prevent and reduce the injury in addition to recovery from any kind of surf injury. So Tia is taking priority on this one on her backhand. Tia Blanco, the local surfer, in a snap off the top of the lip here. Tia is pushing her way to the inside section, just comes unstuck. She was able to get a couple turns in there, so we'll see what the judges think as Chelsea answering back. Our heat leader, boom, huge hit off the lip there for Chelsea Tuock from Barbados. She's definitely trying to stay ahead in this heat, and I know how much she wants that Super Bowl cape around her neck. She's fighting really strong here today, looking really good on her feet, and Chelsea is just looking in sync with the ocean.
Yeah, and just looking to see there's some urgency in Chelsea's paddling, so there may well be a paddle battle here. It could be Pilates against yoga. And I did notice that Tia is wearing a full suit here, and we'll just see, it looks like Tia's slightly ahead, but also paddling towards the pier. She's seen something coming that she's interested in. The scores yet to come in for Chelsea Tuock. It was a 2.5 for Tia, so she's still needing a 6.71 with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here. And priority is with blue, Tia Blanco with priority. But these two surfers have some distance between them.
But she's taking a look at this one. This might be it might be the wave she needed, but yeah, as you can see, some of these, they'll pop up and kind of look like, something worth surfing. All of a sudden, it's just shutting down. So really tricky conditions right now. The girls, to find anything worth scoring potential is, you got to go for it. So this is a replay now. We're watching on the webcast of Tia's last ride. A couple nice turns in her backhand, and this just comes unstuck. So that one is just a 2.5. But Chelsea Tuock, that was that huge fins free maneuver. Beautiful surfing from Chelsea, really strong, and just pushes their way to the inside section. But just a one-hit wonder right there. So big scores are dropping for Chelsea's last ride.
And it's a 7.23, a 7.23 for Chelsea. That means that Tia, with priority, needing a 9.43, and she's up and riding. And not able to get any maneuvers there. So 1 minute and 120 remaining, and with a 9.43 needed, the body language there of Tia Blanco said it all.
Yeah, really tricky. I mean, she was needing a couple of big scores, you know, pretty much the whole heat. Chelsea started off really strong, and that can be very threatening for a competitor when you see, you know, the surfer you're coming up against get a 7.1 on their first wave of the heat. So 45 seconds left. Chelsea now leading this heat with 2 excellent scores of a 7.23 and a 7.1. Chelsea in red with priority. Tia Blanco now needing, you know, pretty much needing a 10 to make it through here. Chelsea on a victory lap, wrapping her way to the inside section. Beautiful backhand surfing coming towards the pier and going vertical. So Chelsea pumping her way, still on her feet down the line. Nice finishing maneuver for Chelsea Tuak with 10 seconds on the clock, counting down. And 5, 4, 3, 2.
And that is the heat, and Chelsea Tuak will progress through into the quarterfinals. Next up in the water, we have defending Supergirl Pro champion here at Oceanside, Caroline Marks, up against young gun from Tahiti, Kohai Fierro. Chelsea Tuak all smiles. We'll count down the next heat. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And we will take a short break and come back with more action from the Supergirl Pro.
The moment I had wings put on my chest, I told myself, I'm proud of you. Something I would tell my younger self as a woman or as a minority in the aviation career field. Hard stuff is going to happen. Don't let that stop you. Keep your vision in sight and just know that in the Air Force, there are people who are rooting for you, whether they look like you or not.
Loving my skin means taking care of it, no matter what I'm up against.
Backhand attack, but just comes unclean. That Caroline is, you know, she's super busy. She always tends to get the wave count of, you know, most of the heats I've seen her surf. So I think staying active, especially in conditions like this, you don't want to wait too long and potentially, you know, miss something that has a scoring potential, because, you know, that set with 25 minutes on the clock, like you might only get 1 or 2 sets per heat. So you got to be not too selective, but staying busy. Caroline Marks again, second wave on her backhand, big slashing maneuver. And another carve. She's throwing tons of buckets of spray. You can see like just how much power she has in every single turn. She's able to crank through the section, and nice finishing maneuver on her feet. Caroline Marks, a very experienced competitor. She's only 20 years old, I think, at this point. And I remember her when she was so tiny, and she was one of the youngest competitors in Supergirl Pro, maybe the youngest we had at the moment. And it's really amazing to see how far she's come, and you know, being on the World Tour circuit, and then of course in the Olympics. I mean, what more could you do at 20 years old?
Yeah, no, absolutely incredible, and showing the form there that took her to a victory here last year. 4.17 in for that last ride. Priority now with Kohai Fierro, and so Caroline Marks has a 4.17 and a 1 in her scoreline, just 3 minutes down. And want to thank Nissan who make cars that thrill. And make sure if you're here live, get down to their display area, and you can see all of their fantastic, all of the fantastic cars and trucks that are there. Or you can shop online at nissanusa.com. Also want to recognise White Claw, who deliver a wave of pure refreshment in a variety of flavours. Bring the wave with White Claw Hard Seltzer. Thank you to all of our sponsors. And priority sitting with blue right now. And Shannon, as you did mention, Caroline Marks has been coming here for many years, originally from Florida. Then the whole family packed up and moved down to San Clemente. So she's a regular just up the road at Lower Trestles. And of course, second in the world as a teenager, the youngest ever surfer to qualify for the World Tour. But it will be Caroline looking at that. No, doesn't decide to get it. So we're just 4 minutes in to this heat, 25-minute heats in this round. And of course, the winner progressing through into the quarterfinal. We already have one quarterfinal that's set. Alyssa Spencer and Leilani McGonigal. Chelsea Tuak, who just took out that, will come up against the winner of this heat.
Yeah, Caroline, originally from Melbourne, definitely has, various conditions, a lot of experience in a ton of different conditions, but especially, kind of like the more scrappy, side shore conditions we have right now. I mean, she's a little more accustomed to that, I would say. Fierro coming from Tahiti, I mean, they have some incredible reef breaks and, very different kind of surfing. So we'll see how Kohai Fierro can put up a fight here with Caroline Marks. It's just incredible to see women coming up against ladies that are, Olympic surfers. And this is a great opportunity for all the girls to get experience in a competitive scene, and also in an event with it's only women. So it's a different dynamic. There's, I think, a lot of support from their friends, and these girls have, been traveling the world as a crew all over the place. So we're going to throw it down to the interview of the last heat with Uncle E.
Salutations, greetings, aloha. And we were with current heat winner for the previous one from Barbados, Chelsea Tuak, advancing a little further down the line, up against Tia Blanco. It's my recollection that you were here 10 years ago. She was here 10 years ago. That was the biggest heat combined for the most amount of time for two ladies in the water. How'd it go out there for you?
Oh yes, me and Tia just had a little chat before the heat, and we're like, oh, we met here 10 years ago. We were training with Mike, our coach. We were sharing a coach and had the best time. We've been friends ever since. So we gave each other a smile, a wave, a good luck, and knew that it was going to be a fun heat no matter what. It was great that I got a wave early. She couldn't really find one, so I was hoping we would get a few more waves and the sets opened up a little bit, because it's still a bit wally right now and a bit tricky to find the right ones, but luckily I found my two, and I always love competing against Tia. I hope we get a few more, and we keep telling each other, stop meeting before the finals. We need to start meeting in the finals. It'll be way more fun, so hopefully next time.
Yeah, you had a great slash that last wave. You just threw heaps of water out there. It's all about timing, isn't it?
Oh yes, it was. And I think you don't know if the wave is going to open for you, and I saw that one was closing out, so I'm like, all right, one section, one chance, let me just throw everything at it, and luckily it worked out for me. The board feels amazing, and I'm feeling really confident and in rhythm, so excited to just surf another heat out here.
Yeah, I'll just say it's really nice watching you mature through the years. Just doing a decade out here, your smile is very energetic, and keep doing the good work, keep surfing, and good luck for the rest of your heats.
Thank you so much. Hopefully we get another interview soon.
Yeah, that's right. And she's going to look for her first cape out here. Back to you guys. Good job, Chelsea.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Always very happy, obviously in the victory speeches, but Chelsea, a great representative and ambassador of the sport and of Barbados. And shortly we're going to welcome Uncle E, Chris Ernst, to the commentary booth. But as we look out into the lineup, Kohai Fierro, sister of Vahine Fierro of Tahiti. Of course, that's where the next Olympic Games surfing competition is going to be held, because Paris is obviously where the Olympics are going to be. Paris, home of the original Olympic Games in 1906. And Paris is going to be the host in 2026. Does seem like it's coming around quicker because it is, because COVID obviously pushed out the previous Olympic Games. So I'm going to hand over to Uncle E, leave you in good hands, Shannon, and we'll see you later on.
Thank you so much. Back to the live action. Caroline Marks currently in the lead in red, but right now, Kohai Fierro up and riding. The Tahitian surfer not seeing much opportunity, going to kick out of that last one, but losing priority goes back to Caroline. Caroline's holding on to 7.23 for that last exchange. We saw both surfers take off, and Caroline was just battling on her backhand with got a 7.23 from the judges, so excellent score, holding on to a backup score of 4.17, and currently has priority. Looks like Kohai is paddling down the beach. They're opting to sit a little further apart and seeing some different wedges out there on offer today in Oceanside. Thanks to everyone for joining us here for the Super Gold Pro. This is a World Surf League qualifying series event, which means that these ladies are trying to get some points to potentially make the World Tour.
And we're 25-minute heats. Hello, everybody. Uncle Lee here, round of 16, heat 4. I'm going to give you just a minute break because we've got a special guest who's got some words to say. And this is where we start mixing it up. We get all sorts of, let's just call them celebrities. This happens to be a 2-time Olympic gold medalist, Miss Lindsay Jacobellis, who is joining us for the second day. Her hair is on point as always, and welcome in. Nice to have you here.
Oh, thank you so much. Good morning, good morning. It's so great to be back in the booth, back with you guys. You got the best spot. You got the live action right here and can tell it to everyone. So
yeah, exactly. Let's set the stage before we get to some questions here. No surprise, defending champ Caroline Marks is in the lead over Kohai Fierro, South Africa, and 4.17723. So she's able to navigate this wave just about as good as anybody. And she's coached by Mike Parsons, Snips, who's been sitting out here on the bench next to us for about 2 hours now. And so he knows wave structure. Just about as good as anybody. He could be easily a surf forecaster, which he has done with us before up in Trestles for the Boost Mobile Pro. But while we have a little lull in the action, we welcome Miss Lindsay Jacobellis. How are you today?
I'm great. I was just getting down here. I wanted to get into the action a little sooner than I did yesterday, but there's so much happening in the festival area and the concert area, so I always try to just take it all in, but it's hard. There's so much to offer down here, so I'm really focusing on the surfing right now this morning, and I'm so excited for the finals later today.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent, obviously, in the water, a lot of big names, previous champions from both coasts as well. You have some obligations today. What are you doing in the festival booth area?
Yeah, at 11, I will be at the TCL signing autographs for about an hour, and that's more on the longboarding side. That's on the north side of the pier. And then at 2 p.m., I will be at the locals only bus that also has the bar that I could be pouring drinks, so I can be your bartender for a little bit and also sign some autographs, and that's down on the south side in that festival area. So in the water, we've got 13 minutes left. Caroline, you still have priority.
You're qualified to bartend?
Well, I think they make a little bit of an exception for me for this moment, but I don't have to mix everything. Everything is pre-mixed, but they have some great new flavors. Pineapple, I think, is one of their new flavors that they've infused into it, so I'm excited to try it a little later today when all of my obligations are done.
Right. Do you have a strong pour?
Oh, well, I'll be generous to everyone that comes by for sure.
That's great. Speaking of beverages on the screen, you folks at home, Perfect Hydration Alkaline Water, as well as Celsius, one of our presenting sponsors. We want to thank them for keeping us hydrated and energized. And for you folks up on the pier, we are talking surfing. This is our 4th heat of the round of 16. It's a girl-on-girl activity out there. Only one moves on. Top 2 waves scored, put together. Highest combined score wins. Right now, Caroline Marks last year's Supergirl Cape victor. Not only has priority, but she's got a 4.17 and a 7.23. Go ahead, Fierro. Needs a 11.4, so she's comboed, meaning she needs 2 waves of substantial substance. You've spent time out in this water, Lindsay, many times. Tricky at times, correct?
And absolutely. And with the swell coming in and that wind texture on the water, it moves a lot of the sand. And you noticed yesterday the girls were a little bit more south, like closer to those buoys, and now they've shifted a little bit more towards the pier. So as those peaks and everything are shifting throughout the day with the tides, with the sand moving, you constantly have to be surveying the area and be finding those peaks. It's not like a point break where you can sit right on the X and catch it in the same spot every time. These girls are hunting for these peaks nonstop.
Yeah, well put. You've been out there. There's been several celebrity events that you've been out there, and you get better every year. You know.
Yeah, and sometimes you get that flow, and you can figure out where it's moving and how the peak is shifting at the last minute. But then sometimes, I tell you, I get lost out there, and I'm just never in the right spot. So it takes years of experience. We've got Blue looking, but pulling out that wave was just not going to be giving her the point that she was needing to really combat marks out there. So she wants to pick something, not rush, spend some time picking something that's going to give her a great score. Blue up and riding, nice quick backhand right there, working to the inside. This wave on the smaller side, not giving her too much, but she's going to pump and get a little bit more going, but realizing it's not going to give her what she needs to advance, so it's best chance to get back out there and be patient, look for a wave.
You know, it's nice. It just dawned on me. Caroline Marks, Florida originally, San Clemente lady, was in the Tokyo Olympics, and then less than a year later, there you were in Beijing, earning not 1 but 2 gold medals, a total lifetime achievement. It was an honor to be there to witness how that went down. How can you recap? Can you even recap that? Like,
I would say one of my best feeling moments mentally to, come to fruition was once I finally made it into finals, and it was a battle to make it all the way to those rounds. And instead of having the mental pressure put on myself that, oh my gosh, I'm in finals, I could win, I changed it up and I was like, I have a 75% chance at a medal. Like, this is great. We got Caroline up and riding that strong hack,
nice.
Getting that board so vertical, getting a little loose in that white water, but you can see her control trying to get that back. Is this inside going to offer anything? But it doesn't. But she knows she's in a great position right now, so she's just staying moving, keeping her shoulders active, and getting back out there to see if she can add a little bit more points to the board.
Yeah, and when it comes to coaching, again, Mike Parsons has been coaching her since I think she was 12, youngest WCT competitor ever, Olympian, World Tour. When did you start your snowboard? I know your brother was a huge influence. You and your brother, he pushed you. I say that because she's got 5 brothers, I believe.
Yeah, so that's 5 times the brother bully. It helps to have that sibling rivalry, and especially when you're the youngest and you're just trying to tag along and not be left out of the fun. That was totally the energy that I had. My brother's 5 years older than me, and anything that he was doing, I wanted to be a part of. So he is definitely a huge part in my snowboarding. And then all the guys on tour that I traveled with for, some of them up to 15 years.
Yeah,
Nick Baumgartner.
Westcott and Baumgartner.
Absolutely.
Right?
They were all brothers on tour that never let me just sit down and settle for anything. So they're always pushing me.
Situation, Caroline Marks, last wave, 6.93. Married with your 7.23. Combined total, 14.16. You're in the lead. Fierro, you have priority in blue. You're comboed. You need a healthy 14.16. Time 7:45 on the ticker. This is the 2022 Nissan Supergirl Pro Surf Pro Edition. Fueled up, fired up by Celsius, which is a new energy drink that hit the market, I believe, 2 years ago. And they've been on board at this event and several other events. And I've had several of them, and they're tasty. Go get one. They're sampling them in the Festival Village area. And it's a pleasure to have you here on our final day. And we'll get to the finals starting at 2:50. It's also a longboard day, and we're getting Polaroid pictures here by the paparazzi up here. And What an honor and a pleasure. The media tour, how'd that go coming back?
Media tour was fun. Most of it was online, a lot of Zoom, so I didn't have to travel too much, but it was back to back to back. And then I finally got some time to have with my family, which, you know, Red's up right now looking nice front side half. Look at how she can generate the speed so quickly after you do a maneuver. It kills your speed a lot of the time. So if you can get in that pocket and get your speed back. I mean, she's just having fun out there and really trying to find that extra flow and finesse in the water. And you can see that these are just warm-up sets, warm-up heats, we're going to call it, until the big show. So she's moving in the right direction, and she's got great energy and flow going right now.
You're absolutely right. Last year with Katie Simmers in the final, she started where that far south buoy was, used that as a line. She raced towards the pier. I swear it was less than 6 seconds. She had a runner going, and you just don't see that speed. You do out of the top girls in the world, which she is, and she threw some airs. Caitlin, it was a great battle last year. Katie's not here. She's across the ocean doing some more fun stuff in the Indian Sea, I believe.
Oh, fun.
Yeah.
Well, that smaller wave, looking on the replay right now, how she pops up and gets that first snap right away. Kills a lot of her speed, but then she can immediately get the speed back because she's in that pocket generating and in that sweet spot. And on these smaller waves, it's harder to find those little sweet spots to get going faster. It's not like a huge wave where you have a bigger transition to give you more speed. So that quickness and that finesse to get going, it's hard. Small waves are very challenging to ride at the level that these ladies are riding. So it's so fun to see how she can wrap all of that together and bring together that whole flow and finesse just so fast and so quick.
Flow and the finesse, well put. This is Lindsay Jacobellist, celebrity extraordinaire, 2-time gold medalist on the snowboard cross, the sport of snowboard cross, over in Beijing, February. She slayed it. She won the team event with Nick Baumgartner. And it was a great moment in time. I had to pass the mic over to the Chinese announcer because I was crying. It was spectacular.
I could hear it in your voice at the end, and I didn't know how to really react. I was like, there's so many emotions that they're all trying to get out at the same time, and I think I just froze.
Oh, God.
It's like that Ricky Bobby moment where it's like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
That's great. And you know what I really was bummed about is that I got a hold of the producer, and they had me tickets to the awards ceremony, and my phone died. No. And I couldn't get a hold of them, so I missed the awards. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, her producer cried too. Yeah, if you witnessed it, it was great. It was those are the two stories of the games as far as I'm concerned. You know, 18. It was between 16 years, right? 2006 and 2022. Let's talk about Pier.
Blue is up and riding right now. This is giving her a great opportunity. Nice front side hack. Is this wave going to build on the inside? She's going to redirect and go backhand. We have a little section. Can she get going? Wave kind of just shut down for her there. But still moving. We've got a couple minutes left. There is no reason to give up. Something can always happen. You fight to the end, and you never give up.
Yeah, we're gonna watch Marks as she's scrapping into one right here, always able to catch it, and what magic she's gonna do looking down the line. Southbound freight train, buckets of water, more buckets of water, completing 2 maneuvers and finding an opportunity for maybe to reform on the inside. 3:18 left. Don't know if that's gonna be stronger than a 6.93, but her consistency is ridiculous. Put us on camera real quick, Mr. Producer. I want to show you guys something. After replay. So back to the Olympics. Caroline Marks, she was there in Tokyo. Lindsay Jacobellis is joining us in the booth right now. She got a couple golds, as we mentioned. I happened to run the course the other day. We were out to run the course on the last day of the Paralympics, and I took a little something home that I want to show you all. But right now we're looking at the replay. A 3.33 Fiero. That's a 3.33 for you folks at home. We're witnessing Heat 4. And we'll watch Caroline's last wave, which is not, we'll see, she's so consistent. Look at that, great couple of hits, and she's able to find energy in the foam, and then she looks down and looks over and says, nah, I'm out. And I don't believe that's gonna score better than 6.93. And we're at 2 minutes remaining, 2 minutes remaining. And Fiero She's in an unlikely situation, needing a 14.26 when the score is only greater than 10. And Fierro scrapping through it. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Okay, so this came straight off the Olympic course. There it is, putting her faces right between it. Lindsay signed it the other day, right on the orange side of things. You know what's unique about this? This is supposed to be, the orange is supposed to be yellow. Where's the orange? That's supposed to be yellow, so this is a very unique custom piece. Orange is not one of the Olympic colors, it's supposed to be yellow. But I took this down, made sure that I brought it off the course that you won your 2 golds on. Thank you very much for being here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to head out now,
Okay.
and you have fun in this booth, and
Thank
enjoy
you.
the rest of the day. I want to catch some more action surfing.
Go, get out and do it.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Lindsay Jacobellis. 1 minute left, and we'll bring in Sophia Gamboa next for a few minutes before she has to leave. Sophia, where are you? $50 seconds left, 5-0. All right, Sophia, all of 13 from Florida. Caroline Marks, current heat leader from Florida as well, but living out in Southern California now. How are you this morning?
I'm doing good.
Nice to have you. We're gonna put that right there and just be nice and loud today.
I
Here
was
we
just
go.
in Caroline, up in the lip.
There we go. She knows she's got this one in the bag. She'll be moving on from the round of 16 to the round of 8, or the quarterfinals, as it were. And we're going to count this one down in just a minute. Caroline Marks, we'll get an interview with her. 10 seconds remaining. And we're going to count it down in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Beautiful. All right, for the folks at home on the World Wide Web watching this, Caroline Marks is advancing on with the likes of Chelsea Tuok from the previous heat, and we'll continue on with our next heat with Betty Lou Sakura from Hawaii and Zoe DiBenedetto. And we're going to take a little siesta right now, a respite for the World Wide Web. 2022 Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro continues in about 2 minutes online, and we'll stay live.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
These waves are going to be 10 to 15 feet tall, crashing.
Hey, little babe, don't you cry. We got that sunny morning wind.
There are those that see the storm, and those that see the perfect wave.
To the World Wide Web, and we have to introduce ourselves back. Welcome back to the World Wide Web, folks. We are here in Oceanside, and we want to thank Jolyn. You need a bikini that's not going to fly off when you're in the water getting shacked by some big waves. Jolyn is that type of bikini. I know Sophia probably has one or two. It can be an embarrassing feeling. And we are in the land of the Marines here near Pendleton in North Island. And we want to thank the Marines for everything that they do, everything they have done, and everything they're going to continue to do. And who doesn't just know that life's rad? They got some great products, some great sponsored surfers. They're one of our sponsors out here, and they got a great booth. Life's rad. And back to the action in the water. We have 2 waves caught. Betty Lou is in the red, and Zoe Benedetto is in the blue. 5.67 is her score. 4.83 is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's. Have you competed against either one of these, Sophia?
I've competed against Zoe back home. It's really fun getting to surf against her and just all the girls. But yeah, Zoe's from my hometown in Florida, but I'm from South and she's a little bit more north.
Yeah, she did well. I believe she made the semifinals last year.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, it's tough to keep all the stats straight, but that was that's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Interesting story about her. She's a good surfer, one of the best. There's a lot of money that we've been playing around with, some offshore betting, saying she might be the one that takes the Cape. She's got to fend off a couple more heats here. It's all about timing, but she happens to be a relative of one of the guys who helped the Target sponsorship get going back in the day with the likes of Carissa Moore and Sean White. And this was going back in time for you folks at home in the blue. This is Zoe Benedetto's 5.67. What do you see here, Sophia?
Zoe just has so much power in her backside, and as she switches her front side and this inside.
Ooh, that's nice. Look at that. Hands up, total control, looking down the line. And it's so key to ride the wave out. Here's a replay from red. This is the 4.77.
Betty Lou.
Yeah, Betty Lou. So she's got two on the board. And this is going to be a battle. They're very equally matched, and the whole way through, these ladies are in the Sweet 16, let's call it. Know exactly what they're doing. They've been through these waves before. It's getting a little cleaner and more opportunity to ride the wave and have it wall out. That's what we've heard from some of the interviews. So Betty Lou Sakura Johnson from Hawaii, you have a 4.83 and a 4.77. Zoe Benedetto, Floridian, you have a 5.67. You need a 3.93. Are you leaving today, Sophia?
Yeah, I have to leave around 11 today to go back home and get ready for the round of contests that we have coming up on the East Coast.
You got your private jet right down the way?
Just a little bit, yes.
Yeah. Speaking of private jets, I got a private 777 to Beijing on Cathay Pacific. There was only 2 people on the plane.
You're joking.
I'm not joking. I couldn't
run up and down the aisle.
That's what we did yoga. We wanted to see how fast you can make it up the aisle, over and down, and 13 seconds is what it takes on a 777. It was classic. Yep. Okay, right now we have a little bit of break in the action. We're going to go down to Caroline Marks, who's getting an interview with Fuely.
Thank you very much, Chris. Caroline, you came here, you're first as a 14-year-old Grom. You might be getting sick of the interviews, but do you get sick of winning?
No, never. Everyone's so good and it's so hard to win, so definitely not getting sick of it, that's for sure.
You're still super young, just out of your teens, but in that heat you were going up against one of the up-and-comers. What is it like for you now with these young threats coming up, and who are you seeing that's really inspiring you?
Yeah, all the girls are surfing so well, and each year there's just so many more girls surfing in general, and it's just so cool to see. I actually just spent a couple weeks in Tahiti, and Kohai was there, and she's got such a bright future, and the Fieros are such a great family. So it was cool to have a heat against her, and it was fun.
And tactics for the rest of the competition. Again, shifting conditions. You've had to adapt each day.
Yeah, for sure. Today is like kind of a new swell direction, so there's a few different things going on, but. I know the swell's going to be building, so hopefully it gets a little bigger throughout the day, and the consistency gets a little bit better, and should be an amazing day.
Yeah, it's certainly amazing. We love watching you perform. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Always a pleasure. Young Caroline, actually starting to slowly mature. She was the youngest competitor in the lowers event She was 15? She might have been in there when she was 13 and qualified. The years all blend together, and I'm getting a little foggy, but she was the youngest CT female competitor ever. You got your sights set on the CT someday?
Of course, yeah.
There's
Since day
the
one,
spirit.
since I was little, I've tried to promise my parents to go and take them all around the world. Can't wait.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. Where's your favorite spot you've traveled to so far?
My favorite spot I've traveled to so far would be either Costa Rica and Pavones, which is perfect left, my backside because I'm a regular, and then Punta Rocas in Peru. I've traveled a lot around the world, and this year I'm probably going to try and go to Barra in Mexico and then make a trip to the Mentawais. I really want to go to Chobu too.
Getting a passport stamped, girl. I like it. Her name is Sofia Gamboa. Am I saying that correct? Gamboa?
Yes, perfect.
What's your heritage?
I am from South Florida, but my dad is from Peru and my mom is from Bulgaria.
Okay.
But I am USA born. As we see Zoe on the front side. First turn, looking for that extra wall.
And does the Pete Rose belly flop onto the whitewash and hopping along in the red. Current heat leader, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson from Hawaii. One of the best in the business right now. Look at that vert and just gets right into reality. If you're going to do one hit, do it well, right?
Yeah, Betty Lou certainly knows how to do that. I love seeing her front side snaps. They're just so powerful. You never know what she's going to do.
Yeah.
Time check. We have 16 minutes left on the clock with Betty Lou. Actually, changed. Zoe moves into first with a total of a 10.07, and Betty Lou in second with a 9.60. Priority is with Zoe.
And apparently, Reed Van Wagner, who's doing double duty, she did the shortboard competition here, then she went north of the pier to do longboard, and we have her down below with Fuely. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, here with Reed Van Wagner. 3 competitions in the space of a few days, and you're doing double duty here. Shortboard yesterday, longboard today.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love the different people that are here, all the people on the pier, all the people on the sand cheering. It's so cool to watch all the different surfing, like shortboard on this side, longboard on this side. I think it's such a cool experience and everything.
So you've surfed already today in the longboard. How have you gone?
Yes, so I just had my second pro heat on the longboard side, so the north side, and I made it through. So I have another heat maybe around 10-15 today.
Fantastic. And tell us a little bit about some of the incredible competitors that you're up against in the first true longboard event that we've had here.
So there's many of longboard, like amazing girls that are longboarding. We had an amateur event that you had to make it through and then be top 2 to get to the pro heat. So I went against all those girls. They're all amazing surfers. They're so sweet too. And then it's so cool to watch like my heroes like Sally Cohen and all of those like rippers like on that side. I think it's so amazing that I get to surf with them too.
So you were surfing. You got knocked out yesterday in the shortboard event. But tell us, what is it like? How do you adapt between the two?
I think both of them like benefit each other because like balance on shortboard, you balance on your longboard. Like they for sure correspond with each other. It's such a different sport too because longboarding's about style and grace, and then shortboarding's about like how progressive you are. I think it's really cool though that I can do both and like still like do good in both too.
Yeah, it's incredible depth of talent that you've got. And we're going to put you on the spot. Would you rather a shortboard or a longboard Supergirl cape?
Whew, that's a hard one. I like both a lot. It really, I'm gonna try to do both as long as I can. Maybe shortboard because it has more opportunities and everything. But I love both of the sports, and hopefully I can keep doing both.
And last question, what would it mean to you to take a Supergirl cape home at the end of the day?
It'd be unreal. Like it'd be so crazy if I could do that. Like I never thought I'd be this far even. Yeah, so just I've been coming to these competitions like when I was like 3. Wow. And watching people receive the capes, and I'm like, I want to be that when I grow older. And it's so crazy that I'm in the event today. But yeah, hopefully one day I can take the cape home.
Fantastic. Well, Reed, you're already a champion in our eyes. Good luck for the rest of today.
Thank you so much.
Reed Van Wagner reminded me of a young Jordy Smith, honestly. When Jordy was younger, he had to choose between longboarding and shortboarding, and I've just seen such a similarity between her.
Yeah, that's and she's well-spoken at a young age and doing double, triple duty out here. We'll see if she's got enough for a cape against the world's best over there. We're going to keep getting updates from there. Obviously, we can't announce both from where we're at, but you want to go check out some longboard and go over there. A whole different walking on a plank. How's your longboard skills, Sophia?
I can do a handstand. That's all I can do.
You can do that's all I could do. I remember being, where was it, down in Del Mar, and there was a bunch of those small sharks, and I got up on the board, and the sharks are going right with you, and that forces you to stay on the longboard.
That's scary.
Yeah, same with the coral over from Waikiki. You get on those 10-foot logs. Yeah, those 10-foot logs, and you got the coral underneath you, and you're just cruising on these 1 to 2 footers for like half a mile. So longboarding's fun if you want to get into surfing. Longboard's the way to do it, to understand how to get on, just to get on a wave. So 11 minutes, 22 seconds left. We're in Heat 5, round of 16. Hello, folks at home. You're getting a shot of the surfers in the water and the people on the beach, and we're doing our thing here on the final day. Been a lot of talking. There was a lot of noise last night. I'll tell you what, if you were there for the Smash Mouth, can't even say it, Smash Mouth concert, it was second to none. We had some VIP, like right in your face seats, thanks to Rick Bratman and company. I got in a little bit of trouble.
What'd you do?
I got through security and I went on stage and got some video of the dudes on stage. Rick's like, "What are you doing?" I'm getting some good video, you know. So yeah, I got a 15-yard penalty for that.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Speaking of which, the Raiders play today. That's right, Silver and Black playing Arizona. That's my team. Excited about that. We're talking surfing right now. Give us a scoreline update.
We have Zoe Benedetto in the lead with a 5.67 and a 4.4, and Betty Lou following her with a 9.6 total, but her scores are a 4.83 and a 4.77. Betty Lou, you're looking for a 5.25 to advance. 10 minutes on the clock. Zoe's a priority.
5.25 is what you need, Betty Lou. It's totally achievable. Sunday concerts, 11:45. Hello, Sister is in concert. We have Heads Up, Reds Up. Let's take a look at this. Betty Lou Johnson, in and out.
In and out.
In and out.
These smaller waves are compared to Florida, but I think I'm going to make it in time for the hurricane swell Fiona.
Ooh, what?
There's like a little swell in Florida. It's called Fiona, and I think I'm going to make it in time. Usually every time in California, I always miss a swell back home.
We just had, were you here for anything that came through from that tropical
I was
storm?
here for Nationals in June, and then I came back for Rising Tides, where that lowers. It was so good.
I heard. I was in Northern California, where it's a different type of water up there.
Have you ever surfed South Beach?
I have not. Nope.
It lights up twice a year. It's like a perfect barrel. It gets really big up in Florida.
Okay, you're going South Beach, all the way down South Beach.
All the way down
okay,
south, where you wouldn't expect any waves, but it lights up over there when you least expect it, and it's one of the top waves in Florida, I'd like to say.
And we got a couple of girls paddling. Blue has priority. Red's getting after. This is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's up and out again. Concerts again. Hello, Sister in concert. At 12:45, there's a female leadership panel discussion. That's right behind us. Just walk around and find it. 1:45, Nikki DeMar is in concert. 2:45, Laura Morano is in concert. Our award ceremony is starting approximately 3:45, where we're giving out Supergirl capes, cash, and high fives. Hoobastank is in concert at 4:15. And who's playing at 5:45, Sophia? Who's that?
Spin Doctors in concert.
I bet you've never even heard of them, have you?
Nope, I have not.
Because you're a reggae girl, aren't you?
Yeah.
I can see that, yeah.
Betty Lou's paddling. She's looking for a 5.25, and Zoe is a priority. Frontside slash up and lip, coming down with a smile.
Yep, you saw the You saw red get out of there real quick because Betty Lou did not have priority, so blue had the opportunity to take that wave first. So Betty Lou got out. Now priority shifts.
It's all about playing the game at this point.
It is. Who is your first coach?
My first coach was a local named Darlene Lopez from down south.
Okay.
And I have a couple of coaches on the East Coast. One's Darlene Lopez. Two, Jason Moats, the head of ESA All-Stars.
Yeah, Moats. He was up in Jacksonville last year.
And then Asher Nolan helps me.
Asher, really?
Yeah.
We may get Leilani on the microphone shortly here. Nope, Leilani wants nothing to do with it today. She's focusing on the round of 8 coming up shortly. Yeah, we try to get as many different voices here as possible. I seem to always lose my voice after this event, but it's okay. I had 2 surgeries on my voice after the 2002 Olympics because I'd never learned how to speak right, walk right, be right. Let's go right here. Betty Lou Curry Johnson, what do you see?
Up in the lip, looking for that second section. Can she find it in this whitewash backwash?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to produce.
Nah.
She's giving it her all. 6 minutes, 25 seconds left. These are 25-minute heats today. Hello, everyone at home. Nissan and Marines, we want to thank them. We want to thank all of our sponsors. For you folks that are just joining us, just waking up here live, you're in Oceanside, California. If you're on a pier, that pier has been rebuilt 5 times. That pier has been rebuilt 5 times, and they've done a really good job making sure those pylons are in there. Good morning to the dog and the dog walker. Who's walking who there today? Yeah.
Oceanside has just changed over the years. It's been just so, like, I've came a couple months ago. I came during Nationals, and it was just such a different view in Oceanside. The personality has definitely changed over the couple months.
Oh, talk about the architecture.
Right?
When I first came here, this is where I learned to surf, right down there. Broke a board in 1989, and none of these buildings were here. None of it.
Hello to the moms and dads, the local sponsors of all the athletes out here.
Look at the lenses on there. Wow, there's a lot. There's a lot going on. I see Bella Kenworthy just walk in front of the frame. Father Jason and the whole entourage family is here rooting on Bella. She's going to be in the blue in the next heat. And then Anon Matsuoka had a nice conversation with her. And she's got a YouTube channel.
She does?
She does.
Sweet. There's
Right.
a lot of people utilizing these social media platforms like YouTube, Instagram.
MySpace?
Yeah, MySpace?
you ever even hear of MySpace?
Heard of it, never used it.
No, it's done. It's been done for like a long time. I saw a bumper sticker the other day. It said, "MySpace ruined my life." The internet can build you, but it can also destroy you.
4 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock, surfers. We have Zoe in priority and Betty Lou following. Still looking for that 5.91.
It's achievable. Betty Lou needs to rise to the occasion, but it's any girls' heat out here today. Hey, visit the TCL 10 in Festival Village for your chance to win a 65-inch TCL TV and a custom-painted thread surfboard by Tia Blanco. And again, tonight, main stage, Spin Doctors, 5:45. And right now, Zoe is got priority. Was chasing down Betty Lou as Betty Lou's trying to get away from her. And here goes Blue. Take it away.
Up and at him. Such a nice front side, but we need to find, she's going to find that second turn.
Okay, so out the back now, priority goes to Betty Lou in the red. She's looking for something as Blue's still coming on the inside. Nothing doing out back for Betty Lou.
Zoe has such a powerful front side. As we have 3 minutes remaining, 20 seconds. We have Betty Lou outside of priority, and she is looking for that 5.91. Totally achievable for her.
Yeah, these two are separated by about 5,000 miles in distance from homes. One is from the North Shore of Hawaii. She spends days at Sunset, Pipe, you name it. Yep. And then you have Zoe. What's Zoe's local break?
Zoe's local break, from what I believe, is between Sebastian Inlet and Fort Pierce.
Okay. The last time I was in Florida, I played the golf course that Caddyshack, the movie, was filmed in.
Really?
Yeah, you don't even know what that movie is, do you?
I watched it once.
You did? Okay, yeah, got it. It's in Davie, Florida. It's called Grand Oaks.
I think I've been there before, but like driven by it.
Yeah, it's a private. It's where all the pro teams. It's a super exclusive.
And I've definitely not been there before.
Yeah, no. I dressed up like Rodney Dangerfield, and the pro said, "You've highly exceeded the expectation of wardrobe." I'm like, "Thank you."
Proud of you.
I was proud of you. I shot 115.
As we have 2 minutes left on the clock, time is winding down in the round of 16.
I'd like to thank We Productions, Jeff Greenwood and Company, for keeping it all in frame for you folks that are watching Surfer Red. Well, she needs a 6.14 now, so the game has changed. This is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. On the inside, she's got something to work with. You know she's got that power. Reverses the direction, and that was nice.
Worked that section so well. Blues up, using that priority. Quick in and out, as we have 1:30 seconds.
That's Sophia Gamboa from Florida, the 13-year-old who had success in her first heat. That's the voice next to my raspy voice. And, she's taken off in about an hour to head back home. And we wish you nothing but good luck in your career. The score previously for Benedetto was a 5.3. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, you get a 5.23. You now need a 5.74 with a minute left. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in red, you need a 5.74. Priorities with Zoe in blue.
I'd like to thank Uncle E out here for supporting me and letting me on the mic. I'm having such an amazing time here at the Supergirl Pro. Say goodbye, Nissan. With 30 seconds remaining, we have Zoe outside with priority with a 5.67 and a 5.3, with Betty Lou following behind her with a 5.23 and a 4.83. Sakura, you need a 5.74 to advance.
Okay,
20 seconds.
20 seconds. These are all mid-range scores. The ocean is cooperating, and we're down to 10 seconds. And a little something for Betty Lou. Up at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Up and riding. Again, needing a 5.74. There's the horn. The judges have their eyes on this. Will it be enough? Blue, Zoe's coming in. She was just laying her belly. And put your hands together for Betty Lou and Zoe.
Two amazingly powerful girls and have been having so much success on this tour so far in the QS.
That is the truth right there.
It's amazing to see them compete, honestly.
Okay. Well, score coming in for Betty Lou. Not enough. Zoe Benedetto, you are moving on to the next round. And Betty Lou, nice surfing. That was a close one right there. All right, folks at home, we're going to take a small break, and we'll be back here in Oceanside for the 2022 Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, brought to you by Celsius.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer, but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did.
All right, for you folks, we have started the heat, by the way. Sorry I missed the countdown. We're already a minute in, and on. You caught your first wave, 2.67. We're just doing some transitional work here. Thanks for the patience and cooperation. Back to the live web in about a minute's time. And Zoe in the blue, going to go do a little media interview. Nice job, Miss Benedetto, the Floridian. Figured out the right combination. Thank you, Emily, for your nice wrangling work. Well done, young lady. And her board caddy, he takes care of the board and will address the situation for the next heat. She's moving on to the round of 8. Full day of activity. We're not wrapping up till about 2:45. Then we'll do the awards on the main stage. Then we'll light up some more concerts. And it's going to be a fine afternoon into an evening of good times. Anan Matsuoka from Japan, our lone Japanese competitor out in the water, land of the rising sun, earns a 2.67. While Bella Kenworthy is looking for her first wave. Remedy Kombucha is the first no sugar, light and refreshing, fizzing, delicious booch with live and active cultures. That's up for any adventure. Thank you, Remedy Kombucha. I could use one of those. And raise the bar on refreshing with Hobby's Ranch Water. I was told that stuff is good, and I just might go sample one a little later. Just might. We'll see. Okay, there's a little wall of voodoo. And red takes it, blue takes it. Priority was blue. So blue takes a good snap. That's Bella Kenworthy getting her first score into the line. And red, Anan, was pretty much in and out.
Yeah, both surfers taking off on that last ride. Bella still on her feet. The local girl working her way to the inside section, staying busy, looking really good on that board today, Bella.
Yeah, probably has the biggest fan base out here because there's like 30 siblings, a truckload of family, and a committed surf family. They're jumping on a plane to Fiji, Indo, tomorrow, somewhere over there, and you got a good life. So second wave for Anan was nothing, a 1.33. Bella, yours is coming in. Red, here we go with Matsuoka.
Ainen up and riding, big snap on her forehand, and another going the fins free as she reverts to this right over here on her backhand. Big hack off the top, throwing buckets of water. Matsuoka from Chiba she was definitely able to milk that wave for all it was worth. So Anon putting another score on the board here. Looks like score's still dropping for that last ride.
Welcome back to the booth. Shannon reporting. Shannon Quirk with like 18 million followers online. And while we have this little break, we'll get the score for you, Bella, in just a minute. Let's throw down to Fuely, who is with Zoe.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, here with the victor of the last heat, Zoe Benedetto. Zoe, really close heat, but you've surfed against Betty a lot.
Yeah, Betty's an amazing person, an amazing competitor, and I know whenever I get in a heat with her that it's going to be a hard heat, and I have to try and surf my best. So the heats are always fun, and I know she's going to push my surfing.
And this is the best result you've had on the West Coast version of the Supergirl Pro, right?
Yes, sir. I did the Supergirl specialty event here 2020 and did all right. And then last year I didn't have the best result here, and Oceanside was always in the back of my mind, just wanting to get a better result there and kind of overcome that. And I did the Jacksonville Supergirl and got a result there, so I just wanted to get one here.
What's happening? What's going on in the water of Florida? Because there's a huge amount of talent coming out of there.
Yeah, back at home, there's so many new girls coming up, young girls coming up, even little guys too. So they're just hungry for it. And growing up in Florida, you kind of have to find the waves, and you might not be surfing the best waves all the time, but it definitely helps your surfing in tougher conditions. And yeah, traveling, you have to do both coasts, East Coast, West Coast, and have results on both ends. So yeah, they want to work a little harder and get their results, and yeah, they're fighting for it.
Yeah, well, you look really hungry. You look in great form. What would it mean to you to put that Supergirl cape around your shoulders?
Oh, it would mean everything. I've always thought of being a Supergirl, and everyone here is more than capable of becoming a Supergirl, so it'd be awesome, and there's so much talent in the water just in these heats alone. So getting a win against such a great field of talent would be awesome. So I'm just excited.
Well, you're looking good. Good luck in the next round, and on to the quarterfinals. Zoe Benedetto.
Thank you.
Well done, Fuley. Nice job, Zoe. Look forward to seeing you in the next round, but we've got a lot more work yet to do here. Hannon, she's got a 5.83 and a 2.67, current heat leader. What do you see, Shannon?
Well, she's pumping down the line on her backhand, throwing buckets of spray. Matsuoka, their Japanese surfer, and another finishing turn. She's just barely held on there, but she's staying super active, a lot of variety, and the judges always want to see you finish strong. So she's holding on to 5.83 and a 2.67. So that last ride for her, the judges are giving her 3.83. So it is going to factor into her top 2 waves. Let's watch the replay here. So you can see she's throwing a lot of water around, and it wasn't a huge wave. So just you can see like the technique of, grinding through that inside section, staying in rhythm with the ocean and able to pump down the line. She was showing off her local board too. She's been surfing loft surfboards and she loves it, and we've been talking a lot about all the incredible shapers down here in the area of San Diego, and even Oceanside right now has a big flurry of shapers. It's become like another hub, San Clemente being really well known for some of the top surf shapers in the world. And now there's also some female shapers out there making boards for the ladies, and you gotta love to see that. I can't wait to see when some of these surfers start shaping their own boards and really understand the dynamics of that and all the intricacies of shaping in general. Just I have so much respect for them, and that relationship with a shaper and a surfer can really be the defining point of especially with conditions like this. That board really makes the difference when you're looking for fractions of a point to make it through to the next round.
Yeah, it's a good one. 4.83, Bella, you got priority. Surfer in blue, Bella, you have a 4.83. You need a 4.84. Annan, surfer in red, you've got several waves ridden your top 2 of 5.83 and a 3.83. Hello, everyone at home, on the web. Shannon, Uncle E, Fuley, and a variety of celebrity announcers are coming in. This is the final day. We are in heat number 6 of the round of 16. 2 more to go. Then we'll get to the round of 8. All girl on girl activity today. So 1-on-1 is the way it's working. For you folks that are on the beach, we're also doing a live webcast. So we kind of have to talk to 2 screens. The live one that you're at, and then the one that's on the intro web. You can find it anywhere you punch in Supergirl Surf Pro. Here we go, Blue. What do you see from Bella?
Local Bella Kenworthy, big hack off the lip, pushing her way to the inside section, pumping down the line, and a little foam climb. Bella is looking for a 4.84. Just had 1 score on the board, so that's going to be her backup probably.
Yep.
Obviously coming from a big surfing family, and father being one of the top top surf photographers in the world. Always helps to grow up with parents that support your surfing, and I love to see that here at Supergirl Pro. I think that's what it really represents, is just opening up space for a career in the sport and really honing in on those skills and just developing your career as a professional. It makes all the difference when you have support. So Celsius, one of our partners, thank you so much for being our presenting sponsor here at Supergirl Pro. And to Blenders Eyewear. I want to thank Blenders for being a partner of the Supergirl Pro and supporting the female surfers and all that they're doing here. It takes so much work to make it to this event, and it's a qualifying series event so that the women can make it potentially the World Tour. And also just Nissan. Thank you, Nissan, for being our partner. The Nissan Frontier here on the beach. You can check that out. Pretty much the best car you could have to get to the surf, throw the boards in the back, and cruise to the next wave. So I got one at home.
Do you?
I do.
You got one, really?
Nissan Frontier. Not that brand new one, but I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I think they're the Z that's on the stage is. I rented one of those a couple years back in San Francisco, and thing's a rocket ship, man. That was my dad's first car, 240Z. He picked it up in Mexico, and now it's the 370, I think. 370Z. Go check them out. Thank you, Nissan, for being here. And it sounds like we got some music going on already on the stage, and that is. Hey, go check it out. Might be sound check right now. Esports Arena opened up at 10 o'clock. Local time, 10:20. Got a wall staring us in the face. Red has priority, but blue, Bella Kenworthy. She's racing towards you folks on the pier. She's got one big opportunity right there. Heaps of water chucked out the back, and she's coming right at us now to see if the energy will reform on the inside. She knows how to work this wave. She spends a lot of time here. You folks on the pier, give Bella Kenworthy, local girl, a little bit of love, would you? There you go. You need a swimsuit. Joel Swimsuits, the official sponsor of the Supergirls Pro at the south side of the pier. Pacifico is stoked to be the official sponsor of the Supergirls Surf Pro. Be sure to stop by the Pacifico tent while you watch the action in the ocean. And again, Spin Doctors play at 5 o'clock tonight. Wristband required. Brave Robot is lactose-free, animal-free, real dairy AK ice cream made better. It's planet-friendly ice cream. That would feel really good on my throat right now.
You gotta do the lemon, honey, ginger mix.
Oh my, okay, yeah. I should probably lay off the scotch too, huh? Scotch. I love scotch. San Diego. Love me some Burgundy. We're trying to have some fun out here. Sunshine's coming out. You need some, we got a sunscreen sponsor, if I'm not mistaken. Who is it?
Sunbum. Get down there. Don't be fooled by this cloud cover. Still mighty strong rays. And in a couple hours, it's probably going to be another hot, beautiful day. So gonna come down and grab some free sunscreen from Sunbum. Thank you for protecting everyone down here at the beach. With priority now, our Japanese surfer, Einen Matsuoka. She is holding priority and the lead with a 5.83 and a 3.83, but scores are still dropping for Bella Kenworthy's last ride, which is a huge hack off the lip and probably going to be her best score of the heat so far. So waiting for scores to drop, see if Bella can turn this heat around.
Ooh, look at that.
She was only looking for a 4.84, and we got some big scores dropping from the judges as they make their decision on that last ride. It was kind of a one big hit, so we'll see what they think about it.
And sometimes all it takes is one big hit. And there you have it, 8.0. Bella, 8.0 with your 4.83 puts you into the lead. The 12.83 combined score. Priority is red. Annan, you have a 5.83, a 3.83. You need a 7.01. 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock.
And we were watching the replay on the webcast, that huge backside turn. She threw the fins completely out of the water. So you can see that the buckets of spray staying on her board at the end there, finishing strong and paddling back out. That was a massive hit, and the judges rewarded her with an excellent score. So Bella Kenworthy, the local girls, turned this heat around. 10 minutes on the clock. Bella holding on first place, but Anon with a priority. Bella taking another wave towards the pier with vertical attack. 12 o'clock. Still on her feet, working her way through the whitewash. And it's a little bit more size. You can see that, I think we have a bit of combo swell, so the southwest coming in right now with a little bit of west-northwest according to Surfline. So thank you for being here, being patient. We are going to see the conditions improving, so a lot to look forward to with a final coming up in the afternoon today. So this is finals day. Heats are stacked. We're in the round of 16, heat 6. Bella getting rewarded for a 5.3. We're going to watch the replay here on the webcast. Backside attack is looking so sharp. She's going 12 o'clock, great technique, and then just pumps down the line looking for a bit more. And she was able to get a little bit a little bit more on that wave, but again, just kind of a one-hit wonder. This wave is really kind of, that's what's on offer right now, you know, so girls are making the most out of it, and the judges have kind of adapted the scale for the given conditions. So Bella's holding on to an 8.0, and that last ride was rewarded a 5.5. So Bella out in the lead now, Ainen needing a 7.68 to take back first place. Currently with priority red, you have priority holding on to a 5.83 and a 3.83.
Next up is going to be Sawyer Lindblad, runner-up from the ECSC last month. Quite a ripper. She's going to go up against Autumn Hayes. That's coming up in just over 8 minutes. That's going to be heat 7 of the round of 16. So much love, so much thanks. On behalf of the United States Marine Corps, thank you for attending the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, powered by Celsius. The Marines are a family that fights together, finding individual purpose and a collective cause, the protection of our nation and the advancement of its ideals. Thank you to the Marines and any members of the military. And Blue, Bella's just finding the zone.
Yeah, local knowledge really pays off here. Oh, beautiful layback, throwing tons of spray, and still on her feet. She's got all the tricks.
Yeah, she's out here with the family early in the morning, and the whole pack gets out there, and they study it, see what's going on, and she gets very good information from dad/coach saying, hey, maybe you should get over towards the pier as the tide and the swell is kind of shifting.
Yeah, so much style in that layback. That was really sick. I love seeing it. And there's, these girls are evolving the sport so fast, and they've been watching, especially down here, watching everyone at Trestles, and just like such a incredible, this aerial game. There's so much evolution. We have a long way to go, and these girls are, in the mix of, Bella amongst like the Katie Simmers and a lot of the girls that have been watching, like, Lakey Peterson and what Caroline Marks are doing, and that above the lip surfing. So really interesting to see the future of women surfing come together, as this platform just is their place to shine and throw down. So Bella holding on to first place position now. The local girl with an 8.0 and a 5.5. Ainen with priority is needing a 7.68. 6 minutes on the clock.
We talked about yesterday the wave pool game. There's Waco, there's Slaters, there's quite a few around the globe. That's helped the air game. It's helped the consistency and the progression of both men and women sport. It's similar to Woodward if you're into skate or BMX, ski or snow. Woodward's got several campuses around the country, and they've got ramps that you go into foam pits. There's also a facility in Park City, Utah, the Utah Olympic Park, for ski, snowboard, and even BMX, and even high diving now, that is pushing the game of those sports to a level that no one ever thought they'd see. And so those similarities for all action sports help push it, progress it, and sports like the events like the X Games help get names and notoriety here. And surfing in the Olympics now, very important, thanks to Duke Onomoku's dream. Here we go, Blue. Bella Kenworthy.
Oh, going for the reverse. She was able to get up and above the lip, but kind of landed in the whitewash there, kind of behind it. So we'll see what the judges thought. But as we were just talking about the progression and evolution of female surfing, watch this one. She does a bottom turn, goes up, and gets the fins completely free, turns it around. And one of the first aerial attempts we've seen in the event so far. Bella Kenworthy showing, she's absolutely cranking this one. She's had such a summer too. She's on the representing USA with the ISA Surfing World Juniors in under 16s. She got a second place. So that was a silver medal for her just in June. And then she had another result pretty awesome at the Jack Surfboards Pro up in Huntington Beach with a 3rd place. So Bella has been on fire, and she's definitely one to watch. So with 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, our Japanese surfer Matsuoka with priority in red, needing still a 7.68. She's holding on to a backup score of a 3.83. So she could throw that away pretty easily, but it's Mother Nature. You know, it's really tricky out here today. With only 3 minutes on the clock, we'll see what pops up for her. She has another opportunity.
Yeah, it looks like, well, Bella, with the local knowledge, like you said, she's got the most waves caught today with 6, or tied with 6, but she's in a pretty handy situation right now. Hey, Locals Only Vodka, the official vodka of the Supergirl Pro. Lindsay Jacobellis will be signing autographs and doing some guest pouring over there, I think at around 1. Just go over there and hang out, look for the spirally blonde hair, the 2-time Olympic gold medalist, handcrafted right here in Oceanside at Pacific Coast Spirits. Thank you, Locals Only Vodka. And again, Celsius. Go get yourself a sample of the Celsius to stay energized. And Hyatt's hottest new beachfront property, Mission Pacific Hotel, is a proud sponsor and official hotel of the Supergirl Surf Pro. I tried to check in there last night, and they kicked me right out. All right, 2:25 on the clock. Bella, you got the lead, 13.50. That's an 8 and a 5.5. Red Surfer, Annan, priority. You need a 7.68. You got a 5.83 and a 3.83. 4-wave total caught.
Yeah, growing up in Chiba, Japan, I mean, what an incredible place to be to watch the first ever Olympic debut for surfing, and to be in that environment. You know, Japan having a lot of support for their Olympic team, and you know, Matsuoka has also been training a little bit with the team, and it sounds like that is definitely a goal to make it to the Olympics. So big dreams for these ladies. Up and riding, our Japanese surfer in red. Big hack off the top. She's gonna try to see if there's any more scoring potential in the whitewash. Yeah. But she's looking for a huge score, a 7.68. So only a minute and 20 seconds on the clock. She's gonna paddle back out, but now Bella holds on to priority, leading this heat, our local San Clemente surfer. 1 minute and 15 seconds, ladies. Bella taking a look here in blue. She's gonna paddle into this right. Oh, no. But she now lost priority, so we'll see. With 1 minute on the clock, we're watching the replay now on the webcast. This was Annan's last wave. She got a little check turn and throwing some spray, but just in the whitewash wasn't much else going on that one. So judges dropping the score now. We'll see if that counts into her top 2.
Under 40 seconds left. Blue, Bella, priority. She's gonna do her best to defend it and utilize it. She gives it away to red. Annan has got a runner with the sunshine on this foam pile right now. She's looking to see what happens right here. She's got something nice to work with. Ooh, that's good. And she's still running down the line towards you folks on the pier. It's a nice way to end things up. Oh, that's pretty darn good. She rides that one out, needing a 7.68. Wow. Talk about timing, huh?
Wow, I think that's a big mistake from Bella with just a minute left.
Time's up. Okay, so we'll take a little break before we count down the next heat, because the judges are going to look at that and figure out if that was greater or equal to a 7.68. For you folks at home on the web, we'll be back in just a minute with Lindblad and Hayes. And here's a peek back at the replay before we go to break. She had everything she needed in that wave, and it is all up to the judges now.
Yeah, this was just in the last 5 seconds of the heat. So she needed a 7.86. We don't know what the score is yet, but that last finishing section, definitely there was enough in this wave to potentially give her the score. So we're going to see what the judges think. But boy, that might have been a huge mistake from Bella.
End of the heat is done. Now we're watching our next heat go. Heat has started, splitting that peak. red is Sawyer Lindblad, Autumn Hayes in the blue, and a nice way to start off with the first 30 seconds of that heat. So we're underway.
And we're waiting for official scores from the last heat.
And we will be back on the web in just a minute. We are still live on the beach to all you folks. Score did not come in high enough for Annan, so Bella Kenworthy took a 13.5 combined wave. Annan was a 10.9. It is Bella Kenworthy moving on to the next round.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Soapy Joe's is more than just a car wash. We're scrappy, we're innovative, and we have the best team on the planet. We set bold targets and push ourselves to hit them. We're not afraid to try new things, and we challenge ourselves to raise the bar in everything we do. But we don't just want to be the best car wash. We want to be the best place to work in San Diego.
Is 70% water and 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us. Copy that. Aim high, Airman.
Moment. And we welcome people from around the world back to Oceanside. We want to thank Nissan, our title sponsor of this event. We got cars on site. Nissan always thrills, always impressive. Shannon has one, she loves it. And if you're into Cerveza, the original IPA, Sierra Nevada, hazy little thing, IPA out of Chico, California. And then there's Samazon, the original acai. It's been around for, well over 15 plus years. Out of the Brazilian rainforest. Acai, incredibly healthy. Good stuff. Thank you for the support and the love. Her name's Shannon, reporting, but her last name is actually Quirk.
But everyone thinks it's reporting, so you can just keep it that way. Give me some privacy.
Shannon reporting out of Hawaii, world traveler, big wave surfer. And let's have a look, Shannon, at what we missed during break.
This was Sawyer Lindblad, San Diego surfer, big a hack off the top, throwing buckets. Sawyer's been really strong, all Supergirl Pro. She often does make it pretty far. So she's still looking for that cape around her neck, but as one of the younger surfers, she has plenty of opportunity. And with 20 minutes on the clock, she's holding on to first place right now with a 5.67, as Autumn Hayes is holding on to a 1.13 and a 0.5. So a little break in the action. We're going to throw it down to the heat interview with our last winner.
Thanks very much, Shannon. Here with Bella Kenworthy. Bella, an 8-point ride. You managed to find at least one really good wave out there.
Yeah, I got pretty lucky. This left just came straight to me, and I was under priority for it, so I was happy that I was a little farther away from the other competitor, and it ended up having a good face.
It's been pretty amazing last year for you. Silver medal at the ISA World Juniors, I think the under 16, ninth at the US Open, and now into the quarterfinals. You've obviously been watching this event, for a long time. I think you've competed at least once before. But what would it mean to you to wrap that cape around you at the end of the day?
I mean, it would mean a lot to be able to wrap that cape around me at the end of the day, but I'm just focused one heat at a time. There's a lot of heats to go.
You're up against Zoe Benedetto in the quarterfinal. I believe you've surfed against her before. How well do you know her surfing, and you want to share any of your tactics at this point?
I'm just trying to focus on my surfing. Zoe's an amazing surfer, so it's going to be a hard one.
And your family's here on the beach supporting you?
Yeah, my whole family's on the beach supporting me, all my siblings.
Well, fantastic. You want to give a shout out to them?
Yeah, I want to shout out my mom and dad for taking me down here every day to practice and then for the comp, and all my siblings for having to sit on the beach for so long.
Awesome. Great supporters, and Bella, good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
And that's what it takes right there. The OG sponsors, mom and dad, before you get a sticker on your board. It's mom and dad that are doing the real work, raising them, getting the boards, paying for the suits, traveling around, and then all of a sudden you get some results and the sponsors start paying attention. Who knows? Bella just might be buying mom and dad a house someday. You never know. What was your first sponsor?
Boy, I guess Icerus. I was really working more on the media side. I was focused on Big Wave Tour and opening up our opportunity for the ladies, since a lot of our contests didn't have women's divisions at the time. But I've been riding Red, Sawyer Lindblad, San Diego girl, looking really strong. She's always a fierce competitor and one to watch here at Supergirl Pro, especially with that home court advantage, pushing her way to the inside, able to get another turn off right before the pier, almost shooting the pier there. Yep. We've seen it before.
Yeah, she was rock solid out in Virginia Beach back in August, a few weeks ago. She took second place, runner-up there. Walked away with a big shoe and some coins and some points for another 3,000 QS. So there is a surf event going on every weekend around the world. It's crazy. If you want to check out what surfing's about, you go to the WSL site. You can go to the ISA, which is the International Surfing Association. Those are basically the two governing bodies. ISA is responsible for the qualifications for the Olympics. The WSL has the World Surf League, which formerly was the ASP, Association of Surfing Professionals, founded in '75 by a couple of longtime legends. And thought we might see Ian and Peter down here. They've probably been floating around. But sport's been going on a long time, and you're witnessing something that's been here 14 years. This event's been going on 16 years. It started in Pacific Beach. It went to Huntington Beach in '08, and since '09, it's been here, and we're grateful to have Oceanside support it. We thank all the military, all the emergency staff, the mayor, all the officials, and we thank you for being here. Man, did you walk around yesterday? Do you see all the people that were here?
So much action. Jeez. I mean, you can look in any direction and there was some fun activity to do. Not only do we have the surf contest, but behind us we have 15 live performances from musical acts from all over the world. Some reggae, some punk rock, some rock and roll. We got it all. We have I've noticed a lot of 90s bands. It's like, yeah, the parents, like we were saying, a lot of the parents know who they are, and then the kids are like, what? Then they want to watch Hello Sisters, and the girls, we have a lot of younger female musical artists as well, so that's super cool to see.
There was female comedians yesterday also. Hey, we have to give you an update here, sorry. Sawyer Lindblad, 7.83 and a 6.5, two top-notch scores. You're in the lead. Autumn Hayes in the blue. You've got some work to do. You got priority. You got a 1.13 and a 0.50. We'll see if the ocean produces something positive for you.
Yeah, so Autumn with priority now. She's from Santa Cruz, California, up north. She had a 5th place at the Slow Open at Pismo Beach and another good result at the Jax Surf Pro with a 5th, also a 9th in Barbados. So she's been busy on the QS. You can see on the webcast the beach is packed today, and we're just early in the morning here. So 10:45 local time. As the sun creeps out, the beach gets packed. It's Sunday. This place is going to be, it's just a huge festival environment. So as we said, there's booths down there. We got Sunbum, some free sunscreen, tons of our partners with some product and samples, and you got to make your way through. We even had Zumba classes, yoga classes. The Moore Foundation took over. Moore Aloha took over the north side of the pier yesterday, and Carissa Moore went surfing with a bunch of the little girls and even the little hula class.
Was it yesterday or was it Friday?
Oh man, this whole weekend is just blurring together now.
Yeah, well, today is Sunday, right?
Today's Sunday.
Today is definitely a day that ends in Y. That's it today. Kurt Steinmetz is going out into the water. He's got a super cool camera that captures all these great images. He's all decked out. He's a little southbound of us right now, but Kurt Steinmetz is, one of our legendary water photographers, and we thank We Productions. We got Dave Nash, we got Colin, Jeff Greenwood's running the show. Our tour manager for WSL, Brian Robbins, thanks for the love. Andrew Nichols is the media manager, so all the pictures that come in, they throw them onto the web, on the WSL site and to social media, and our computer operator, Dylan O'Donnell, making things come together. So a lot of back-end work here. Our judges, well, we have this opportunity. By the way, 12:45 on the clock. We are about halfway done with this heat, 25-minute heats today. Our judges, head judge Bill Seitz. Our scoring judges, they kind of alternate here and there. Liz Hauser, Ben Lowe, Meredith Crockett, Gordon Lawson, Tim Milliken, Mike McCabe, Pat Drum. Can't read the writing. And Dave Forge from Virginia and Rogerio Paz from Brazil, with living in Oceanside. They're sitting right next to us, and they're doing a lot of work. It's getting sunny, Shannon.
Yeah, I love it. San Diego all summer has been just absolutely gorgeous and a lot warmer than normal. The water's even, we saw yesterday a lot of the girls in spring suits, and you can probably, wear a bikini if you really want to. So,
I can?
You can do whatever you want, LTE.
What are you doing wearing a jacket?
I know, but I came from Oahu. So
okay, she's wearing a puffy. You want to, well, these two scrap around. You don't know the history of the puffy?
Sure.
You know where the puffy came from? So a guy named Klaus Obermeyer, he was a ski instructor. He's still alive at 102, right? Still skiing at 102. He would take his blanket off his bed as he was instructing people, and he'd throw it around ladies on a single chairlift. And if the blanket was there, it would keep you warm on the chairlift. He said, "Hey, Mom, can you sew this thing together to make it into a jacket?" And they got 10 different down comforters, sewed it together to make it into a jacket to make it insulated. That was back in the 40s. That's how the puffy came about. Now you know.
If you don't know, now you know.
Yeah. I know you're all just really curious about that, so there.
Random knowledge you'll learn on a webcast with 10 minutes and 40 seconds. We're getting back to the surfing. Red, Sawyer Lindblad, local girl at the 7.83 and a 6.5. Blue, you have priority. Autumn Hayes, you only have a 1.13. You're looking for a backup score. Needing a 14.33, so bit of a combination situation here with Sawyer Lindblad.
Easy to say.
Yeah, sitting well ahead, and looks like Autumn's going to take a look at this one. With priority going towards the pier on her backhand, the Santa Cruz surfer is able to get a bit of a turn on that one. Just kind of closes out on her. Unfortunately, not much face to work with. Autumn is looking for a big score. Sawyer's had quite the year. I mean, she's not only doing the challenging series events, but she got first at the Jax Pro and has a bunch of other QS results. Meanwhile, on the webcast, let's watch this replay of Autumn Hayes. She's putting up a fight against Sawyer Lindblad, but hasn't had too many rides. So that last ride we watched on the webcast was a 1.77. So still comboed. Sawyer Lindblad now with priority in red after taking that Jack's Surfboards Pro win. She's pretty much made the podium at all the QSs she's surfing in.
Wow.
So Barbados Surf Pro, she had a second with Chelsea Tuwach just taking that the win away from her. And then the Morro Bay contest, the slow open, she got third. Sage Erickson, our Supergirl, winning that one. And the Pismo Beach contest, another second place. And it seems like her and Alyssa Spencer have a bunch of finals this year. Advanced Pro, even Outer Banks. Alyssa won 3 of the QSs where Sawyer Lindblad came up in the final and got second. So just barely winning those. Sawyer's definitely that one to watch, and it looks like she's getting the points she needs to potentially make her way to the top of the qualifying series with dreams of making the World Tour circuit. So watch out for this girl.
Are they taking the top 6 QS now? Is it? I lost track of the qualifying because there's 17, right?
So yeah, things have been changing a lot.
Yeah.
We have with the mid-season cut now. It's been just harder and harder to maintain your spot on the World Tour. So it kind of opens up doors for the ladies that are in the top of the QS to potentially make their way and make that, you know, the top platform for the World Surf League on the the championship tour. So it's interesting. You know, I think it's not a lot of job security for the competitors that are
well
on the
put.
circuit. You know, a bit of controversy there with Stephanie Gilmore pretty much at Trestle saying that she felt like Carissa Moore was really the champion, yet, you know, Steph, the greatest of greats with being the GOAT of women's surfing, 8 world championship titles, and that pretty much solidifies her as the best competitive female surfer in the world.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of changes going on in the last couple years, and the qualifying series here, always a great opportunity for all the girls to get together and compete against some of their heroes. And I think that's the most important part, is just getting that experience. I mean, when do you get the lineup here to yourself with just you and one other girl?
Yeah, right.
Never. So it's always fun just to be in a contest for that reason, to have the conditions. As they improve, hopefully just be able to surf with you and one other friend.
Yeah, it's a rarity, and our playing field is defined by the big giant sugar cubes out there, we'll call them, the big white buoys. So from the far left south to the pier, and you can even go through the pier if you'd like. That's the defined field. You see one other bobbing head out there. To the left, that is Kurt getting the shot. He's really good at finding where to sit and capture the shot. To see some of the water shots is really neat. Also, if you're on the beach and you got some time, cruise up on the pier if you haven't been up there and watch how the waves come in and check it out from that direction. You got a camera, take a picture, and it's a different dimension than checking it out from here. A few folks online that are watching, maybe on YouTube, like a guy named Rob Pratel that I went to college with. We send you shout-outs because we're allowed to do that. And we've got 5 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. Sawyer Lindblad, red, priority, 783, 6.5. You're presently in the lead. Autumn Hayes is just not getting the production that was waiting for from Mother Nature right now. But we've seen things change throughout. You need a combo situation to help you.
I mean, I would say that growing up in Santa Cruz, you're accustomed to these like really perfect right-hand point breaks all around you. So it's tricky to come to Oceanside and see, a sandbar like this where maybe she needs to take off on some waves that normally she would hold back on, because right now she needs a score, and she's going to do her best on her right, on her forehand, taking this right down the line. Autumn Hayes from Santa Cruz up and at it. big slashing turn, bottom turn, and back up to the lip, throwing buckets. And a third finishing maneuver. Nice job for Autumn Hayes. That's going to be the best ride of her repertoire for this heat so far. 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, she needed that. Now she's going to kick and paddle, knowing that that's definitely going to help the score line. So she'll come out of a combo situation here. Probably a good range score. Good goes 4 to 6. Great goes 7 to 8, and 9 to 10 is the excellent range. We've only had 1 9 in the competition so far, and that was yesterday. But we could see it later today, and we got the finals coming up right around 2-ish. Longboard finals north of the pier. We'll end up a little bit before that. Maybe we'll get the longboard champion up here for an interview.
Yeah, that's the first ever we've had an official longboard contest, and women like Honolulu Bloomfield are down here. You have Jen Smith. You know, these are women that have won world titles in longboarding, and there's so many of them down here in Oceanside, actually on the north side of the pier. So if you want to check that out, go over and watch these ladies. Soleil Erico from Malibu also up there. Francesca Seeley of Frank Seeley. Amazing nose rider. I love watching her.
Score in, Autumn Hayes, 5.33. You are in second place still. You need a 9.0 with 3:15 left. Priority, red. Sawyer Lindblad. Priority, again, Autumn Hayes. That was a 5.33. And you need a 9.0 to advance. It's a sizable score, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, she made the most out of the wave. 3-turn combo. And there were some judges dropping, you know, 6s. So in the end, it averaged out at a 5.33. So it's still leaving her in a tricky situation because her backup score is only a 1.77. So Autumn Hayes needing a 9.0 to advance. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Priority still with red. Sawyer Lindblad holding on to a 7.83 and a 6.5. Well ahead. We'll see if she can hold on to her spot in the Supergirl Pro. This is an elimination, so only one girl out of the 2 will be making it through with potential to put that cape around their neck. Autumn Hayes, Santa Cruz surfer, up and at it on her forehand. Beautiful hack, throwing buckets. It's a bit of a smaller ride, so we'll see if she gets a little more opportunity with the reform on the inside section. It looks like she will. Pumping and bottom turn, oh, just not enough, but out the back.
Sawyer just putting some meat, chopping some meat off that bone right there. She just got one and done and out. She goes. Other surfer in red. Watch your status. Other surfer in red. Luana Silva. Please watch your location. Thank you. So next heat's Luana Silva in red. Sage Erickson, 2-time Supergirl in blue. That's coming up. It's going to be the final heat of the round of 16. We got a minute 30 left. Autumn Hayes, last score, 3.0. Did not do much for you. You still need a 9.0 to advance. 1:20 on the clock.
Yeah, Autumn gave it her all in that last one. It just wasn't the power she needed on that wave. You know, she was looking for a 9.0. Really tricky to find out here. And if she just had more time, she'd probably be able to put a better backup score together and have a bit of more of a case for herself. But now she's holding on to a 5.33 and a 3.0. Autumn, you still need a 9.0 in order to advance. Sawyer Lindblad with priority. 50 seconds on the clock. And as the clock counts down, priority still with Sawyer, probably going to play a little bit of defensive action as she watches the waves coming in. I mean, you never know at 30 seconds. Something could pop up on the inside.
Yeah.
And surprise you.
"20 seconds. Blue Autumn Hayes is going to do anything and everything she can and not let that one catch herself. And we're down to 10 seconds. Autumn Hayes in second, Sawyer Lindblad in the lead. We're down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Sawyer Lindblad inching closer to another final. Going on to the round of 8, where she will face yet to be decided. We'll be back in just a minute for the webcast. We'll be back in just a minute with Alyssa Spencer. With Luana Silva and Sage Erickson. 3, 2, 1, we're live, and on the webcast, we'll be back shortly.
These waves are going to be 10 to 15 feet tall. Crash.
Hey, little babe, don't you cry. We got that sunny morning wind.
There are those that see the storm, and those that see the perfect wave.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
I'm inspired by this new generation of young girl surfers who are pushing the limits and inspiring me to get better every day. Live water wellness to me means staying hydrated and prioritizing my health so I can do the things I love.
And this place totally dialed. It'll be tricky.
And welcome back. Thank you to the Air Force Reserve for being a major sponsor of the Supergirl Pro, Nissan Supergirl Pro here at Oceanside, California. Here on a stunning day, and Remedy, established way back in 2012. And if you're down here on the beach, make sure you get down to all of our booths, as well as Mission Pacific Hotel, the official partner of the Supergirl Surf Pro. And they're just opposite here on the pier, and a fantastic place to be here at the end of summer in Southern California. I'm Mark Fuel, joining me, Shannon Quirk. Shannon, incredible action today, and this heat in the water, which is the final heat of the round of 16, has already got underway.
Yeah, it's sad that we have to say goodbye to one of these girls. I love both of them. Watching them surf has been so inspiring. Sage definitely be a dominant force at a lot of these breaks around California, and we've watched her through so many Supergirl events. Just such a poised athlete, like just really well-rounded in general. She stays super fit, and we're watching the replay here of Luana Silva's first wave on her backhand. She was able to surf this one all the way to the pier. Beautiful backhand attack, wrapping around, throwing tons of spray. So that's Luana's 3.83.
And up and riding right now, this is Sage Erickson, and getting the board vertical, and the foam getting the better of her there. So priority will switch to Luana Silva, but both of these surfers have a lot of competitive experience. Of course, Sage Erickson, multiple times on the world tour. But as we wait for the waves to come in here in the lineup, let's go down to Uncle E and the winner of the last heat.
It's the truth. Here we are. Her name is Sawyer Lindblad. She's having a season right now. If I'm any historian about surfing. I think you got a future in this sport. I think you do. Yeah.
Thank you.
How'd it go out there? What was the conditions like?
Yeah, it was really slow. I was really happy to get all my waves at the beginning of the heat, and then kind of just waited to better my score. And yeah, I'm really happy I made it through.
Yeah. Is this? You're a San Clemente girl. Is this anything like the north side of the pier?
Not really.
No?
It's more similar to T Street, I think.
Okay.
The San Clemente Pier is really walled.
Yeah.
And doesn't have the inside section like it does here.
Got it. Good success out there at the 60th annual ECSC. You battled it out. You might be in the finals again up against you know who, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, just who knows? You got some work still to do. What have you? What are you doing to train these days? What's your main training regime?
I just surf a lot and then work out. Yeah.
Excellent. What's your favorite food?
I like Italian food.
Favorite music?
Country.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. There's only two types of music: heavy and metal, country and western. How about your favorite event that you've had this season? What was your not top result, but favorite event you've been to?
It's a hard one. I like all the contests that I've been to. I like the Jax Pro because I won it.
Yeah, exactly, right. How about school? Are you homeschooling?
Yeah, I'm homeschooled.
Yeah, you kind of have to do that, right?
Yeah.
You getting your passport full, stamping it up?
Yeah.
Yep. Anything you want to say to mom and dad and family?
Yeah, thanks for watching and thanks for coming down.
Awesome. Will you do me a favor? I'm going to hold the microphone. Will you sign my arm? There you go. That's it. I'm never watching this arm again. There we go. Sawyer Lindblad on her way to the round of 8. Anything else you want to say?
Thanks for watching.
All right, go get some food. You got another heat coming up. Good luck. Back to you guys. Cheerio.
Thank you very much, Uncle E. Always entertaining. And Sawyer Lindblad, what a talent and what a year she is having.
Yeah, I guess that as you're getting more famous, you have to sign all sorts of weird things, like Uncle E's arm.
So we're 18 minutes and 25 seconds remaining in this heat. Luana Silva has priority and she has the lead with a 3.83. Sage Eriksson just a 1.07. Was really a drop and then a foam climb and not able to ride out of it. So just the start of the heat for her. But what incredible history that she has with the Supergirl Pro, 2-time champion, but Luana Silva up and riding.
Yeah, that one's not going to give much opportunity just to close out. So she's in and out of there. Luana Silva, hailing from the Sunset Beach. She's grew up in, that area on the North Shore where you have pretty much between Velzyland, Rocky Point, Sunset, you got it all. You have every size, and she's out there all at every condition. So it's been a pleasure to watch her grow up. And, she even qualified for the World Tour this year. And unfortunately, that mid-season cut being pretty brutal for a lot of the Hawaiian competitors. So, but Lulu has been, traveling around with Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, another one of our competitors here at Supergirl Pro and one of the fiercest. So both of them together, it's just, there's so much talent between those two.
And you mentioned Sunset, and it was at Sunset the first year being on the World Tour for Luana this year, and she was 5th there. In fact, she knocked out the now 8-time world champion, as well as Tatiana Weston Webb. That was her best result on the World Tour this season, but then 9ths at Pipe, Portugal, Bells and Margaret. So she had an incredibly strong season, but it's only the final 5 that make the cut to go into the championship competition, which was at Trestles just a little over a week ago.
Yeah, I think someone like Luana, it could almost be harder to surf these kind of like more crumbly waves because she's used to really powerful reef breaks where, the thing's thrown and it's, double, triple overhead sometimes where it's just a completely different type of surfing, different boards. So a lot of the competitors, once they hit the qualifying series, have to get used to, finding maybe a different quiver, boards with local shapers, and you got to kind of think outside the box of your competitive strategy because obviously out in the lineup, Sunset's going to be a little different. See the fans on the beach there on the webcast. There's tons of people down here and kids from, all ages. It's a free family affair, and that includes the concert series. There's no charge and a ton of samples and cool things to do on the beach. So get busy down there in between heats. There's so much action, and you can also watch the longboarding on the north side of the pier taking place right now.
Yeah, I took a little break down there a moment ago and wandered through, and there's so much to see down in the festival area. You can go to the TCL booth and sign up there. You can win a beautiful 75-inch TV worth about $3,000. I went over to Sunbum, made sure I got some sunscreen on, and Kylie Pulcini was there talking to some fans. She actually said the water temperatures dropped a fair bit today, so she was back there in a wetsuit. The longboard competition happened. I stopped by the boarding for breast cancer booth. They've got a lot of activity there. Some incredible artists and artisans are down there. The Pura Vida booth was packed, and of course you can go and go to the Nissan tent, and they've got a whole range of incredible things there, including Supergirl Pro capes. Not the real one, but still it looks like the real one, and so there was a line out the door with all these young kids looking for their own Supergirl cape. So it's a great atmosphere down here, and this event just has such a good vibe about it.
Totally. It's all about empowering women, and that's really the beauty, and I think why a lot of the Supergirls come back every year. It's watching those little girls and potentially the future of the sport. You want them to be inspired. You want them to think there's actually a place for them in the ocean and a place for them in competitive surfing if that is the path they indeed want to take. So I think every year it's getting a little bit easier as a female surfer to not be so questioned, and we all deal with our struggles. I think overcoming those, it really makes us who we are today. So taking a look at this wave coming in, it looks like both our surfers taking a look. Red, Luana Silva up and riding, the Hawaiian on her backhand, and boom, off the top, just coming unclean, falling on that wave. So again, Luana coming from the North Shore, representing for Brazil with Brazilian parents, is taking, she's doing her best at that, but just came unstuck. So let's see what happened in the replay here. So she comes up to the top and was able to get vertical, but it looks like the wave just closed out right on top of her. So that's not going to be a great score for Luana. She's only holding on to, let's see, now there's a .93 backup score. Sage Erickson with priority in blue, needing a 3.7 to advance. She only has a 1-point ride on the board right now. Sage Erickson is a 2-time Supergirl Pro champion, just from up the road in Ojai, California. Grew up surfing these waves and really put in her all here at Supergirl Pro. She made the podium so many times, and she wore the cape around her neck twice, and was, since from the beginning of my days at Supergirl Pro, I think one of the first events I worked here, she won, and it was just so beautiful to see all the little girls cheering her on the beach, and it meant so much to me as a female working the surf industry, knowing that there was an audience for female content. I think that woke me up and had opened my eyes to who I was writing for, who I was taking pictures for, because I think it's really important to encourage other females to surf. Up and riding, Sage Erickson coming unstuck there, had a nice attempt, but that middle section of the wave right now is just, it's really it's really hard to surf. It's like, a lot of closeouts. You got to be super selective. But Luana, huge hack, found the section for the powerful punch there, throwing buckets and still pushing her way to the inside. A bit of the oceanside hop. Nice finishing maneuver. And she's going to finish strong. Luana holding first place position above Sage Erickson at the moment.
Well, it was the timing of Luana Silva there on that first big turn that you could see the fan of spray that came off that turn. And that's where the biggest scores we've seen have come from. But you mentioned, let's take a look here. Talk us through this, Shannon.
So she makes the drop and is eyeing that section. Nice bottom turn, beautiful attack. And she was really able to push that back foot and throw tons of water around. So the judges love to see that. The more water spraying is kind of showing how much power you're putting into that turn. And she gets low to make that finishing maneuver on the inside section. And the judges have been rewarding that today. They want to see you finish strong, and if you're making the inside section, that means that you've had at least some flow through the wave and are able to maintain speed in order to finish strong. So that's been setting the competitors apart. But for sure, with one huge maneuver today that potentially can give you a big score.
And it is a big score. It's a 6.6 for Luana Silva. Priority is with Sage Eriksson, but now she needs a 9.36 because her first two waves are really just a 1.07 and a 0.6. So she needs 9.36 to advance, but she does have priority. There's a little over 10 minutes remaining here in this heat, and you talked about the inspiration of Sage Eriksson before, and she might hate us for this, but she is now the veteran in this field. At 31, she's the veteran, but she's been coming here for a decade, more than a decade. And the one thing about Sage, that it's not just her surfing, but she's always got this smile, and she's got so much time for the fans. She always seems to be having fun with it as well.
For sure. And yeah, as you can see, all the fans on the beach, I think she sees the big picture of the reason why it's so important to be a representative and a mentor to the girls. Up in riding, Sage Eriksson, again, a big hack, but just coming unstuck. It looks, I don't know if it's just the wax or the nerves, but right now, like, she's trying to find something, and she really just needs to ride out clean.
Yeah, that was going for a big turn, and these waves here are interesting. Like through that deep section where you've got to hop through, there's not a lot of power. But when these waves first break, particularly the bigger ones, there's quite an explosion that happens underneath the water. For those that don't know surfing, that when these waves break, it's almost like a lot of oxygen is pushed down underneath the water, and it kind of can create this almost like a suction that can pull your board underneath or explode upwards. And that's what seemed to have happened there with Sage Eriksson. It was that bounce of foam that took her down. Came very, very close. She did get a 1.27, so now needing a 9.16 to advance through. Luana in red, though, has priority, 8.5 minutes remaining in this one. And this matters a lot for both these competitors. Luana on the World Tour this year, and Sage has been on the World Tour multiple times, including last year. And she's had a pretty good run this year as well. 9th at the US Open. She won the slow event up there at Pismo Beach, I think, earlier in the year. So she's had a win already underneath her belt. 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes. Luana, her low score is a 3.83. And Sage needing 9.16. We've only seen one 9-point ride the entire contest so far, and that was Sawyer Lindblad yesterday.
You know, and that's why I love Supergirl Pro so much, is you see the girls like Sage, who have had a ton of experience on the World Tour and all around the competitive scene on the qualifying series, and coming up against someone like Luana, who I don't know if I've seen her at Supergirl Pro before, but I definitely have surfed with her a ton of times, and she's always the most incredible surfer in the lineup, man or woman. It's, you know, people really just like stop with their jaws open and watch her. It's incredible. I mean, she has these powerful hacks. She can do, you know, huge bottom turn at sunset and just absolutely rip that inside bowl to pieces. And watching her power, and just like she comes out always just smiling, and you know, I've seen her take some bad wipeouts too, and she just like pops up and she's so giggly and like she's just having fun, you know. So to have fun and be comfortable in massive scary conditions, like she's dangerous at a wave like this.
It is amazing. Up and riding now though, Sage Eriksson looking for a score over a 1, and the waves not really giving her a lot to work with so far. 6 minutes and 40 seconds, and now priority switches to Luana Silva. And both these women known for being able to handle some pretty solid waves. Sage also, it probably helps when you're sponsored by Kelly Slater's brand Outer Known, but she is amazing at his wave pool also.
For sure, and that's really evolved the sport, I think, especially on the female side, when you look at like aerial game and how to hit a ramp over and over again. You know, something like a skate park or snowboard park would do for you is being able to progress the surfing and like really narrow in that finesse and technique, because surfing, you know, free surf like this, it's so tricky to throw an air down when you're like just trying to read the wave and the section, and certain spots with, you know, depending on the winds can be better for that kind of thing. So here comes the wave pool, and all of a sudden you have an opportunity to practice the same thing over and over again, nail the trick, don't worry so much if you fall. And it's not just Kelly's wave pool. There's, the Texas wave pool. There's so many popping up all over the globe now that it's changing the sport pretty quickly.
We need to call an event at one of those and sneak out a little bit. Waco is another great one. You mentioned Texas, Waco, where we saw some incredible surfing. Bella, who made it through earlier today, she's been at that a number of times, and it is that repetition that you mentioned. In other sports, they've had that freestyle skiing or snowboarding. They've either had trampoline or they've had sometimes into lakes, and so that repetition. But surfing's never had it. We've never been able to recreate it, and now technology is bringing that in. And you're right, they're all around the world. There's a couple that are being built out in Palm Springs right now.
Yeah, I mean, Erin Brooks being pretty much the one of the girls that we're all looking at, just doing incredible acrobatics in the water. It's pretty crazy. So both of these girls in the water now taking a look, but not much on offer. A bit out the back. You have 4 minutes and 20 seconds, ladies. Luana with priority in red, holding a 6.6 and a 3.83. Sage, you are needing a 9.16 to advance. You're holding a 1.27 and a 1.07.
Really tricky shifting conditions. Luana Silva has priority. Taking a look at this, using her priority to keep Sage off that wave.
Yeah, now she's going to lose it though. So 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Sage is pretty dialed in all these waves in SoCal. She's had, as we mentioned, she's won Supergirl Pro twice. She usually makes the podium if she doesn't take the cape. So she's definitely one to beat. And maybe Luana's, pushed her game up and is kind of aware of that and knowing, okay, local girl, she's won Supergirl Pro twice. She knows what she's doing and just pushing the level of Luana's surfing. I think what you're seeing too is she hasn't been as selective as Sage. Like she's kind of, seems like she's been a little bit more busy, but just her wave selection has been on point. So Luana definitely feeling the ocean right now today.
And 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Not a lot of time left. The wind is starting to come up. If you're looking out there, you may notice a bit more chop on the face, and both surfers taking off. And on the left, it's Sage Erickson. On the right, it's Luana Silva. Big turn for Sage Erickson. She rides out, and a big turn also for Luana Silva on her forehand, who gets a combination of turns and in quick succession. Sage Erickson, maybe the wave face a little bit bigger, maybe the drop down a little more critical, but Luana Silva with that combination, that was a fantastic exchange.
For sure. That's what we wanted to see from Sage. Riding out clean, riding strong, and she likes it. She's going to paddle back out there with 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. We're going to watch the replay now on the webcast. This is Luana Silva's last ride on her forehand. Little hack on that one. She's holding on to a couple big scorers, so it looks like this is probably going to be a throwaway. She has a 6.60 and a 3.83. Sage Erickson answering back, actually splitting the peak on that one. Big backhand attack, and she holds on strong and pumps her way to the inside. So that was really what wasn't happening on her previous rides. She would find a section, go for it, and then just come unstuck. So that one was not the case. Beautiful backhand surfing. She was able to get it up into the lip, hold on tight, and ride out. So judges dropping his big score right now, 6.5. Sage Erickson, you just scored a 6.5. You're holding on to another 1.27 as your backup score. You need a 4.54 to advance. 1 minute, 30 seconds on the clock.
And the last wave for Luana Silva was a 4.43, so that is her second best score. Red has priority. So Sage looking in 1 minute and 20 seconds to get a 4.54 under priority. And it looks like Luana Silva is going to stick to her like glue.
Yeah, priority with Luana. She's 1 minute on the clock. She just wants to make sure that Sage doesn't get an opportunity, because she can definitely pull off a 4.54 on any given wave. So it's really just Mother Nature right now. It seems like that last flurry of waves was kind of all she wrote. So 50 seconds on the clock. Luana Silva hailing from the North Shore of Oahu with priority in red. She's a 6.60 and a 4.43. This would be a huge upset if Luana does indeed take this heat. Sage Erickson, a 2-time Supergirl Pro champ and has made the podium so many times here, local girl, and has all the local knowledge and the boards just dialed in for this spot. Unfortunately, just came unstuck on a few of her attempts at big maneuvers. So she is holding on to a 6.5, but there's only 15 seconds on the clock. We're counting this one down. And 5, 4, 3, 2.
And what a fantastic heat there. Luana Silva, Sage Erickson, 2 World Tour competitors going head-to-head. But it is Luana Silva who moves through into the quarterfinals, and she will come up against Sawyer Lindblad. We'll take a short break and be back with more action from the Supergirl Pro in Oceanside, California.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, give me up with my homies, and we do it all again.
I'm Ashley Kidd, and this is my life in forward motion. To me, style is when you've done the hard work to make it look effortless. So get after it. The future is bright, and you're gonna need your blenders.
Here at Grocery Outlet, we want to help you find name brand bargains for your family. To do that, you need to be able to buy more groceries for less money. The problem is, prices keep going up, which means less bang for your buck. At Grocery Outlet, we believe you should be able to buy the name brand products you love at prices you can afford.
Wow.
Shop us first and get the name brand products your family loves for less.
Grocery Outlet Bargain Market.
Out, and we are back. You're looking at some autograph signing going on. Luana Silva, the Hawaiian, taking down 2-time champion Sage Erickson, and you're looking at some live shots of Supergirl capes being signed. Luana looking for her very first Supergirl cape. Some impressive surfing out there. We want to thank Nissan for their support. The vehicles are littered all over the beach, littered in a good way, and they've got them properly placed for some good camera shots. Go check them out, talk to their booth. They got a great one going on. And I know Mark Fuley loves bikinis. At Jolin, they got a booth here, and those things, from what the ladies tell me, they don't fall off. And that's a good thing when you're getting shacked and getting beaten down. Locals Only Vodka, I can tell you this, it's small batch, it's local, and we have Lindsay Jacob Bellis doing signings there and pouring drinks at 2 o'clock. Let me double check my notes.
Yeah, it's not often you get an Olympic gold medalist to pour you a drink. So
yeah, 2-time Olympic gold medalist. And she said to me, Locals Only Vodka, 2 to 3 o'clock today. So that's going to be right towards the end of the heat, and then we'll maybe get her on stage to help present some medals. 11 a.m. to 12 o'clock, the TCL booth. So she's there right now signing autographs. And let's talk surfing, Fuley.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the quarterfinals, and we are down to the final 8 surfers. And Alyssa Spencer is in the red, 19 years of age, and Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica, 22 years of age, is in the blue. Both of them very experienced competitors, have surfed all around the world. Both have represented countries as a junior. I'm pretty sure Alyssa has represented at a number of ISA Worlds. Leilani certainly has. I think the first time saw her maybe 11 years of age at an ISA World Juniors. So she's grown up, inspired by her brother, Nomar McGonigal, another great surfer. And you can see the scene on the beach here, and that is going to be the winner of the last heat in the water, which was Luana Silva, who took out the two-time Supergirl champion, Sage Eriksson. So plenty of experience in the water. Alyssa Spencer from Encinitas, just down the road here. Oceanside, Carlsbad, and then Encinitas, a beautiful part of the world. And she's had 9 WSL event wins, including back-to-back wins at Virginia Beach and Outer Banks this year. So she is on fire. Chris, you've mentioned before that she's also won the East Coast version of the Supergirl Pro. We don't believe anybody has ever won both East and West.
Nope, they have not. She would be the only one that is capable of doing it since the Jacksonville Beach event was new last year. So Alyssa has that opportunity, and she's in a poised position. But as we've seen here, just like in the last heat with Sage, it's sometimes you're just not the right place at the right time, you know. Coco Ho's won this 3 times, and Sage has won it twice. Is that correct?
We've got to check on the 3 times for Coco. I think that is right. They battle backwards and forwards a lot, but there's been 16 winners altogether.
Yeah. I know that Malia Manuel took third, took second like 3 times, if not 4, then she finally won. So a lot of names have come through here, and we've seen it pop up. I don't have all my... I'm living out of a storage facility now, and I couldn't find my notebook. And I'm a little ill-prepared. I'm sorry.
You know that there's a digital world these days, Chris?
I know, and I was doing the research. I had to drive down here. I did the best I could. I've been more prepared in my life, I'll be honest, you know.
Well, you've had a pretty busy season too. Olympic Games.
Yes. Yeah, in Beijing, all you had was the venue. Yeah. And then you had your hotel room. You couldn't do anything else. So I spent 18 hours in my hotel room doing research, and it was great. And now we have an opportunity to go down to the beach and get out of our own way. Luana Silva, the Hawaiian, is with Shannon.
That's right. Lulu, you said you were nervous out there. How did you beat Sage Eriksson, a 2-time champ?
I knew Sage was going to be a super tough and really good competitor, and I tried to find the best waves, but our heat ended up being kind of slow, and Mother Nature never really provided a lot. So I'm happy I got that 6, I think, and just kind of backed it up. But hopefully my next heat, there will be some more waves.
Well, 18 years young, you've had so much experience this year, you know, going on the World Tour circuit. How has that helped you today?
Yeah, I'm super grateful that I had that experience this year, and it was a tough loss not making the cut, but I've gained so much experience and knowledge from being there, and I just really want to go back. Yeah.
Well, you're hungry here at Supergirl Pro. This, now into the quarterfinals. What are you anticipating?
I just want to get 2 good waves and try and show my best surfing out there. I know I have a lot more to give, and yeah, I'm just excited for the next one.
Awesome. Anyone back home watching on the North Shore that you'd like to thank?
My mom and my brother. They've always been watching this whole week, so hi guys.
Lulu, moving on to the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shannon, and love that smile.
Yep.
It certainly hides a fierce and brutal competitor out there in the water.
Lulu.
And fantastic performance there. Right now, with 22 minutes remaining in this heat, Alyssa Spencer and Leilani McGonigal, no priority because nobody has caught a wave as yet. And so we're not quite...
Are we doing a reset?
Well, we haven't seen that yet. We'll have to consult the officials on that, but it's not going to happen because Alyssa Spencer's going to take this one on her backhand. Right-hander. this board really tends to throw a lot of spray. 2 nice turns, now working onto the inside. Beautiful rebound off the foam here. And she has got a lot of speed. This surfboard, red surfboard, seems to be her trademark. I think pretty much the last few years we've seen her in action, this red board. But we're going to have to check out if it's an epoxy, but she generates a huge amount of speed. And a couple of good turns there, clean. But now a Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica, and that'll be an in and out. So she will maintain priority, being furthest out the back as Alyssa Spencer moves out. But Alyssa Spencer, a 5.33 on her opening ride, and Leilani McGonigal a 1.
A 1. That's just 9 points away from a 10. Or move the decimal over one place. Visit the TCL tent in Festival Village. If you're cruising around, for your chance to win a 65-inch TCL TV custom painted thread surfboard by Tia Blanco. And right now, Olympic gold medalist Lindsay Jacobellis is signing autographs there right now for the next 25 minutes. Go see Lindsay, check her out. She's a Paul Mitchell athlete for years and just won double gold over in Beijing in the sport of snowboard crossing. She's done a ton of celebrity events here as well. So an opportunity to see one of the all-time greats of snow. Actually, she is the greatest snowboard cross athlete of all time.
Now I understand why she's got such great hair.
But yeah, Paul Mitchell was all over that early.
Yeah, yeah, incredibly inspiring athlete. Also, she's been the backbone of the Supergirl Pro of Snow as well.
Correct. She helped build that event at Big Bear, and it's going to be going out to Colorado next year. So totally immersed in the sport, and she's probably going to make another Olympic appearance. Speaking of Olympics, congratulations to Carissa Moore, Olympic gold medalist from the inaugural surfing Olympics. And now we talk about surfing. What do you see in the red, Fuely?
Alyssa Spencer, huge turn. Commitment.
McGonigal.
Speed and flow. And McGonigal further down near the pier. So going turn for turn. Alyssa's got a bit more speed on the right. Big backhand slash.
Here comes McGonigal near the pier. Take your eyes on her. And boy, that was one of the finest exchanges going north and southbound. And she gets tossed into the pylons, but she's a vet. She'll figure it out. So that's gonna add up for both of them.
Well, it looked like her board may have gone into the pylon there. So, but you'll see Leilani paddle straight into the middle, and there's actually a current that you can paddle out. The only challenge is if a really big set comes while you're paddling out in the middle of those pylons. In fact, there's one coming through right now. Luckily, it's not quite breaking. So, but you can actually get a current that runs out through the pylons, and hopefully her board is okay. That was an incredible exchange with 8.5 minutes remaining, and total commitment from both those surfers. Alyssa Spencer on a left, and as we see on the replay here, Leilani McGonigal, big slash, and then just hanging on, and then the pylon, there we go, right there.
Yep.
And she may have pulled on her leg rope fast enough. And look at those barnacles. On the screen, you can see just gnarly barnacles. Those things will cut you to shreds. There's Leilani McGonigal paddling out between them as they race for the lineup to see. Leilani McGonigal a 5, but Alyssa Spencer a 7.5. A 7.5 ride, and Alyssa Spencer also has priority. So Alyssa, throughout this entire competition, it's been efficient high scoring.
Yes.
In each of her heats, and that was the turn on the replay there. Huge forehand re-entry, and then she backed it up. She then went right and kept her momentum and was able to finish off with a nice finishing turn, getting vertical and just maintaining her speed. Her board just, whatever the volume and fins that she's using, just maintains its speed, and a 7.5 ride to go with her 5.33. Now leaving Leilani needing a 7.83, 17 minutes to go. Wow.
Wow, yeah, nice exchange there. It took a minute to catch a wave, but both of them have got a couple on the books now, and again, these are 30-minute heats. Welcome into the world of the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, presented by Celsius. I'm having my first ever kombucha.
Remedy, beautiful stuff.
Remedy, yeah, mango passion. Not 12 ounces, 11. Here we go. Let's see them up. Interesting. There's no alcohol in there, is there?
There's no sugar, so you're okay.
What is that? Interesting.
Remedy kombucha.
Yeah, Remedy, one of our sponsors here. Go cruise around. Athletes Therapist. I just been cruising by the tent, the official physical therapy provider for the Supergirl Pro, Joe and Company. I know you talked to him this morning. Specializes in return to sport rehabilitation, preventative strategies, orthopedic intervention. Website athletestherapist.com. Athletestherapist.com for additional information. They're in
Carlsbad, just down the road here from Oceanside. 15 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, and priority is with Alyssa holding down a 7.5 and also that 5.33. Leilani has a 5, but then only a 1, so she needs a 7.83. Plenty of time, as you mentioned. We've gone to 30-minute heats now. There's a lot of action up there on the north side of the pier as well. We see our next heat of the longboard competition heading out there. The first time we had demonstration competition last year, and this year is the first year that we've had. Last year, it was won by Kira Seal, took home the win over Honoloa Bloomfield, and Soleil Erico, another world champion. Paddling for that one, that was Leilani. She doesn't have priority, so just looking to pick up something to narrow that big gap she's got right now, needing a 7.83. Here comes a set. Things just going to close out, and the swell, this bit more south in it today, is definitely coming in pretty straight.
Yeah.
Oceanside likes a little bit more crossed up. Alyssa Spencer decided not to go. What can Leilani do? As it turns out, nothing on that wave. Just closed out underneath her. But definitely had a look at it. Alyssa being selective, as she has been throughout the entire competition. Leilani taking a look at this, decides to go, and not going to give her anything.
No, it's definitely a little wally right now, but if you don't try, no, do or do not. There is no try, says Yoda. Yep. Air Force. We had a couple members of the Air Force up here the other day. Hopefully we'll get it again. And U.S. Air Force is celebrating its 75th anniversary this month. 75 years of defending our skies and being the most advanced and most powerful Air Force. Let's talk red surfing. Alyssa Spencer, what do you see, Fuely?
Nice first turn. There you see the speed and economy of movement and flow, but deciding that's not going to do it. She needed to improve on a 5.33, so made the right decision. But that leaves Leilani now 13 minutes and 15 seconds, and she now has priority. So she gets the pick of the wave. Best two waves are scored. Both are scored out of 10. And the combined score is what you end up with. Alyssa Spencer with a 12.83. Right now she can improve on that by dropping her low score, which is that 5.33. Leilani's got a 5 in her score line, which in many of the heats, if that's your second scoring ride, you're in a really strong position, but she needs to get a high score now, a 7.83, almost an excellent ride, or to get two higher scoring rides above 5 to improve her situation.
Yeah, the good is 3 to 5, 6 to 8 is great. Yep. Excellent is 9-10.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 9 to 10 is excellent.
Excellent.
Yep.
Yep.
And what the judge is looking for is speed, power, flow, progression, which is innovation, and put all of those things together, and that's where you're going to get the high scores, and that's where we've seen excellent scores from Sawyer Lindblad putting together that combination. But both Alyssa and Leilani have displayed the precision and the flow that has been getting them all the way to the quarterfinals. They've already had 2 days of surfing, surfed again this morning, and we'll go all the way through to putting the cape around the winners at the end of the day. There's some movement out in the ocean right now. It looks like Leilani taking a look at this left-hander. She's going to take it up and riding on her forehand. Nice sweeping cutbacks. She's got a lot of speed. Bouncing up off the foam, and that just not... Shucks. These waves are really tricky this afternoon, and her timing was spot on, but there just wasn't enough power in that foam to push back aboard. She was very heavy on the tail there. You could see the spray coming off it. And we'll look at the replay now, Chris.
Yeah, you call that right here. She gets what she needs there and just not able to, she did the layback, but it just wasn't enough to keep her upright with that foam as it came together.
Yeah, it kind of crumbled underneath her. So the power of the wave did not match the power of her turn.
Yeah, well put. Well put. Hey, thanks to all the volunteers, everyone that's helping with the food staffing, and everyone that's dealing with registration. There's a lot going on out here. Score in for Leilani, 2.8. And it helps your score line a little, but you still need a 7.83 to advance. Priority goes to Alyssa Spencer in red with a 7.5 and a 5.33. Leilani, you have a 5.0 and a 2.8. Needing a 7.83. Just over 10 minutes remaining. And we're enjoying all your cartwheels down there, young lady. Keep it going. Point your toes to the sky. Point your toes to the sky. It's a key to a cartwheel. Sandwiches. Look at that. We got Jimmy John's starving. Oh, his microphone's on? Okay, cool. Yeah. Long days out here. You folks at home are doing double duty. We got blue paddling, the Costa Rican Leilani McGonigal. It pops on the shore as coach and super supporter Sean came from San Clemente area. There you go, Leilani. Look at the compact style she has when she comes through. Like, boom, she just throws it up and rides it out. That is completion, which is key to the judges as well. Looking to see if there's anything on the inside. That's going to help her cause out just a bit.
Yeah, that may. We'll see if that's better than her 5. But a 2.8 she's holding right now. It's definitely, in our eyes, it's better than that. And she had good speed. She was able to get the power out of the turns that she needed. And looking at the replay here, and then her timing was really good, working it backwards and forwards. And then here, hit it really hard, rides out, and she gets one more on the inside. And this was the critical part, getting the fins loose. Bit of a slide there, and she had to ride out of that, which she did. And that wave almost giving her one more inside. So that we'll see. It might be her best ride. But Leilani McGonigal with 8 minutes and 35 seconds remaining is definitely in the game. Alyssa Spencer, though, has priority. And she's looking to drop a 5.33. But I think that seeing the scores come in, it's likely it is. It's a 5.23. It is her best ride, Leilani McGonigal. She now needs a 7.6 because Alyssa has that 7.5 in her scoreline.
Yeah, a game of numbers here. 2 scores. You need 2 waves, and add them up. Highest score wins, and so there's a calculation process in place for you folks that are savvy. You know that. For you newcomers, it's part of the equation. Hello to Leilani's mother down in Costa Rica. She's taking care of the farm, and we know she's watching. Neymar, his brother, who's been a competitive surfer, now doing some more free surf stuff because he's incredibly talented. And that's the nature of the beast. Sometimes, as Lindsay said, you got an older brother, and they push you, and you hang out with their friends, and they teach you a few more things than you're capable of teaching yourself.
Well, Caroline Marks also benefited from that with her 5 brothers, and just that competitive edge, and whether it's boys or girls, just having others around you to inspire you and to push you a little bit and to share, and that's what we're really seeing in professional surfing now. There are so many incredible young surfers coming up, boys and girls, but I really think the big push is coming from the girls. The progression, is coming there, and you go up to Trestles on most days, and there'll definitely be as many young girls out there in the lineup as boys, and oftentimes it's the girls who are actually surfing the best. And it's just really great to see, and it's such a healthy lifestyle sport, and it's one of the sports where you could travel to some of the most beautiful places on earth and get paid to do it. So why wouldn't you want to be a professional surfer?
That's it. We got a drone in the sky to the south, and this is a TV show that's being filmed as well. It's not live TV. We have a live webcast for you folks that are obviously watching this on YouTube or WSL site and the Supergirl site. But the TV show is going to be November and December on Fox Sports, which is also Bally
Sports.
Bally Sports, yeah. The Bally folk have bought out Fox because, well, gambling, there's a lot of money in that, I guess. There's also a girl in the, just talking sports and women, there's a lady by the name of, if you're a skier and you follow snow, there's a girl named Michaela Schifrin who is the GOAT. She will surpass Ingemar Stenmark in the next 2 years with the most World Cup wins, and three-time Olympic gold medalist, and she has changed the dynamic of women's sports for skiing. These girls that come to the events, it's almost like you're seeing Elvis. It's remarkable. Okay, 5 minutes and change on the clock. We're talking surfing now. Get your sun bum on, get your sunscreen on, stay hydrated, and let's see what happens with just over 5 minutes left. Alyssa Spencer is in the lead with priority, and she takes advantage of it. She's got something to work with on at least one turn, and then a whole bunch of foam. And she'll see if she's going to make it to the inside. That board speed she has on that thing. We're going to have to talk to Shannon about what she's riding. Oh, that's nice. Look at her.
Wow.
She's able to get on the inside and try to get rid of a 5.33 to increase her lead. Alyssa Spencer, put your hands together up on the pier for last year's champion in Jacksonville, Alyssa Spencer.
She had such flow on that wave, and opening up out the back was a good-sized face and a big turn. And it's almost like her trademark turn. It's a big sweeping slash with the power of the wave and throwing plenty of spray. And then she worked her way onto the inside, and there's not much, kind of jerking around. There's a lot of flow, and the final turn, vertical on her backhand, really clean surfing for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, nice work.
And that means Leilani does have priority, but Alyssa Spencer a 6.33. A 6.33. Leilani, you now need an 8.6 with 3:45 remaining.
Boy, Spencer is just finding her rhythm in this last year or so. Just no matter where the break is, she's working it well. That board is just dynamic. We watched her each day out in Virginia Beach, and you think these waves are a little wonky. Virginia Beach, there's a quote there called triple over ankle. Sometimes, it's you don't get triple overhead except for a hurricane swell that you can't actually surf. But I've watched people be in the shoreline, 10 feet out, throw the board in like a skimboard, jump up and hit it there. So it's ceteris paribus. All things being equal, every surfer's got to deal with the same situation.
Well, just under 3 minutes remaining, and Alyssa Spencer was third here last time. She was knocked out by Caroline Marks,
who is coming up next with Chelsea Tuock from Barbados, and they're paddling out southbound. You can see the red of Chelsea, the blue of Caroline. And now we're looking at red. Alyssa Spencer's got one.
Wow, how did she get down the beach so fast? Beautiful first turn, a lot of speed. Now look at this, working this board through onto this side. It's got to be an epoxy board. She's going so fast. Another beautiful turn, sliding the fins and rebound there. So combination turn for Alyssa Spencer. Her low scores are 6.33. We'll see if that is better. Incredible speed that she had there.
Yeah, just fast. Yeah, it's got to be an epoxy board.
Yeah, and it's really interesting just looking at the color of the board. It's when she's on the wave, it looks red. But now that she's paddling, it may be pink. So there it is, Alyssa Spencer, the first turn just firing, throwing so much spray, and then she had so much speed and parlayed that into a nice semi-layback slash and then cutting back in a rebound. So a combination there. And it is a 6.67. So once again, increasing her lead. Now Leilani with priority and a minute and a half needs an 8.94. Almost an excellent ride. Alyssa Spencer, early on, she got a 5.33. She then added a 7.5. She then had a 6.33 and then a 6.67. She has gone from strength to strength. And Leilani McGonigal, with a minute remaining, has an 8.94. She has priority, so she has a shot.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There is always a chance. There's a chance up to, we have seen many a heat one in the final 5 seconds. 5 to 10 seconds is all it takes. You just got to get up and to your feet before the final siren goes off.
35 seconds left, ladies. And again, Tuak Marks next up. These are 30-minute heats. We're in the quarterfinals. Welcome to Oceanside. This is Alyssa Spencer in the red. Won many an event. She's in the lead. And Leilani McGonigal, blue, priority with 20 seconds left, needs an 8.94.
15 seconds. There's a wave here. Leilani's taking a look at this one.
Counting down 5, 4, 3, 2, done.
And so that wave will score, and also for Alyssa, who's down the beach. She's already got 2 turns, 3 turns, now onto the inside. 4 turns, huge finishing turn there for Alyssa Spencer. May even increase her lead, so Alyssa Spencer is through once again into the semi-finals.
That's just a punctuation mark right there, showing you what she's made of. Go talk to her, have her sign something. We will need to get an interview with her, so just be aware. And here's the replay before we go to break. Alyssa gets on that overlap section and rides it out and says, that's what I needed to do.
And it was a 7-point ride.
All right, well, the folks on the webcast will be back in just a minute. More from Oceanside with the Nissan Supergirl Pro, powered by Celsius. Stick around.
Surfing is so special to me because every single wave that you ever will ride is completely different. It's the only thing in my life that really brings me into the present moment, and I think we all kind of crave that feeling of total presence, and surfing really does that for me.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
These waves are going to be 10 to 15 feet tall, crashing.
Hey, little babe, don't you cry. We got that sunny morning wind.
There are those that see the storm, and those that see the perfect wave.
And welcome back. And we just saw Chelsea Tuak with an incredible ride, a two-turn combination. paddling back out. But there is plenty of action on the beach here at Oceanside for the Nissan Supergirl Pro. Huge amount of fans there. We see Leilani McGonigal of Costa Rica just knocked out by Alyssa Spencer, but taking some time to sign autographs with all the fans. She may well be down there for quite some time as they're lining up. What an incredible champion that Leilani is, as Alyssa Spencer also heads. We'll definitely grab an interview with her. And thank you to all our sponsors, including Celsius, an incredible energy drink. Delicious taste, full of vitamins and minerals. And if you are down here at the beach, make sure you get down to the Celsius Chill Out Zone. Thank you to Celsius and to Gillette Venus for the smoothest of shaves. So get all of the speed in the water. Venus from Gillette. And we'll take a look at some of the action already. We are nearly 4 minutes into this heat. Chelsea Tuak up against Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks, of course, the defending champion from here last year after attempts since 2014. This was Chelsea. This is a one turn there and then straight up.
Yeah.
In succession. So that's very hard to do in these tricky rides. And she gets a 5.33. A 5.33 for that ride. She is in the lead. Caroline Marks just a 1.83 in her scoreline. And great start there for Chelsea Tuak, who has been looking so strong throughout this entire competition. Hails from Barbados. Her home break is Soup Bowls, which is a fantastic break that many people hadn't heard of until they saw Kelly Slater tearing it apart. So I don't know whether the locals like Kelly or not.
Yeah, really, it made it a little more popular than it was. Yeah.
But it is the home of numerous competitions, and Chelsea Tuak lives in a beautiful part of the world, and it's a place where the surf is very good right now. Priority with Caroline Marks, and taking a look at this ride, deciding not to go it. So Chelsea will... No, she doesn't.
Nope, she decides not to. Sean's getting pictures of his daughter. What's up, buddy boy? And now we have the opportunity to hear from Alyssa Spencer. She's busy at work, and we're going to find out more about that board. Take it away, Shannon.
That's right, Alyssa Spencer, defending champ. Are you feeling that pressure?
I guess maybe a little bit, but I'm honestly just really excited to be here, and I've been having fun surfing super fun waves all weekend, and yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully making a couple more heats.
Awesome. Well, you would be the first time to win Jacksonville and Supergirl Pro back-to-back capes. What would that be like?
Yeah, that would be absolutely amazing. This is like my favorite event to come to every year, so I would be so over the moon if I could take the win here, but I'm just super excited to have made it this far, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
So your home break at Seaside Reef, you're super familiar with this area. Tell us a little bit about the board you chose to ride today.
Yeah, I'm riding my standard shortboard. It's a Channel Islands 2 Happy. It's a 5.3.5, and it's what I ride around here every day. So yeah, it's a super fun board, and it's been working great.
Awesome. Well, she's got it dialed in. Alyssa Spencer is moving on to the next round. You'll see more of her. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Shannon. And she didn't give away too much about that board, but we do know that it's Channel Islands. We know that it's a 5.3 and obviously designed for the conditions here in Southern California. Seaside Reef, not far down, just a little bit south of Encinitas there. And Rob Machado also calls Seaside Reef home.
Good old Machado. Seen him in a while. Yeah, Al Merrick's done a fine job with Channel Island boards. They had a good autograph signing session out in West Virginia with some of the best names in the business. And if you're just walking up to the beach, taking a seat right about now, you're looking at heat number 2 of the quarterfinals, which is an 8-pack, the Great 8, chopped down from 96. And we started on Friday. Chelsea Tuak from Barbados has 2 waves ridden and scored a 0.5 and a 5.33. She's in the lead. Caroline Marks, defending champ from just north of here, originally from Florida. She has priority with a whopping 1.83. And check out the capes, Mark.
There's a couple of super girls on the beach there. Great to see you. Thanks for being here. And if you want to get your own Supergirl cape, head down to the Nissan tent. And there's a big line, but they're giving away a lot of very, very cool stuff.
Leilani, always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. The big smile. Good job all the way around. Bravissimo.
Up and riding now. This is Caroline Marks on her backhand. A quick backhand re-entry. Is she going to get anything on the inside? She's pushing through. There is a little bit of a push. Goes for another one. Getting vertical. Now on a forehand. Finding something else. And slash there. So 3 turns. Turned that wave into something. For many people, it would have been a challenge just to keep going on that wave, let alone turn. But Chelsea Tuak out the back now. Looks like she's got herself a slightly bigger wave. Nice first turn. And a second. And now the white water coming towards her. Now she redirects onto the right. Getting a combination of turns together here. Clearly not afraid to come up against an Olympian. Chelsea Tuak on fire here.
Bravo. She made the most of that right there. That's what's known as a decade of experience, a decade of decadence here. She's been doing it for 10 years. She was a kind of a shy, young, small girl, and she's really stepped into her own, and I appreciate that surfing, and she's doing a fine job right now. That's going to definitely improve her scoreline.
Yeah, and such strength. Both of these athletes are both very strong. They train a lot. Caroline Marks, a lot of strength training. Chelsea Tuak, a Pilates instructor. The scores are in. Caroline, a 4.6 to go with your 1.83. Chelsea Tuak, a 5.33 to go with your 0.5. Caroline Marks has priority and is in the lead. But Chelsea Tuak has one more score yet to drop in, and that is going to change the situation. A 5.17. Caroline Marks now needing a 5.9, but she has priority, and there is over 20 minutes remaining in that. So that was a great exchange that we saw there. A 5.17 on that last ride for that combination of turns by Chelsea. The 4.6 by Caroline, and it was the wave just didn't give her as much to work with. But what Chelsea was able to do was to read the wave really well, and started on the left and then redirected onto the right as it pushed through onto the inside, and really well surfed wave.
Lots of surfing going on. Keep this sunscreen on. If you don't have any, go to the Sun Bum tent north of the pier. They got free samples. You can try it and you can buy it. It is now, according to my sundial, 12:07 at the main stage. You can hear in the background, Hello Sister is in concert. Then there's a female leadership panel discussion at 12:45. Nikki Del Mar is in concert at 1:45. Laura Morano is in concert at 2:45. And we got surfing in the water right now. Red having a go at it. Here goes Chelsea Tuak.
Yeah, she is up, and can she get around this section? No, she doesn't. So she's got that, a 5.17 is her low score, so that was a good move. She figured that wave wasn't going to give her an opportunity to score any higher than that. So that's always a good decision. It shows her experience. She's been a competitor for a long time, 10 years ago, the first time that she came here. And looking at Caroline Marks, taking a look at that, deciding not to go. Just want to send a shout out too to Logitech G, who's on a mission to change gaming for good through the power of positive play. And they've been a supporter of the Supergirl Pro of Gaming, the first all-female esports competition that was ever held in the world, we believe. And you can check out the new Aurora collection in the esports arena. And they're giving away a lot of super cool stuff. If I qualified to win anything, I would go down there. As a gaming fan myself, Logitech G.
Logitech, I did something at E3 with Logitech back in 2006. I'd never been to the E3 convention in LA. Holy money. Wow.
Amazing. Yeah.
Wow, it's crazy.
Yeah. And that's another sport where, it really is an equal playing field between men and women there. It's incredible to see them. Chelsea choosing that. But yeah, the level of an inclusion of gaming for women there. And there's many a female gamer making a very lucrative profession out of it.
Did you know that the largest prize purse in any competition in history was gaming?
Yeah.
Yep.
Of any sport ever.
Ever. I think it was 9.8 million. It was split 6 ways because it was, I forget the game, but because 1 million people can go online and do it, and everyone's got to chip in, so it's different than soccer.
And the largest concert in history was was in Roblox, I think, or on Twitch, and it was Marshmallow. 300,000, more than 300,000 people from all around the world.
I'll be amazed if you know this one. 17 minutes left, no situation change. Who is the very first endorsed athlete ever? Sponsored athlete.
A golfer? Was it golf? No? Okay.
And I put myself on the spot.
There you go. So he doesn't know the answer.
It was Chuck Taylor with Converse.
Right.
So he cruised around the boroughs of New York and promoted the Converse shoe that had his name on it and promoted basketball, and he's paid like $50 to go do it. So he was the first official endorsed athlete. And I know you all wanted to know that here at a surf event.
Well, it's all about sport, and it doesn't matter what the sport or activity. If you enjoy it and it's healthy, and it inspires others, then that's a great thing. And the nice thing is that there's so many opportunities to earn a living from your passions. So 16 minutes remaining. Chelsea Tuak is in the lead. Caroline Marks has priority but needs a 5.9, but she is a steely competitor. She has competed at just the age of 20 at the highest level of our sport, the Olympic Games, the first ever outing for surfing in the Olympic Games, and also finished second on the World Tour a couple of years ago, and was the youngest ever qualifier for the World Tour at 15 years of age.
Was she a wild card at 12 at Trestles? Was it? I remember.
Yeah.
Anyway, lots of details, and now we're looking at Blue. Just strong paddle. Look at that. She got in there. She got a little open face to work with. Wraps around. Knows she's got that much left. Let's see if she comes onto the inside and generates that board speed to see what else remains. As red out the back, Chelsea Tuak's looking, and down goes Marks. That's gonna change one of her scores. She needs a 5.9 in order to take the lead away from Chelsea, who's in red, who has priority.
So if she gets anything over a 4.6, it's going to help her scoreline, gets her a little bit close. Taking a look on the replay, really hard paddling to get into that one, was able to get down the face. And then the first cut back and a really beautiful finishing turn, a lot of power in it. But then that was the end of that ride. It was a 4.07, so it does not change the situation, needing a 5.9. And Chelsea Tuak with priority. Caroline Marks, you still need a 5.9 to progress through into the semi-final. 14 minutes and 10 seconds, so we've got plenty of time on hand. And while we have a break in the ocean, just want to send a big shout out to all of the people here on the beach for coming down and supporting what is the largest female empowerment sports festival in the world in action sports, as well as just a fantastic event, a staple here at Oceanside each year. 14 years here at Oceanside, and just a reminder that it is hot, so get down to the Sunbum tent and get some sunscreen, as well as go down to the Celsius booth, pick yourself up a Celsius to drink, or down at the Perfect Hydration water booth as well. So stay hydrated, get on the sunscreen, put a hat on, and stick around for all of the action, because today we will be awarding Supergirl capes in both longboarding, adaptive surfing, and also in shortboard riding, which we are seeing right now. There we see the view from the pier. Hi everyone, give us a wave, and a look back at the beach so you can see a good-sized crowd here, and also the size of the festival village here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. So much activity. The concert stage is alive. There's happening right now. There's stand-up comics between each of those performances. On the goals stage, we've got Zumba, Pilates, yoga, general fitness sessions. So there's something at all times to do down here. This is the all-female version of the US Open up there in Huntington, and just a great event. We feel very honoured to come here each year. So thank you for watching. Thanks for coming down and attending. And thank you to all of our surfers for incredible performances. And it is Chelsea Tuak leading this heat with just over 12 minutes remaining. Caroline Marks needing that 5.9. Wasn't able to improve on her situation of a 4.6 being her high score on that last ride. We've also got, starting off tomorrow, actually the competition is happening right now, the ISA World Surfing Games, the first qualifier for the 2026 Olympic Games, and a number of the surfers here, they held off the women's surfing until tomorrow to allow all of the competitors to be down here today. So we've got a number of surfers who have been surfing here who will move up to Huntington Beach tomorrow, seeking their first step towards Olympic qualification.
Yeah, just a flurry of events from Virginia Beach to the US Open to here, back to the ISA. This is the busy season because this is arguably the best time of the year that the swells produce around here. That's why when we were running the Boost Mobile Pro, we always picked that window, obviously fit into the calendar. Is remarkable. Every year it would just produce. Like finals day would come and be 5 to 7, just good. And that's Trestles for you, though. It's the premier break in Southern California. But you're here at Oceanside, you folks that are watching. Nice to have you here. Chelsea Tuak, Caroline Marks, defending champ and Olympian. Chelsea from Barbados, 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Next up, Zoe Benedetto from Florida. Bella Kenworthy from around these parts with family in tow. Big fan support. That's coming up. 30-minute heats.
And between the semis and the finals today, as happens every year, we've got the adaptive surfer competition. That's always a highlight here. I remember last year there was some really solid waves, big waves coming through, some great surfers, and we saw some incredible surfing by Alana Nichols and Faith Lennox. Quinn Whiteley surfed here a couple of times as well, so it was fantastic to see that in action. Here comes a decent sized set. Caroline Marks has priority. She chooses to take it, looking for a big turn here. Oh, and just a bauble on that, just a lump in the face.
Yeah.
She was setting herself up for a huge backhand turn. That is what she was looking for, knowing that those big turns on the bigger waves have been scoring very highly. Priority, Chelsea Tuak now in the driver's seat. So on the replay on the webcast, take a look. She drops in and looks for the bottom turn, and it's just like a lump in that wave. But she's up and riding now.
Caroline Marks one more time. She is not afraid to get busy. Look at the action. Redirects, goes the other way. Seeing if there's anything left, says nope. But that's she needs a 5.9. Was that enough? Red, what do you see out back?
Chelsea Tuak in and out, maintains her priority out there. Well, Caroline Marks, it was three turns, but two of those, the first two, were very, very precise. And
that's a nice way to put it.
Take a look on the webcast here. So got into it early enough. First nice slash, a huge amount of power, and the second one really pushed the fins and then redirected for a rebound on her backhand. And so 3 turns, but very, very crisp surfing. 8 minutes and 15 seconds to go here, and wait for the scores to come in to see if it does. And it's a 4.9, so it does help Caroline Marks, now needing a 5.6. A 5.6 is needed by Marks. Chelsea Tuak, though, with priority. Her low score is a 5.17. So anything better than that will extend her lead. So with 7 minutes and 45, I'd say this is still anybody's heat. Pressure is now on.
And it's always nice to acknowledge the families and the coaches. We mention it each time because Mike Snips Parson is sitting right next to us over here, and they're out here early, and he understands the way this wave works, and I've talked to him several times about it, and it changes with the tide, obviously, and the swell. So he gives incredible coaching and knowledge, and Caroline is, she's a near world champion, Olympian. She listens, and she's a great study, is what Mike says. Here we go. Red, Chelsea Tuock from Barbados. She goes vertical. One snap wonder and out. I don't think that's going to improve her 5.17, but it sure was a nice turn. Have you been to Barbados, Mark?
I haven't. It's one of the countries I haven't gone, but you can see Chelsea here. She picked a good-looking wave. Nice turn, really, really nice turn, but just the one turn, and giving up priority there now to Caroline Marks. But no, it's one of the places I have not been, but I would love to go. If somebody wants to put on a contest and take me over there, I'd be more than willing to go.
You'll take your motorcycle and cruise around the country with your dad?
Yeah.
Dad's still alive?
Yeah, my dad is still riding at 86 years of age.
Great
riding
stories.
So yeah, he's and that's inspiration, right? It can come from anywhere, but when it comes from your parents, it's really cool.
Yeah. Okay. Situation. Not much has changed. Chelsea Tuock, red. You have a 10.5, 5.33, 5.17. Those are your two scores. Caroline Marks, blue, priority. You got a 9.5. That's a 4.9 and a 4.6. Looking for a 5.6. Just over 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining of this 30-minute heat number 2 in our quarterfinals.
And coming up in the next heat is going to be fantastic. It's Zoe Benedetto from Florida and silver medalist at ISA World Juniors back in 2019, up against young upstart and local hero up the road here at Trestles, Bella Kenworthy, who also has a silver medal at the under-16 ISA Worlds. So that's going to be a fantastic battle. And then our fourth quarterfinal will be Sawyer Lindblad up against Luana Silva.
Yeah, those ISA junior events are just spectacular. I was able to attend one in, where was it? So many events. Nicaragua, that's where it was. Yeah, in 13? Yeah, it's some moons ago, and boy, does Fernando know how to throw a party. Like 350 kids show up. We had a military presence taking us from the welcome party back to the hotel. You had this storm that knocked down all these trees and blew it into the water. Blew all the trees in the water. It looked like you had these giant teeth coming at you. They couldn't hold the event for the first 2 days. You had to wait for the water to clear. It was like 8 to 10 foot, and it was not healthy coming off of the big Lake Nicaragua. But really neat experience and great games, great camaraderie, great team competition. But we're here in Oceanside. Lovely warm water. Blue, Caroline Marks, up and going down the line. Watch how fast she generates her speed. She's got one face to work with. Oh,
wow.
Super. That was super, right?
Yeah, that was a giant turn. Now, will she get something on the inside? Working hard here to just get a few more points. Gets re-entry, doesn't ride out clean. So it's going to be that one turn, but what a blast that it was.
Yeah.
In a critical part of the wave. But she needs a 5.6. There's 3.5 minutes remaining. She needs a 5.6, which is going to be one of the biggest scores. Taking a look at the replay, and she had generated a lot of speed timing, and this was where the turn, bang,
woof,
and just destroyed that wave, and then a little rebound, and then did bounce away through to the inside, but it didn't didn't give her anything else to work with. So will it be a 5.6?
Yes.
We'll wait and see. 3 minutes remaining. priority with Chelsea Tuak, and Caroline Marks moves into the lead with a 7.33.
She is just remarkable. This happened last year also with Katie Simmers. Katie had the lead, and it was about 3 minutes left. Caroline came racing from the far buoy in the south all the way towards the pier, and I think she got like an 8.5.
Yeah, it was an air reverse. It was
right?
It was the only air reverse of the entire competition.
Yep.
Showing progression. So Caroline Marks now 2.5 minutes remaining. Chelsea, you got priority. You got 2 minutes 30 to get it back, but you got to get a 6.91. A 6.91. So Caroline Marks 7.33. That was such a critical turn. There was so much power in it and just destroyed that wave.
It's just fun to watch. Hope you folks are enjoying this here. We got quite a few more heats for the rest of the day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 heats. $8,000 to first place with 3,000 QS points. These points are very valuable. You add them up in your region, and then if you're on the top of your game and you win the region, you qualify for the championship tour. There's a lot of details to it. If you want to learn more about it, you go on the WSL site. That Raiders hat right in front of me? There we go, baby. Right in front of you. Raiders! Yeah, I know. The Chargers beat him. It was a good game, but you can't win with 4 interceptions. They're playing Arizona today at 1:25. Good luck.
1 minute 20. 1 minute 20 remaining. A 6.91 required by Chelsea Tuak, and she's having a look at this wave.
She needs this.
She's going to paddle, and she's up and riding on a right-hander on her forehand. Nice sweeping cutback. She's been getting good scores from these right-handers in previous heats. Plenty of speed down here. That's one turn and a second one. This wave now starting to stand up in front of her. Big vertical re-entry. Can she get one more in? She does. Style flow, and she likes it.
What?
Is that going to be a 6.91? 40 seconds remaining now. Caroline Marks with priority.
Okay, so that's 7.33 from Caroline. If that was just one solid hit and you had that variety, we'll talk about it more in a minute. We'll get the replay. Blue is up, 28 seconds left. Here goes Marks on her backhand.
She's looking to drop a 4.9. It's a low score now. Nice wrapping, cut back there. This will stand up in front of her. Can she get one more big turn in on her backhand? Yes, she does. A fantastic exchange there by Caroline and Chelsea Tuak. With 10 seconds to go in this heat, you couldn't wish for a better finish.
Oh, look at this. 4, 3, 2, 1. Like we said, down to the last seconds right there. And Chelsea's got to be saying, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
She's like, I just did everything I could, then Caroline gets one.
So here it is, a 6.33 for Chelsea Tuak on your last wave, but Caroline Marks a 5.57.
You got to
So
be kidding
Caroline
me.
Marks just edges through on the last wave in the final 15 seconds. You move through into the semi-final. Once again, you will match up against Alyssa Spencer, and we'll look at the replay here. And so at this moment in time...
Counting down the next heat, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, on. Next heat is on.
Well, there we go. We're in the next heat, and that was actually...
That was Marks'.
That was previous heat, Caroline Marks. So Caroline Marks, you are in to the final, but Chelsea Tuak, what an incredible Supergirl Pro you have had this year. Caroline Marks stealing it in the final 15.
That is just remarkable. You folks at home are witnessing some greatness. We'll be back in just a minute. From Oceanside 2022, Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro continues with more action hot at the beach.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
Soapy Joe's is more than just a car wash. We're scrappy, we're innovative, and we have the best team on the planet. We set bold targets and push ourselves to hit them. We're not afraid to try new things, and we challenge ourselves to raise the bar in everything we do. But we don't just want to be the best car wash. We want to be the best place to work in San Diego.
Well, it's a beautiful shot of the beach for you people at home. It is getting packed out here, and if you like hard seltzers, seems to be the new thing. They're all over the place. White Claw, quite tasty, quite refreshing, kind of like the California cooler of the 80s, but hard seltzer. You need a vehicle, you want a good one, go to NissanUSA.com, and you've got some fantastic vehicles to choose from. I want a 370Z because they're like rocket ships, and we want to thank Nissan because they're our title sponsor. And I think you're giving you a car this year, Fili. I think. But right now we're gonna go down to the heat of the day. Shannon, you've got one very fortunate Caroline Marks looking for another red cape right in front of you. Take it away.
That's right. Defending champ Caroline. That was a bit scrappy, grindy heat. Tell us what was going through her head.
Yeah, for sure. Chelsea started off with like a couple fives, and I just had like a couple fours, and every time I take off on a wave, it looked all right, and then I just felt like it was super gutless. So I was like, oh, come on, just give me a section. And then thankfully we had some waves at the end, but Chelsea's been surfing really well all week, and looks like she has great boards under her feet, and she's just a great competitor. So I knew I was going to have to get some good waves to win that heat, and I'm just like grateful I got the opportunity.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit about your equipment and what you decided to ride today.
Yeah, I'm just riding a Mapiolis light speed, and it's working really good, and yeah, it feels amazing.
Is this the same board you had in Jacksonville? Similar conditions?
It's not the exact same board, but pretty much it's similar. Same one, but a little bit newer.
Cool. So, with that defending champ, do you feel like you have a target on your back, or any added pressure?
Not really. I actually feel less pressure this year than I did last year. I'm kind of just enjoying myself and trying to surf really good. And obviously you have those nerves. You want to win and you want to do really good. So I definitely feel that, but just trying to enjoy myself and try to put up a good performance. That's like my main focus.
Awesome. Well, you grew up with a family full of boys, one of the only girls. So how did how did that develop you as a person and with your competitive fire?
Yeah, I owe a lot of who I am today to my family, and especially my brothers. They gave me a lot of constructive criticism when I was younger, and even though I'd come in crying sometimes, now I'm grateful for it because I feel like it made me tougher. And they're like my biggest fans, and I'm their biggest fans, and so they're the best. Love them.
Awesome. Any shout outs to sponsors, or maybe Mike Parsons, who's watching you as your coach?
Yeah, everyone back home watching. It's good to have Mike here, all my family back at home, my uncle, my friends. Love you guys.
All right, well, Caroline Marks is going to be fighting for that cape. We're going to see her in the next round. Throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Shannon. And she will come up against Alyssa Spencer for the second year in a row in the semi-finals. Right now we have Bella Kenworthy representing the USA up against Zoe Benedetto, two of our young stars. And Bella Kenworthy has priority right now, and she also has a 5.5 and a 0.37. So Bella out in front, Zoe a 3.17 on her first ride. Both of those scoring rides were left-handers, and Bella Kenworthy just getting a little bit more flow and speed out of her turns on those rides. And so priority, with 23 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in these 30-minute heats, is in control of this heat and does have the priority. And both of these surfers, Bella, who is young and silver under 16 at the ISA Worlds in El Salvador recently, and 9th at the US Open overall. And this is Zoe Benedetto of Florida She's got a really nice style, nice cutback. Worked this through onto the inside, and it didn't really give her any power, but that'll be a second scoring ride to go with a 3.17. And Bella only has a 0.37 for her low score. But Zoe made the semi-finals at the Jacks Supergirl Pro. She's made the quarterfinals here before, and here she is in quarterfinal 3. Surfed 8 events on the QS this year, including a second at the Jacks Pro to Sawyer Lindblad, third at the Vans Pro and the Outer Banks. It's been both losing to Alyssa each time, getting knocked out in the semi-finals. Let's take a look at the replay here, and this is Bella Kenworthy on her high-scoring ride. Really crisp turn, and you see just the flow of those 2 turns that gave her the 5.5 in the scoreline. And this is Zoe Benedetto, and this was her 3.17. And worked it through onto the inside on the right, and then going left, getting vertical on that final turn. So Zoe Benedetto is still sitting in second position, a 3.17 and a 2.5. Bella Kenworthy in the lead with a 5.5 and priority, and just a small score of less than half a point on your second ride. Lots of time left in this, 21 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. And both of these young surfers, a lot of experience at their ages. Bella Kenworthy, 2 NSSA regional golds, and both surfers work really hard at their fitness as well. Bella Kenworthy works out at Deep End Fitness with her dad as part of that, and it's a great way to practice running underwater with weights and breath holding and just general fitness. So
you know, his
Jason
is he's playing this. I've never even heard of it. It's torpedo.
Yeah, it's the gnarliest underwater sport. It's like water polo meets jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
And I've done a couple of their sessions, and I got to say, when the torpedo comes out, I step out on full deck.
Step out on full deck. Yeah, they carry this torpedo. It's what about a little size of a football? About that size?
And it's underwater, and so the nets are underwater, and it's a fantastic game. But yeah, if you've got any injuries like old dudes like us tend to have, then it's a sport. But some of the best athletes down there are these young girls who are incredible swimmers and ability to hold their breath for a long time and wrestle for the ball underwater. Like if you're holding the torpedo, there are no rules. And until you drop the torpedo, there are no rules.
Drop the torpedo. Yeah, you showed me some video, and I'd never even heard of it. And it was created by the Marines, I believe.
Yeah, yes. Marines and SEALs use it for training. Yeah. So, yeah, it's fantastic. So, Deep End Fitness, if you're ever around San Clemente, check it out. 20 minutes remaining in this heat, and Bella having priority, and she is the eldest of the girls in her family.
Yeah.
And a great talent, and as is Zoe Benedetto. West Coast, East Coast contest here right now.
Yeah, some sizable walls running through. They both decided no thank you. Hey, Jimmy John's Freaky Fresh and Freaky Fast sandwiches. Just had one. Yeah, they make them really quick if you go there. And I just had one. Helped fill my belly. Thank you very much. Along with a Remedy Kombucha. And first time I've ever had a kombucha. I thought there might have been alcohol in this, and thank God there's not. But no sugar. Mango Passion, thank you. And get ready for a whole new wave of White Claw, introducing the all-new full-flavor White Claw Surf. A collision of flavors like citrus, yuzu, tropical, pomelo, wild berry acai, and refreshing watermelon lime. White Claw brings sensational refreshment for a taste like nothing else. Speaking of sensational, we have a special guest once again. If you're just new to the beach, we have a celebrity in the house, 2-time Olympic gold medalist from this Beijing Olympics in the snowboard cross world, Lindsay Jacobellis, who just finished a autograph signing at
TCL.
Thank you. So much going on at TCL. I think they're giving away a 65-inch TV if you go over there and sign up and do the scan. Is that right?
Yeah, as well as a surfboard that was hand-painted by Tia Blanco herself.
Ooh.
And so there's a pretty big combo. All you have to do, go over there, scan your phone, and you are in the running for a pretty nice setup. So definitely check them out. They're north side of the pier. And I just needed to get back to this action, so I just finished and came up here and see where we're at. I don't want to miss a minute.
Yeah, did you happen to see the end of that heat?
I just missed it. I came up the stairs to give you the Polaroids. That was my priority.
That was We have some good priority action going here. We got some Polaroids. Who knew that they would, here you go, check it out. A couple of Polaroids right there. We bought out, when I was working at Boost Mobile, we bought out the remaining stock of Polaroids as they were going out of business. We bought 10,000 Polaroids because we use those at our activation at like the US Open. We have these Boost Mobile models, take a picture, hand it to them as a memorabilia because no one was really using camera phones at the time, and that's the way we promoted it. But great to see them back.
They're coming back, and they're really fun. They have the mini versions. They have this. It's just that original Instagram you got right there.
Totally, right there.
So
You're going to have to sign that.
Of course.
That's great.
Well, out in the water, we've got some really fun action. We got 17 minutes left on the clock. Bella, you are sitting in priority. And what do we have happening here? We've got some waves out the back.
Yeah.
We've got Blue up and riding, coming in with nice quick bottom turn, hitting that section hard, throwing those fins loose out the back. This inside section, is she going to stay going right? She is. Hitting one more section beautifully and given.
Yeah, for a young lady right there, she knows these waters well. That's going to ditch her .37 and add to her scoreline. She's the current heat leader. Zoe now with priority. She's got an eyeball on this, but says, not doing it. How's the activity behind us in the crowd area? Busy?
There's a lot happening in this little festival village, and there's just so much to offer. You gotta go check out the board next to the concert. Looking at the replay again, Bella hitting this inside section and really working the wave to its fullest, and being a local definitely has some advantage of knowing how to read these waves, and it's very challenging out there when it's constantly shifting and the tide's changing, and it's constantly a challenge for me when I'm out there.
Yeah.
These girls make it look easy, but riding these smaller waves and generating that speed to quickly have a nice hit and then get back in that pocket to get their speed back up to do it again. It's hard to have that consistency, and that's what the judges are looking for and rewarding, of how much flow they can have and how many hits and maneuvers they can have, and then finishing strong and then get back out there, race for priority again.
That's right.
It's a lot to be managing in these 20 minutes. You're managing priority. You're looking for wave selection. You're listening to what you've scored in the past, so then you can then judge how the judges are really viewing you and what you need to do to up your game if you need only 1 or 2 more points, and those are critical. That's a lot of multitasking out there, and that anxiety level can get to you if you're not as seasoned. It's really that time to take a moment and to remember the wave that you went after, how you can improve, how to make those movements a little sharper, a little crisper, and to try to just bump up those numbers. And I'm stressed now just thinking about it.
That was well explained. That was a 4.97 for Bella Kenworthy, 4.97. The way you just explained that was very similar when we were over in China. You're with your coach and you had the iPads and you're studying the start. So if you guys watched the Olympics, Lindsay won the border cross individually and a team event. And we went down the course after she showed me the video. And you explained, just like you did there, what you've got to do in order to get the ebb and the flow and multitask. And meanwhile, you've got 3 other ladies next to you trying to jockey for position. And your analysis comes with experience, and that's obviously why you took not 1 gold, but 2 golds over there. And again, I speak very highly of it because I've followed your career since the beginning. And like watching Caroline Marks from the beginning, seeing Bella at this early age, Chelsea Tuwalk, Caitlin Simmers, and seeing these young ladies that are vying for Olympic spots, some of them up at Huntington Beach. It's neat to see the progression of how you learn and how you become more mature in the sport.
Absolutely, and seeing how these girls are still so young but have already shown so much experience. Blue up and riding, getting a nice little vertical hack. There's one more section possibly available, and she gets it. Heading towards the pier. Is she going to shoot the pier, or is she going to try to go right on that reform? We're going to see here in a minute. She's going to go right. Pumping that little section is going to step up. Oh, she goes left. Oh. Gets a little dicey with those pylons. They are not forgiving. They can get a little prickly, we'll say.
Hey, give her a little bit of love up on the pier. She can hear you right down there. Give her some love.
Definitely help her get out to the lineup faster. Where there's waves are coming in, waves are opportunity, and she took advantage of all that. We've got just under 13 minutes left. Zoe with priority out the back. You need a 9.33 to advance.
Bella, you just put down a 7. We'll repeat that because you didn't hear it because you're underwater. Bella Kenworthy, a 7.0 with your 5.5. Has you in a sizable lead right now. Zoe with priority in red, you need a 9.33. And here she goes on her forehand down the line. Right in front of our photographer, Kurt Steinmetz. He's been out there for some time, and she's probably going to...
To be able to pop up like that and get that quick bottom turn, to be able to go vertical, that takes up a lot of speed, but they're still able to load that rail to then get all the way up and then immediately come down. Unfortunately, that wave did not give too much opportunity on the inside, and it's just keeping her flow going. She's going to go out there, hopefully race for priority potentially. You know, we got Bella right along the pier trying to scrape her way out there, but there's a lot of movement around those pylons, and she's trying to just skirt out and get out of that action. It's a race potentially for priority is up for grabs.
Yeah, and the way for you folks that aren't familiar with surfing, if you're up on the pier, the person that gets out into the setup situation and gets situated as soon as they catch waves at the same time, and you get into position, maintains priority. So right now, Blue is doing the best she can. As we get down to the 11-minute mark, looks like Bella will get it. We'll see what happens here. And we have a priority judge up here. If you look up here, there's no red or blue put right now. It looks like Blue is going to get it yet. And so if you look up on the judges stand by the announce tower, you see a blue piece of wood, and it is Bella with priority. So that's how the surfers, we tell them, but the priority judge makes sure that this is the way it goes.
You know, I always try to tell people I have priority when I am at lowers, and for some reason they don't listen to me.
The first time I was out at lowers was during the Boost Mobile Pro with Slater and Fanning and all the boys are out there and whatnot. I sat out there for an hour and a half and never caught a wave.
Yeah, that happens. You can either be in that rhythm and go back and forth one after the other. Otherwise, you can be sitting for a while.
So right there, for you folks that are watching online, we're waving. Hello, that's us. Hi. There's the priority is right there, the red and the blue. Thanks for the camera work by We Productions, Mr. Greenwood and company, and all your camera guys doing a bang-up job. Long days. We Media, not We Productions, We Media. We. Our WSL staff and the judges doing a great job. Just under 10 minutes left with Bella in the lead with a 7.0 and a 5.5, 12.5 combo. Zoe Benedetto from Florida, 7.34. With a 4.17 and a 3.17, needing an 8.33. That's manageable.
Still plenty of time left on the clock if they just stay calm. Hopefully the ocean will throw some luck, have some waves that come all the way to the beach. The judges are really looking for that flow and how you're connecting all your turns. And we'd love to see it. We know these women are capable of all these incredible maneuvers, and having that, we just need the ocean to give us a little love. So everyone send out those positive vibes on the pier. Ocean, send us some waves. We want to see what these ladies can do because they are all super girls.
That is the truth. 16th edition. You haven't missed many of these, Lindsay.
I think I've been here for 10 years. I don't know. It starts to go by. Once decades start rolling around, then you're like, is it 1 decade? Is it 2 decades? It's.
Yeah. You know what my dad says every birthday? Time seems to be moving a little faster as I get older, just like the end of a roll of toilet paper. You know? every birthday he says you just turned 80. I'm like, that makes sense.
I'm just sending you toilet paper for your birthday.
I have a roll for him that I brought home from China. It's like a mini one. Doing the best we can to keep you all entertained at home. There's the scoreboard on your upper left-hand screen here at home. For you folks, again, Bella Kenworthy, local girl relatively from San Clemente area with family here rooting her on. They're taking a trip to, it's either Fiji or Indo right after this. They're leaving tomorrow.
I mean, they're both awesome, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, they're going to Indian Ocean. They're headed over there. And, yeah, that's where some of the surfers are now.
And to be able to get up and ride these waves and execute how these ladies are doing it, you then get into a bigger wave, and it almost seems easier. You have more time. You have more time to be planning and scouting that lip where you want to do maneuver. Where here, they have to be processing things every second, faster and faster and faster. So it's pretty amazing to see that, and I can see where my skill set does not really line up, and it's amazing to see how they just keep raising the bar year after year. We've got Blue up and riding with a nice front side, but just a little off balance in that bottom turn. So when she came to hit the lip, it wasn't holding together. And that whitewash, it bucks you around a little bit. So it's hard if you're a little late.
Next up, Sawyer Lindblad, Luana Silva. It's going to be a battle of semi-local California talent with Hawaiian Silva. And that will be another 30-minute heat. That will wrap up the quarterfinals. Then we will take this semi, 1 and 2. There'll be a break in between those, which are 30-minute heats. We'll have the adaptive for a good 30 minutes, and the finals starts right around 2:50. And then 3:45, awards presentation for this, as well as the longboard. How's your longboard skills, Lindsay?
It's just a lot to maneuver, but it can be really fun. I'll go up to Sano on maybe a smaller day, and it's the longboard energy and vibe is just slower. It's very chill, and it's a really fun energy down there. So I actually have Corey Whitlock and his dad helped design a board for me. Red is up and riding. Zoe's up. She's got priority. She's looking to up her 4.17 and a 3.17. Let's see if she can put something together on this wave. Really working this energy. Those smaller waves sometimes in Florida. She's used to these conditions, and so she's able to execute if she has the opportunity.
Yeah, Florida gets waves, but for the most part, it's about this at best. Wherever there's an ocean, there's a wave. Peace, love, and acai up in the sky. Check it out. Samazon, thank you for the support and love. Remember, there's another concert coming up tonight. Last night was Smash Mouth. Ooh, that was fun. And tonight we have Spin Doctors, but before that, Huba Stank, who I have not seen. I don't even know much of their music. Are you familiar with them? Yeah, kind of, okay. No situational change. Bella Kenworthy, Blue Priority, 7-0, 5.5. In the lead, Zoe Benedetto.
The Reason Is You. That's their song. And The Reason Is You.
And The Reason's You?
It's always you.
It's thank you, Lindsay.
Just under 5 minutes we've got left. Bella with priority in blue. Plenty of time. Let's see if the ocean will give us a little love to round out this heat. We know these ladies can do more in just this short amount of time. Average waves, 4 and 5 waves. It takes me a long time sometimes to get waves, and it's the turnover is pretty incredible that we see here, that they're able to hunt down these peaks and look for these sections to impress the judges.
True that. And in comes our cameraman, who's been out there for a while. He's got a healthy casing. He's got it loaded with 800 speed film. Yeah, is that a Polaroid you got out there? It's the Polaroid. Okay, good. Yeah.
Out the back, we're seeing some action with some waves. Is anything going to someone going to use their priority? We see Bella passing on that, so Zoe was able to take off, but again, didn't really give any opportunity. The wave kind of closed out on her, so she kicked out early. She will not be getting priority because Bella still has it. So she's taking her time conserving that energy as she's paddling out because she knows Bella will have the pick of the litter when they come through. So she has to be right up next to her to see if there's any chance she can chip into one if Bella passes.
By the by, if you have a camera and you're taking pictures and you're posting it, tag us at SuperGirlPro and use the hashtag, which was once a pound sign, hashtag Nissan SuperGirlPro. If you don't know how to do any of that, ask the 8-year-old sitting next to you. They'll help you.
You can also head down to the Nissan tent. You can get yourself a cape. You can even customize it a little bit. There's a bunch of other graphics that they can silkscreen on there right in the action. You can pick it. You can. It's really cool.
Why are you not?
Why
do you not have a cape on? Where's your cape?
I have to be aerodynamic. Do I race in a cape? No, it's at the after party where you wear the cape. I'm still in aerodynamic mode. We got some waves coming out the back.
cape.
Let's see if they stand up. We've got
Blue had priority, so Bella took that one. She's going southbound. She has some good speed, gets it up top, throws out a heap of water. She's going to redirect now and see what's going to happen on the inside. And down she goes. Pete Rose. Never get enough pictures with you, Miss Lindsay. Always good. Have you been in contact with Nick Baumgartner, your gold medal partner?
Yeah, talk to him pretty consistently. Keep bugging him for my concrete countertops. So once those are ready, he'll come on by. Looking at that replay of Bella, she had a really nice first hit, but it really didn't develop on the inside for her, so she kind of got swallowed by that foam. And handing over the priority baton to Zoe out the back, who is waiting for an opportunity. She's in position. If something comes in this next minute and a half, she will be there with priority.
Yeah, 8.33.
She can see her paddling, maybe scraping, looking into something. She's going to take off and pass by, but she took the initiation that she could potentially lose priority, but since she is still out the back,
she still has it. So that last heat, sorry you missed that one doing duty, but that was, thank God it was a 30-minute heat for Caroline Marks, because if it was 25, that would not have produced. Tuwok did a fantastic job, and then Marks at the tail end just applied the pressure of the Supergirl defending champ, and she's moving on to the semifinals right now. Under a minute left. Bella Kenworthy, the story is you still on the lead. Zoe Benedetto, you are in red with priority, and you're just hoping for a wave. Again, Fox TV show coming up in November, December. Oh, just not enough on that one.
it's tricky. It's hard to keep yourself calm when you're looking for an opportunity to stand up. You don't want to be rushed and go for the first thing you see. It might not be the best. She still has 20 seconds to stand up. Something could pop up. As long as she's up before that buzzer, that wave will count. You know, things can happen right at the buzzer, and it's not over until it's over. So you're not giving up. She still has priority. We're counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And that is good news for Bella and the Kenworthy family. Moving on to the semifinals. That is Bella's first semifinal, and she's going to go up against either Sawyer Lindblad or Luana Silva, which is our final quarterfinal round of 8 coming up shortly. And we're at the 1 o'clock hour right now. Lindsay, high five. Always a pleasure. Lindsay Jacobellis is going to go to the locals only vodka tent. And she's going to be a guest bartender. I might have to come see you.
I'll save you a drink ticket if you can't get off the mic, because you're working so hard out here. You provide so much energy and information to everyone here, everyone on the pier, anyone in shouting distance, pretty much oceanside for you.
I love you, my dear. Again, 2-time Olympic gold medalist, Lindsay Jacobellis, from the sport of snowboard cross. What a treat to have you here. Have a beautiful day at the beach, and we'll see you a little later. And we're going to toss to break right now, and there's a webcast. Come back live and have the heat with Sawyer Lindblad and Luana Silva. Stick with us.
Not very many Latina women go in the military as an officer. but I always had that desire to serve my country, and that is why I chose the Air Force. The advice I would give to somebody who doesn't think that they could be an aviator, you can. You just have to decide to take another step forward, and then another one, and then another one, and then it gets easier. Don't underestimate yourself. You did this, and you could do more.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
We used to think that a solid skincare routine meant washing our face with a bar of hotel soap or splashing it with salt water during our morning surf session. But over the years, we realized that with everything we put it through on a daily basis, our skin was gonna need a heck of a lot more than just sunscreen. Whether we're out in the water, traveling around in our van, hanging at the skate park, or whatever else we're into, we just wanna do our best to give our skin what it needs for every moment of every day, so we can get back to doing what we love, which to us is what it's all about.
And welcome back to Oceanside in California for the Nissan Supergirl Pro presented by Celsius. And thank you to all of our sponsors, including the Air Force. And we've had some incredible representatives of the Air Force in, including Mace F-16 yesterday, and inspiring women in our Air Force and for an incredible career. Check them out. And Grocery Outlet Bargain Market for all of your grocery needs right here in Oceanside. And we have the heat in the water, and it is the final quarter-final. And in red is Sawyer Lindblad, and in blue is Luana Silva. And Sawyer Lindblad, 17 years of age, from up the road here in San Clemente, and Luana Silva, 18 years of age, born in Hawaii and now representing Brazil. We're 3.5 minutes into this heat, 30-minute heat. Best two waves are scored, each wave scored out of 10, and Bella Kenworthy is going to be in the first half of that second semi-final. And the winner of this will progress through into there. We're getting down to the business end of the competition. And Shannon Quirk joining me again. You've been able to be down there at the beach, some great interviews, and really suck up the vibe down there. But the pressure is definitely on.
For sure. I mean, you can hear it in the competitor's voice when they're getting back after even winning the heat, just how close each and every one is, and really grinding through this last day of competition. You know, the Supergirl Cape means a lot to these girls. It's not only for the qualifying points, but it's, you know, it's the bragging rights of the Supergirl Cape. And we were talking earlier about how empowering that must feel, and all the confidence that you can bring forward to the rest of your season after winning here in Oceanside. So not just Oceanside, though. Now we also have the Jacksonville Supergirl Pro, which is coming up later in November.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity, both East and West Coast. And as we heard Alyssa Spencer say, for some of these girls, it is their favourite event of the entire year. And it doesn't look like Bella Kenworthy can get to the interview stage, because she's got so many fans on hand at just such a young age. And the ISA under-16 silver medalist right there. But Sawyer Lindblad is #1 on the North American regional rankings right now, and has been on a tear. But Luana Silva, coming off the back of her first season on the World Tour. And no doubt they have matched up a number of times somewhere in the world before. with all of the incredible events that take place around the globe now as part of either the regional series, the World Qualifying Series, the Challenger Series, or the World Tour. But Luana Silva, on paper, you give her the edge with the World Tour competitor experience, but Sawyer Lindblad has been incredibly competitive this year, and so far the only surfer to get a 9-point ride, which we saw yesterday.
Yeah, she's really the one to watch. You know, coming from San Clemente, this girl has, you know, the California coast on lock and has been really busy with the qualifying series, also with the Challenger Series, getting a 9th in the Sydney Surf Pro and another 9th at the U.S. Open, with Betty Liu defeating everyone else at that contest. So just some really strong surfers. You know, we were talking about Luana. She's representing Brazil with her family heritage, but she grew up surfing all of the big, scary waves on the North Shore and is super confident. Like, when you grow up in conditions like that and just become accustomed to it, there's, you know, that fear that most of us have in big surf is not in question. So I think Luana definitely has that to her advantage. But paddling into this one, it's Sawyer Lindblad going on her backhand, able to get the nose of her board up above the lip and still pushing through to the inside section, pumping her way down the line. Looks like she sees a little bit of opportunity there. See if she can finish this one off strong. And it is a little bit of reform section, another slash, and a third, and a fourth. Sawyer Lindblad looking mighty strong.
Wow.
Our San Clemente surfer paddling back out. 22 minutes on the clock and 40 seconds.
And now Luana Silva taking a look at this one, the World Tour competitor surfer. Can she get around this section? Now she does, up off the foam. Some good spray there. She will also get the link up into the inside. That first turn maybe not as critical as Sawyer Lindblad's was, but she's got a bit of a bigger wall on the inside. Nice forehand layback slash there. A great first exchange there for Sawyer and for Luana. And some critical maneuvers from both surfers there, but Sawyer's was almost impossible, and she was able to ride out of that first turn out the back, and we'll see it in the replay with 22 minutes to go. And maybe a paddle looks like Sawyer's further out, so priority not yet awarded. We'll see who is first out into the lineup to gain that priority. So let's take a look here.
So this is a replay of Sawyer Lindblad. I mean, you saw her flexibility on that attempt. I mean, it's amazing. She stuck it. You really had to, it's almost like a scorpion with her hands above her head, and kind of a weird tweak of the back right there, but she was able to hold on tight, pumps it down the line, get that finishing maneuver, and then I thought she was done, but she was not. 2 more attacks on that little inside section. So let's watch the replay of her opponent, Luana Silva, on her backhand. She's surfing towards the pier, gets one nice snap, and the face of that wave just kind of fizzles out. But she was able to pump down the line, maintain speed, and saw this little redirect going onto her forehand. Beautiful bottom turn, and then really got the fins free. You saw the claim there at the end. She liked it. So so did I. So it sounds like we have the last heat winner down with Uncle E.
Over to you, Mr. With
Right here. Here's Bella, which stands for beauty, and you had some beautiful surfing out there. Well done. What are the conditions like right now? Looked a little tricky.
It's definitely pretty tricky, but there's a couple out there. I was just trying to find ones with a little more face.
Yeah, that's what it's all about right there. You got one on the inside there, all the way into the pylons. I understand you're taking off on a trip tonight. Where are you headed with Dad?
I'm gonna go to Indo tonight with my dad.
15 years of age. I'm gonna go to Indo and get my passport stamped. How long are you gonna stay over there?
Not that long, about maybe like 10 days.
10 days? It's 10 beautiful days. Have you been before?
Yeah, this is my 3rd time.
Oh my goodness, at 15 to be able to do that, that's fantastic. Well, I know your dad's very proud of you. He's right there. He's stoked. He's got some pH water for you. That's one happy dad. This is your first semifinals at the Supergirl, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was my first quarters too at the Supergirl.
Beautiful, nice one. Anything you want to say to the fellow competitors out there and future Supergirls also?
Just have fun.
That's right. Just have fun. Simply put, nice and easy. She's got a beautiful smile. She's got excellent talent. She's got a fantastic family following. How many siblings total?
I have 4 siblings.
4 siblings, all
There's
packed.
5 of us.
There's 5 of you, all packed into that big Sprinter van. A lot of work for Pops and Mom. Anything you want to say to the family?
Thanks for coming down and watching me.
That's great. Just a good energy. Good luck into the semifinals. High five. That's Bella Kenworthy, and we're throwing it back to you guys now. Good stuff.
Thank you very much. 15 years of age and into the semi-finals. An incredible performance by Bella Kenworthy. But the scores are in. Sawyer Lindblad, a 6.17, a recognition of how critical that turn was, and a 5.17 for Luana Silva, who is up and riding now on her second ride.
Yeah, let's watch this wave as the North Shore local takes to her forehand attack. Beautiful wrapping carve, staying low and in the pocket, pumping her way down the line. Boom, off the top, and just wasn't quite able to come out clean, but was able to find a little bit more scoring potential. So we'll see how that ride plays for Luana. It's going to be her backup score. So we watch the replay here.
She's got such good flow and maintains the speed throughout the entire ride.
Yeah, I love to see that when it doesn't feel forced, right? She's waiting for the wave. You know, she is pumping to keep her speed, but she's just kind of, you know, cruising along and waiting for the wave to pop open and kind of show her some opportunity. I think that's the difference, you know, when you really love watching someone surfing, especially we hear it all the time with Stephanie Gilmore. It's that flow, and she just seems in sync with the ocean. So Luana definitely has a lot of that in her. I love watching her, and I think, you know, it's because it just feels, it looks effortless. It's kind of, it's just
it's
gorgeous.
Beautiful,
surfing.
beautiful surfing. Yeah, gorgeous, beautiful flow. But that's a 3, so a 3. But it does put her in the lead. But Sawyer needs a 2 to retake the lead and has priority. And there are some sets coming into the lineup. Surfers in different parts of the lineup now. And Sawyer smartly taking a look at that and deciding it's not going to give her much opportunity, which it wouldn't. Plenty of time on the clock, 17 minutes and 10 seconds. And we see Sawyer paddling for this one. She sees something over on the left and she's up and riding a good size wave.
Taking priority, bottom turn, big wrapping carve. Sawyer Lindblad is fighting her way back into first place. She's looking for only a 2.0 to advance that through to this round. So we'll see if Sawyer is able to find the score she needs. That's definitely going to help her cause. Sawyer having incredible results all year round on both the challenging series, especially the qualifying series, pretty much finding her way into the final nearly every event she enters these days. Let's watch the replay here. Big wrapping carve up to the lip and just keeps a little bit of flow and speed here, trying to look for a finishing maneuver. Judges want to see her finish strong in her feet, and she wraps her way to the inside section, but just decides to paddle back out.
And Luana Silva now up and riding on a right-hander, looking to answer back. And there is the speed and the flow of a World Tour competitor. Now into the inside section. Really nice cutback as that wave steepens up. It's got another section, and again, little chunky wedge here on the inside. One more turn, finishes strongly for Luana Silva. And so we have a heat on our hands. And for those of you who are watching on the webcast and wondered why didn't Sawyer Lindblad keep going left after that big wrapping turn, well, it's because there's a pier in the way and the pylons are very close. But let's look at Luana's wave.
So this is Luana Silva taking off on her forehand. You can see she's timing it really well. Beautiful wrapping carve all the way back into the power pocket, and then pushes her way down the line, cruising this last section. And watch all that spray. You see, you know, you really see the fire in Luana. Just impeccable technique and gorgeous surfing. Watch this one. Whack. Finishing maneuver. Very strong. Luana is putting up a battle here as the scores come in for that last ride.
Well, it's a 4.7 for Sawyer Lindblad, a 4.7. That puts her in the lead with a 6.17, but Luana Silva, the score about to come in, a 5.77. So Luana Silva in the lead with a 5.77 and a 5.17. Sawyer has priority. She's got a 6.17, which is the highest wave in this heat so far, but she needs a 4.77 to retake the lead. What a fantastic heat with 14 and a half minutes remaining. Still plenty of surfing ahead of us. This is a fantastic matchup.
Yeah, both of these girls, are some of our younger competitors, even though they're so experienced in the qualifying series, but Luana, with a little bit of that nudge up, had the year to experience what the championship tour was like up against the top in the world. And it's so exciting to watch someone like Luana, who's just turned 18 years old, to be able to be at that stage and at that level. We saw her get a 5th place at her home break at Sunset Beach. And, a lot of the surfers say that that's one of the hardest places to surf, so for someone like Luana, who's come from those kind of conditions, I think you can see her forehand is impeccable on her front side. She's just ripping apart those waves. I love how she, takes her time, pulls her momentum all the way back, and really wraps the board and throwing tons of, buckets of spray. So 2 really strong competitors here. Sawyer also, as we said, so many finals, and it's always her in a battle against Alyssa Spencer for some reason. Both, Alyssa from Encinitas and Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente. So both in just their hometown heroes in their own right. You're watching on the webcast the packed beach here in Oceanside, California. We have so many people down here enjoying the festivities, watching the final day of competition on this beautiful Sunday afternoon in San Diego. As Luana Silva taking a look, and she's up on her backhand, quick in and out.
Well, Sawyer had priority, so she's just looking for another wave to replace her low score of 5.17. So Sawyer in the box seat now, looking for a 4.77 to advance. And you mentioned, Shannon, that they're both teenagers, 17 and 18. We are guaranteed for an only teenage semi-final 2, because Bella Kenworthy, who's just 15, is into that already. And up at the top part, we've got Alyssa Spencer, who's also a teenager at 19. Caroline Marks, 20 years of age. So Caroline Marks, the old lady of the sea right now at 20 years of age.
Yeah, I still visualize Caroline like a Grom. I can't. It's too weird. It's like I watched her when she was so small here at Supergirl Pro, and over the years, you see them develop into these amazing women that have accomplished so much. And it's great to see Caroline still in the mix here, fighting to keep that Supergirl cape around her neck. She won right here in Oceanside last year. So, some incredible surfers in the mix still. Priority now with Sawyer Lindblad in red. She's looking for a 4.77 to advance. Luana Silva currently in the lead with a 5.77 and a 5.17.
And we've got some amazing performances tonight, as we have had throughout the entire competition. And it's first in, best dressed into the performance arena today, and it is coming up shortly. We've got Laura Morano in concert, and then after the awards ceremony later, Hoobastank and the Spin Doctors. So it's been a fantastic weekend of music as well. Here comes a wave into the lineup. Sawyer Lindblad has priority. She uses it. She takes off. Big wall in front of her. Big turn, and she lands it. And we'll now be looking for the link up on the inside section as the tide continues to rise. We should start seeing a little bit more, and there she is. She's selected this well, going the right on her backhand now. Big backhand turn, so huge forehand turn and then a big backhand turn there for Sawyer Lindblad. Will it be 4.77?
She's definitely putting up a case for herself. Let's watch the replay. So you can see she took off going on her forehand towards the pier. Big bottom turn, and wow, what a beautiful hack off the top there. And, the key here is really keeping the momentum to get that final finishing maneuver. It's kind of been the outlier in between, a lot of these competitors are just looking for fractions of a point. And she does, make that backhand attack. Looking really good on her board today. Sawyer Lindblad, we're The scores are coming in. Huge numbers for Sawyer. 7.67. She has turned the heat. Sawyer Lindblad now in first place from San Clemente in red. Luana Silva, you have priority. You are needing an 8.07 to take first place.
Wow. So if you look at the two scores there of Sawyer, the 6.17 at the start, and that was that really critical maneuver. That second one, the 7.67, even more critical. Both times getting into the lip and riding down with the lip and then navigating out through the foam and then all through to the inside and then finishing off with one more turn on the inside. And so the judges rewarding the critical nature of the wave. Both waves a little bit bigger as well, a little bit more power in it. There's some of our young fans, no doubt, Supergirls of the future.
Oh, for sure. That's the best part about Supergirl Pros. All the little girls on the beach, looking up to their heroes. And when you have, some of the top surfers in the world down here, it really gathers the whole community together along the California coast to come and, it's that opportunity to meet their heroes. And I love that, the parents bring their kids down here. I think it's super important for women to surround themselves with other strong ladies that can really inspire you and push you, do some storytelling to talk about what we've all been dealing with in our various industries, because we don't only have the surf contest today. We're sponsored by the Air Force Reserve. We have some of the ladies that are the leading ladies and some of the first ladies to ever fly fighter jets. I mean, these are women that have made it through so many hurdles. I talked to some of them yesterday about how important it was to have equal pay, and still today they're, constantly, kind of trying to just define what it means to be a woman in the Air Force. So I think it's interesting to see how much overlap there is with different industries, especially that are male dominated, and how much harder the women often have to work to kind of prove themselves, which you see pretty much every day in a lineup in the surf. So really nice to kind of let go of that obstacle and just kind of think, this is all women all weekend. We have the lineup to ourselves right now, just 2 women in the water, really trying to just battle that out with only 7 minutes on the clock now. We're going to watch as Sawyer paddles for this one. Not going to take any chances there to let go of her first place position, but it is Luana Silva who has priority, and it looks like she's waiting for that set wave.
Yeah, well, she needs an 8.07, which is up towards the excellent range, and with that priority, she can sit and wait for the wave that she believes is going to deliver it to her, looking for something with a bit of a corner, and this could well be it, looking like a right-hander in front of her. She's up and riding, and let's see if she can do a big turn there. Wow, about 20-foot spray, and now coming through to the inside. So looking for a link up here to get 1 or 2 more turns, but it didn't give it to her, just running away. But a nice first turn, and the scores, she needs an 8.07, or if she can do better than a 5.77, which is her current high score, then that will help her cause to narrow the gap between those 2 big scores of Sawyer Lindblad, and in particular that 7.67, which is one of the highest scores that we've seen today. Of course, Sawyer putting up the 9 yesterday.
Yeah, we definitely have seen the judges reward some waves that with just one big hit. So we'll see if it's what Luana needs as the scores drop in now. I mean, watch out for Luana on her forehand. She's used to surfing Sunset Beach, grew up there, and it has, not only the size, but a really beautiful inside bowl where you can get, that either a critical hack off the top or get super barreled. So Luana is, very fluent with these, any right-hander, and like we saw just there, one big hit was enough to get her a 5.93. Luana Silva, you now need a 7.91 to take the lead. Red up and riding from San Clemente on her backhand. Big hack off the top, throwing buckets of spray, working her way down the line, redirects onto her forehand. Nice maneuver, finishing that one, getting the fins free.
Well, that was a smaller wave for Sawyer, but you could see that Luana was also posturing to go, so she used her priority to keep her off, just to make sure, or to reduce the chance of Luana getting a chance to get that 7.91, but she's up and riding now on her backhand and just not able to get round that section. She is out further in the lineup, so it's likely that she'll retain priority, but that wave didn't give her what she needed. 4 minutes and 15 seconds, 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in this heat. And it is the younger of the two, Sawyer Lindblad, who has the edge right now. West Coast versus Hawaii, or now Brazil, as Luana representing Brazil and hoping to represent at the next Olympic Games.
Let's watch the replay here for the webcast. This is Luana's last ride. She took off going towards the pier and saw an opportunity when she was taking off, but that wave just shut down, so she's going to get out the back. She needs something bigger and better, looking for a 7.91. So she's going to hope with 3 minutes on the clock, something comes in. Luana situation, you have priority. You are holding on to a 5.93 and a 5.77, needing a 7.91 to advance.
Yeah, 3 minutes 20. 3 minutes 20 remaining. A 7.91 is required by Luana, who has priority. And this is going to come down to the wire. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. The difference between the two surfers, they both had some big turns, but Sawyer's also been able to pick the waves that have given her a little bit more on the inside. And perhaps the edge on the critical nature of the turns. Both of her big scores really riding down with the lip.
Yeah, definitely. They want to see that final finishing maneuver. And, you know, with the conditions like this, that last turn makes all the difference when you're looking for fractions of a point to make it through to the next round. Oceanside is giving us a little bit more size at the end of the day now. So you saw it was super tricky in the morning, and now a little bit more scoring potential, but you definitely got to be selecting the right waves because they're not all going to wrap through to the inside.
2 minutes 20, and after that our semi-finalists will be set. We will have only 4 surfers remaining. The longboard final, I think, is happening right now. We'll be crowning or putting the capes on the longboard champions. We'll have the adaptive surfing between the semis and the finals once those finalists have been set. 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. Sawyer Lindblad, Luana Silva sitting side by side. Silva needing a 7.91 and just looking for a wave so that she can bring that World Tour experience to bear with 1 minute 30.
Yeah, you can see that competitive experience playing out for Sawyer. She's had such an incredible year, making finals all over the world, and now you can see why. Holding on to 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. She's holding her first place position, but Luana Silva does have priority, so if she sees an opportunity, she can pick any wave she wants, but she's going to need a 7.9 to make it through to the semis. So we'll see what Mother Nature has in store as they both are paddling for this ride. Let's see if she takes it. She does. Luana Silva up and at it, out on her backhand. Big turn off the top. Pumps down the line, and a second turn, redirecting through the foam on her way to the inside. Pumping through. We'll see if she can find another opportunity on the inside here. She's looking at the clock. She knows she needs another wave. 30 seconds paddling out the back.
So Luana Silva, and you can see there Sawyer Lindblad really pressing the point as well as time's ticking down, 25 seconds. It was a good move by Luana Silva because there may not be another wave in the remaining 15 seconds here in this heat. Is it going to be enough? The score has come in a 4.63. So Luana Silva still needing a 7.91. What's she going to do on the inside with 5 seconds remaining? She's up and riding and goes for a big turn and doesn't ride out. And so Sawyer Lindblad is going to move through into the semi-final and will meet Bella Kenworthy in the second semi-final today.
Wow, that was a banger. Throwing a Hail Mary at the end. I wasn't sure what she was going to do, but she went for it. You can see the progression in Luana, and congrats to both of these ladies. Incredible competitive surfing, and such big futures for both of them. But it is Sawyer Lindblad who's going to be moving on to the semifinals, and we're counting down this heat in the water now with 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
And as this heat gets underway, we will take a break and come back with the semi-finals at the Nissan Supergirl Pro.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
These waves are going to be 10 to 15 feet tall, crashing.
Hey, little babe, don't you cry. We got that sunny morning wind.
There are those that see the storm, and those that see the perfect wave.
I'm Ashley Kidd, and this is my life in forward motion. To me, style is when you've done the hard work to make it look effortless. So get after it. The future is bright, and you're gonna need your blenders.
Que así toma, que así toma.
Pacifico is brewed for those who follow their own path. That's living life anchors up.
Well, welcome back to Oceanside at the Nissan Supergirl Pro, presented by Celsius Nissan, one of the great sponsors here for multiple years. And if you want to check out all of the greatest trucks and cars, go to nissanusa.com. And thank you to the Marines. Camp Pendleton just up the road here, very nearby, and thank you to the Marines for all of their support. Check out the Marines. And joining me once again, Shannon Quirk. And Shannon, we saw a flurry of activity right there at the start. Let's catch everybody at home up with what's happening with the replay.
Yeah, let's watch what happened during commercial. This is Caroline Marks on her backhand. Just epic technique. I mean, this girl is so full of power in the legs. You can see that back foot just pushing her tail out, and has an absolutely beautiful vertical attack. So strong, this lady. Both these women, Supergirl Pro champions. Alyssa Spencer on her forehand. Here's the replay. She was able to get the fins free and push through to the inside. Didn't look like a whole lot going on that wave, so probably Caroline getting the push from the judges. As the scores drop, Alyssa's first ride, a 1.0. Caroline Marks, huge numbers dropping for her, averaging out at a 7.67. Priorities with blue. Caroline has started off this heat with a bang.
And there's one more wave with Alyssa Spencer yet to come in, but let's go down to Uncle E, who is on the sand with Sawyer Lindblad.
Yeah, standing right by a nice Nissan Z right here, Sawyer Lindblad. She's moving on to the No, you're moving on to the finals.
No, semis.
See, I'm all lost. There's been so much surfing. Yeah, a little lost in translation. And so semis, and there's a fighting chance you could face who you faced in Virginia Beach, right?
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see how that goes. You got your family here. Anything you want to say to them?
Thanks for coming down and supporting me.
Yeah, and talk to us about the conditions out there. It looks like it's getting a little tricky.
Yeah, in that heat, I felt like we had the most waves, though, all of today. My other heats were pretty slow, but that heat had lots of opportunity.
Yeah, good. Great smile. I know you got to get ready for another heat. Sister Evolution, break that down for me. What is it?
It's a new brand. I think it came out like 3 or 4 years ago. I've been sponsored by the company for like a little over a year. They're so great and support me a lot. So.
That is nice to have sponsor support, isn't it? Who was your first sponsor and how old were you?
Dragon was my first sponsor, and I was, I think, 12 or 13.
Nice. I was looking for mom and dad as your first sponsor.
Yeah, my parents.
That's it. And your grandparents are here as well, right?
Yeah.
That is cool. Right on. We wish you nothing but the best of luck. Go get some food, some nourishment, and we'll see you into the next round.
Thank you.
You bet. Her name is Sawyer Lindblad. Right back to you guys, back to the action. Thank you.
And she is into the second semi-final, and she'll be up against Bella Kenworthy. Right now, it is the first semi-final. Caroline Marks with priority and a 7.67 for a blazing first wave. Alyssa Spencer is in the red in second. She got a 3.83 on her last score. She now needs a 3.85 to advance, and so Caroline's dropped the hammer early, but we've seen Alyssa Spencer so consistent throughout this entire competition.
And if you can hear me, free surfers, we're going to ask that you move south of the buoys, please. We have, or if it's that next heat, just please move south of the buoys. Thank you so much. We have 23 minutes left, 23 minutes, 50 seconds left in this heat. Caroline Marks with priority in blue, Alyssa Spencer in red, both Supergirl Pro champs. One is an Olympic surfer, Caroline Marks on the U.S. Olympic team. Also a goal of Alyssa's. Both of them have so much experience, not only here in San Diego and up the California coast, but worldwide. Alyssa got a taste of the championship tour at Bell's as a wild card, getting 9th place, defeated by the one and only Carissa Moore. So you can't feel too bad about yourself after that one. By the Queen. And then has had incredible qualifying series, so many championships, just really stacking up the trophies. She had a first at Pismo Beach. This is all Alyssa Spencer's first place results. Roxy Pro first place, the Vans Pro first place, and Outer Banks first place. Huge year for her, and she's really putting up a battle. You can tell she has it in her to make the CT, and as a big goal of hers, she's been really just chasing after the qualifying series, showing what she's got, and wow, what incredible year for her.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and competing all over the place as well. As we see a lot of our younger competitors now hitting the international circuit. There is the regional qualifying through the QS, but a number of these competitors also competing on the Challenger Series. The US Open was one of those. And of course, Caroline Marks on the World Tour, 2018 World Tour Rookie of the Year. And she finished 7th in that year at just 16 years of age, and finished the World Tour in 2019, 2nd overall. And fierce competitor, lovely person, as is Alyssa. They're incredibly friendly and warm and welcoming on the land, and then you put them out in the ocean and they're like sharks. Out comes the competitive edge, and both very, very gracious and admiring of all the talents of their fellow surfers, but they burn with a fierce desire to win. And 21.5 minutes here, Alyssa Spencer needs a 3.85 to move up into the lead priority with Caroline Marks, and you've got to think that Caroline's probably going to sit on that priority until a decent wave comes, and we've got plenty of time here on hand. And if you are down here at the event, make sure you get down to the entire festival area, check out all of the activities that are going on, and raise the bar on refreshing with Harvey's Ranch Water, which is 100% agave tequila made in Mexico, shared everywhere under the sun. Harvey's is ranch water the way it ought to be. Thank you to all of our sponsors and all of people who turn up to enjoy the atmosphere and the vibe here at Oceanside once a year. And it's incredible to think that we're already through into the semi-finals.
It goes by pretty fast when you're having fun. There's so many activities down here. We mentioned the music, going off for all weekend long. Free concerts for the whole family, and definitely go down there tonight. We have a huge list of performers, a lot of 90s bands and people I'm sure you've heard of, so really exciting to see the music acts down there. We even had a DJ contest, all female DJs, and then Sunday's music festival going on right now. Let's see, it's 1 o'clock. We have Nikki DeMar in concert, and then Laura Marano. We're going to have the Surf Award ceremony at 3:45 on the podium there. Afterwards, 4:15, Hoobastank in concert, and 5:45, the Spin Doctors. So lots of live music and all free for the community. So bring the family and take a seat, watch the music, or get up and dance, right?
Yeah, it's Uncle E was down there dancing his legs off last night, and when I left, there was a huge crowd on hand, and we're expecting that again today. Today, it's first in, best dressed into the concert venue, but the nice thing is you can be wandering around the rest of the area and obviously still hear it. So unfortunately, we can't hear a lot of it out here, but everyone is having a fantastic time down here. 19 minutes and 10 seconds. 19 minutes and 10 seconds, only 3 waves have been ridden in this heat. 1 and a 3.83 for Alyssa Spencer. Certainly the slowest start to any heat that we've seen for her throughout the entire competition. And Caroline Marks, just 1 wave ridden, but a big wave that it was at 7.76, and now sitting with priority. As we approach, we're getting closer to high tide around 3 o'clock today. We believe against, if you're looking live on the webcast, see the incredible venue here at Oceanside, the beautiful new Pacific Mission Hotel.
Yeah, Oceanside has really developed over the years. We've watched from the Supergirl Pro when we first started. It's been, there's a lot more hotels, a lot more just activities, and we were talking about shapers, local San Diego shapers come into Oceanside to make a home here and have the shaping bay. So, as normally I'd always go to San Clemente to grab a board, and now it just seems like San Diego in general is just so many incredible shapers, really tuning into the surfers' desires and demands. So been interesting to watch over the years as more shapers take to making boards for the ladies. Our dimensions are totally different, right? The shoulders, we have a little bit, it depends on the girl, right? But it's just different. We have different boards, different needs, and it's great to see the relationship between a shaper and a surfer get dialed in as these girls compete on a bigger and bigger stage. Someone like Caroline Marks going all the way to the Olympics, that board needs to be super dialed, and also having Mike Parsons in her court as a coach definitely helps. There's so much that goes into this competitive strategy. It's times like this where they're seeing the lull, where I'm really interested to know what's going through their head as they're waiting for something to come in out the back. They've taken a lot of space in between each other. So Caroline and Alyssa both kind of paddling, moving around and trying to figure out where to sit as a little bit of action starts to build on the horizon.
And a little bit more wind on the face there. And you mentioned the board. So Caroline on a Matt Biolis light speed, San Clemente shaper, and Alyssa's on a Channel Islands 5.3. This is a favourite shortboard that she's been using all season. So they've really got their equipment dialed in. But now what they need is for the ocean to cooperate. Caroline Marks just 1 wave under her belt, and further down the beach, Alyssa Spencer. So Alyssa, deliberately, we saw her start to paddle south, and for just a moment, Caroline followed her for a bit, but then opting to decide, it's like, no, I got my 7.67 right here. I'm going to stick here and wait for another one. But Alyssa giving herself a chance because she doesn't have priority.
Yeah, Caroline, as you mentioned, holding on to a 7.67 in blue, and Alyssa in red has a 3.83 and a 1.9. There on our screen, you can see a Supergirl down on the beach, looking beautiful. The Supergirl cape. So awesome to see the little girls here today. That's what it's all about, empowering women and opening up space and a platform for ladies to shine. It's so important to give these girls an opportunity to get, you know, the visual of what's happening in surfing today. There's never been a better time to be a female surfer. An event like this, it's really unique because it's only the women, and you know, it's really hard to find something like that. So I think in any sport, right? So really grateful to have Supergirl Pro, all the volunteers that come down here. It's not just, you know, the internal team. We have volunteers from the entire community coming down to help at some level. And thank you so much to everyone who's participating here. It means a lot to the girls involved in the contest, but also for the future of the sport and to continue the legacy that San Diego's had to build that community of female surfers.
And as well as the surfing talent that's being built down here, I think that this event is maybe the #1 event in the world for the number of smiles throughout the course of it. And everybody is so happy. There's such a great vibe because of that empowering nature. There's so many fun activities going on. And you also get to see some of the world's top surfers competing for the Supergirl Cape. There's 14 minutes remaining, and Alyssa Spencer has found something further down the peak. It's a nice wedging left-hander. She's got some momentum. Nice first turn. A lot of spray on that one. Working through to the inside, keeping that favourite board moving, and now rebounding. Can she finish off here? Big backhand re-entry. Strong wave there for Alyssa Spencer. She needed a 3.85 to move up into the lead because Caroline Marks only has one score. And that was great positioning there by Alyssa Spencer. And once again, generating an incredible amount of speed.
Yeah, really strong surfing from Alyssa. Let's watch the replay on the webcast. She's pumping down the line, again, as you mentioned, in a totally different peak. And boom, hits the lip, throwing tons of spray, and just pumping her way down that inside section. Another maneuver, and she works her way to the inside. Beautiful surfing from Alyssa, and a good call for her to move her way down the beach, probably just trusting herself in the ocean, the knowledge she has. But Caroline Marks is going to answer back on her backhand. Big hack off the top. Caroline Marks with another turn. The Team USA Olympic surfer, so much experience, so much knowledge on the championship tour, and this is going to be a tough battle.
Yeah, these two waves very different. Alyssa able to get a lot more flow on her wave with a suckier face, and it's a 6.33 for Alyssa, a 6.33 that moves you into the lead, but we're waiting for the score of Caroline Marks. Caroline Marks now needing a 2.49 on her second wave, and judges taking a look at that. Still able to get some good turns in place, but there was a little bit of chop on the face of the wave.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in the replay, she definitely had like 3 or 4 turns, but it was just, it's not a very big wave, not a lot of power or oomph behind it. So she's just looking for a backup score, though, at this point, and she could probably start being a little bit more selective because she'll probably get that score, and we'll see if it changes anything. Priority now with Alyssa Spencer as the score comes in for Caroline Marks, a 5.67. Caroline moves to first place. Caroline, you have a 7.67 and a 5.67. Priority now with Alyssa Spencer in red, needing a 7.02 to advance.
Well, what a fantastic exchange there, a 6.33 and a 5.67. One wave after the other. Alyssa Spencer now has priority. It looks like she's paddling back towards the pier after getting that 6.33 a little bit further south, needing that 7.02. And look at the scores. Good score line here. 7.67, 5.67 for Caroline, and a 6.33 for Alyssa. These two surfers have been so consistent throughout the entire contest.
For sure, and they're both Supergirl Pro champions, and now you see why. They stay busy, They have good wave selection, and their technique is impeccable. I think both of these ladies are champions in their own right, and I would love to see Alyssa make the CT, because it'd be really interesting to see her come up against some of the likes of Tati West and Steph Gilmore, and I would love to see her have that opportunity. So both of these ladies, incredible surfers, both calling this area home. Alyssa Spencer, more like Seaside Reef, where she's often surfing, and Cardiff being her hometown. But Caroline Marks, originally from Melbourne and then moved to San Clemente, very big hub for the surf industry. Not only are you surrounded by, she's right next to her shaper, but then she has the entire, her brand sponsors and just the family around her. So both these girls, boy, it's a tough battle. I have no idea who's going to take this one.
Yeah, 9 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Incredible surfing here by Caroline and Alyssa. Alyssa has the priority though, but she's moving around out there just looking for the peak. She knows that she's very capable of a 7.02. She also knows that Caroline's such an incredible, dangerous competitor. We saw her win to make it through into the semi-final with the scoring wave, the very last wave of the last heat in 15 seconds. She was behind and was able to come back and just get the score over Chelsea Tour to progress through into this semi-final. This is semi-final number 1. Coming up next, Bella Kenworthy and Sawyer Lindblad.
Awesome. It's going to be a big heat as well. This is a semi-final, so anything could happen. All the strongest competitors from our event, being the largest competition for women's surfing in the world, with the music festival and a surf contest. So these girls have really pushed and worked hard to make it to the semifinals. Caroline Marks leading this one with 8 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. She's holding on to a 7.67 and a 5.67. Taking a look. Caroline up on her backhand, big bottom turn, huge hack, vertical attack. Caroline pushing her way to the inside. And another check turn, throwing buckets, bottom turn, up into the lip. Big re-entry, good job for Caroline Marks. She's holding on to that first place position, but she's gonna want to keep finding those good waves to hold off Alyssa, now with priority out the back in red.
Power, speed, and flow. Take us through it, Shannon.
So watch as Caroline drops in, big bottom turn, huge vertical attack. It's about 12 o'clock, and then pushes her way to the inside. So much power in the legs here. She's able to always throw buckets no matter what size the wave, and huge backside attack. She's always looking good on her backhand, and obviously has been perfecting that. I mean, there's a reason why this was the girl that was chosen to be on the U.S. Olympic team.
So if she gets better than a 5.67, she will extend her lead, and it does. It's a 7.67 and an 8.17 on that last ride, an 8.17 for Caroline Marks with 6 minutes 55. Alyssa, you have priority. She needs a 9.51, a huge score in the excellent range, very close to the maximum of 10, or to replace her 2 scores. So Caroline Marks, an 8.17 on that last ride, and Alyssa now needing a 9.51 with 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, so we talked about how there's never been a Supergirl Pro Champ who's taken both capes east to west coast. That's what Alyssa is here to do, and I have faith she could do it. She takes a look at this wave, not the one, but she does have priority. So with 6 minutes on the clock, Alyssa, you are holding a 6.33 and a 3.83 in your scoreline, needing a 9.51. 6 minutes on the clock. Caroline and Marks in first place. Our Team USA surfer, also a CT competitor. She's had an incredible year. I mean, she took a lot of time off, but every time she was in an event, she made it through with flying colors. She had a 3rd place in El Salvador. just losing to Stephanie Gilmore, our GOAT of the sport. And then had a 5th at the Oi Rio Pro and another 5th at J-Bay, also in Tahiti, a 5th. So Caroline always working her way through, very close into the quarters and just barely making it up to the podium. So Caroline has a lot to lose here, and so does Alyssa, knowing that they're both defending champs for Supergirls. So let's see as Alyssa Spencer in red, bottom turn, big vertical attack on her forehand, pushing through to the inside. Just gonna watch this whitewash, see if there's any more scoring potential. But out the back, Caroline Marks taking off on her backhand. Nice size wave, big bottom turn, up to the top, huge vertical attack. Gosh,
wow.
Right? Caroline's backhand is just on fire. I mean, take notes, ladies.
Yeah, Caroline Marks is just so renowned for her backhand, but that wave, so critical. One of the bigger faces that we've seen. But Alyssa Spencer also got a good ride, so 2 scores to come in. Priority is not set yet. Pretty even, maybe Caroline a little bit further out. 4 minutes 17 remaining. So for Caroline, will that be more than a 7.67? And for Alyssa Spencer, she's looking for a 9.51.
Well, as we were watching the replay there, you saw, she picked a nice size wave, definitely the set, and one of the better waves we've seen so far. Took the time to really get to that section that she was able to throw it all down through the tail free and fins free in the air, and came back around. So we'll see what the judges thought of that ride.
It is a 9-point ride for Caroline Marks. And now Alyssa Spencer, 3.5 minutes. You were in combination situation, a 9 and an 8.17. And Shannon, explain to us what a combination situation means.
So basically that means Alyssa, with only 3 minutes on the clock, she's going to have to figure out potentially 2 waves in order to take back the lead. And, the time counting down, it's going to be tough, but Alyssa can do it. She has 3 minutes on the clock. There's a lot of opportunity right now in the end of the day, thankfully, to Mother Nature. But Caroline does have priority. So both of these girls have a lot of competitive experience. Caroline holding on to a 9 and an 8.17. I'm pretty sure that's the highest heat total we've had all event.
It is.
So incredible surfing for both of them. But just Caroline taking the nudge right now. Great wave selection. She was able to really crush those last waves, and just what a leader of the sport. It's both of these girls are 2 to watch, and it's too bad they had to come up against each other, because both this could be a final right now.
Yeah, well, it happened last year, but you used a great term then, crushed that wave, and that's exactly what Caroline Marks did. Absolutely destroyed it, and a 9 for 1 turn. It's a 1-turn wave, and it's a 9. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes remaining. Caroline Marks has priority, but Alyssa Spencer is not giving up. She's paddling a little bit further south. She got that 6.33 earlier, but she's going to need to get 2 rides, because even if she gets a 10, she would then need a 7.17. So she's going to have to replace both rides. And with 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, that is a tough call, but she's giving herself a shot. Caroline Marks now. Looks like a little bit of a drift as the tide comes up here towards the pier, but incredible surfing here. Right now, with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining, it looks like Caroline Marks is heading towards yet another Supergirl final. It's not over yet, but last year she took victory here. And it was Alyssa Spencer who fell to her in the semi-finals. So, Alyssa, 1 minute remaining. And then we'll move into the second semi-final. In red, it's going to be Bella Kenworthy up against the blue Sawyer Lindblad, 2 teenagers going head-to-head. And both surfers know each other pretty well from the San Clemente scene. So I'm sure they've played out many pretend heats in the water, and now it is coming to fruition. Both of those surfers competing regularly on the qualifying series this year.
Looks like some opportunity out the back. Alyssa taking a look, but it's going to be Caroline Marks up with a little victory lap here, pumping down the line. Huge air for Caroline. Oh, what a great attempt. You got to love it. I mean, 8 seconds on the clock. She was just throwing anything at that point, knowing she's taking the win with 3, 2, and 1.
Well, that is the end of that heat, and Caroline Marks once again moves into the final here at the Supergirl Pro. And we will take a quick break and come back with semi-final number 2, Bella Kennedy, Kenworthy, and Sawyer Lindblad. Stay with us.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
We're for the trailblazers and the thrill seekers, the craftsmen and the tastemakers, those dedicated to country and community, family and friends, working to carve out a better life for themselves in a patch of California that's more focused on authenticity than image, more substance than show. We're Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, planning. We're the place to get started and the place to kick it into high gear. So dream big, we got you.
Welcome back. This is the Supergirl Pro. It's a World Surf League qualifying series event. Thanks so much to our sponsor, Celsius Essential Energy, the official energy drink of the Supergirl Pro. Also to Jolynn, the official swimwear sponsor of the Supergirl Pro and unofficial sponsor of Active Women Everywhere.
Thank you, Shannon. Shannon Quirk, Mark Fuel here, second semi-final. And we've got some action already, but it was an in and out for Sawyer Lindblad. Both surfers from San Clemente in California. We can see Bella Kenworthy, 15 years of age. Sawyer Lindblad, 17 years of age. And this is the future of the sport right here. And we already have one of our finalists have been set, and that is Caroline Marks. Wow, and what a semi-final it was, Shannon.
Yeah, that's so exciting. I mean, you can see the technique and experience both those ladies have. I'd love to see them, battle it out on a World Championships Tour stage, and no doubt Alyssa can do it, and I hope she keeps on keeping on. I love watching her surfing. It's so on point, and she just has a huge fan base here in San Diego.
Well, let's go right down now to Caroline Marks before she heads to the final.
Wow, that's what you like to see out here as you get into the semifinals. Some bigger waves, and that snap, the 9.0 on the Richter scale. Talk us through that wave when you saw it coming up and you just threw buckets. Talk us through that one.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was a super fun wave. It was nice to have a set that held up, and yeah, I'm stoked. It gave me a nice section. That's really fun. Hopefully there's a bunch of waves like that in the final.
Yeah, you're not giving up that cape, are you?
I don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I think, I've got to do my research, but I think back-to-back it's been quite some time, if at all. But, yeah, Alyssa, great competitor out there. She was looking to get the cape as well. Thoughts on your fellow competitor that you've competed with before?
Yeah, for sure. Alyssa's such a great competitor. I had her last year in this exact same round, and she put up a great fight. So it's always hard surfing against her, and it was nice we had some waves in that heat to kind of surf it out. And, yeah, it was fun. She's a great competitor.
Are you doing anything special with Snips with your coach in the morning? I know he knows the waves like nobody else, right? Is he giving you guidance and coaching each heat, saying, here comes the swell, here's the direction, here's where you should sit? Is there any strategy that you probably don't want to give it away, but is there something? Is there something there?
Yeah, look, I'm super grateful to have Snips' knowledge. He's obviously been around for a while and has surfed a lot of heats himself and been around contests a long time, so it's great to have him in my corner. And yeah, I guess each heat is changing a little bit, so he definitely gives me little pointers, but yeah, we're just kind of keeping it simple, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you eating your hair, you got to be hungry, right? Okay, you go get rested. We have an adaptive event in between this, and you got the finals. Good luck. Caroline Marks is going for her second back-to-back cape. Anything you want to say to your family and friends?
Hi guys. Yeah, thanks for supporting. Love you guys. And you guys are the best.
Caroline Marks, Supercharger, going for a second cape. Back to the booth. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you very much. As we see Sawyer Lindblad in and out. Right before that, Bella Kenworthy took off on a solid wave, but not able to do much with it. So good size waves, but didn't hold a lot of potential for scoring on it. So right now, Sawyer Lindblad with the 1.23 and Bella Kenworthy with 0.9.
Yeah, no, that last wave, I mean, she got pretty pounded, actually. Bella, our 15-year-old surfer, one of the younger competitors, but don't count her out because, I mean, here she is in the semifinals, and she's had an incredible year on the qualifying series. Bella had a 5th at Pismo Beach Open and another 5th at Morro Bay, but some of her better results against at the Roxy Pro, she lost to Alyssa Spencer. And then Jack Surfboards Pro, she had another 3rd, and that was actually losing to Sawyer Lindblad. So right here you have Sawyer being one of the girls that's really made her stamp. You know, she's getting either 1st or 2nd in most of the qualifying events she's entering. So no doubt you're going to be seeing a lot more of both of these ladies. Really the next generation of the sport, Bella being someone who's kind of, you know, going with the likes of Katie Simmers, and one of the names that we talk about when we think of the evolution of the sport and what the girls are throwing down, because women like Carissa Moore and Stephanie Gilmore, who are at the top of their game on the CT, have to be thinking about what these ladies are doing, because everything's changing, right? The boards are changing, the tech's changing, the coaching, just the evolution of women surfing. And the women are going to have to adapt. Like you saw that with Slater, as the younger surfers were coming up, he had to get more innovative and, you know, battle out against the likes of, you know, some of the Brazilian young guns that were throwing huge airs and used to those beach breaks. So it's been really interesting to watch, especially someone like Bella, who is, you know, has an aerial game, and you have no idea what's going to happen. So really both these competitors, it's the San Clemente battle. Sawyer Lindblad with priority blue, you have a 1.23 heat total. Both these ladies looking to put some points on the board, just waiting for Mother Nature to give them the opportunity. Bella is holding on to a 0.9 and 22 minutes on the clock. You can see right here on our webcast screen, the beach is packed. It's a beautiful day here in San Diego. Definitely still summer vibes, and kids running around, and so exciting to see all the families down here supporting women's surfing. And, you know, some critics might say women's surfing wouldn't have an audience without the men, but this is proving that theory wrong.
Oh, come on. Who'd say that?
I've heard it before.
Oh, yeah, that's passe. That's like 2004, whatever. Yeah. Talk to Anderson and Gilmore and Caroline Marks. Goodness gracious. Uncle Lee back on a headset, but a fine opportunity to cruise around and check out what's going on. There's a women's panel just going on that I just listened into, and you've got some actresses and some authors, and I didn't get all their names, but there's 6 of them on the main stage, and wow, what an impactful conversation. And so that just finished up. Took a walk around. It is packed back there, and Sunbum's got free sunscreen. You got kombucha, you got Celsius. There's so much to see and do, and it's packed. It's like dizzying. And then just as I walk back in, I look. I just happened in between the tents. I look and I saw that snap from Carolyn Marks. I'm like, wow, that was fantastic just to witness it. It looked like one of the bigger waves of the weekend.
Yeah, she definitely was able to pick that section. It looked super fun, and again, yeah, she waited for a bigger wave, and that was enough oomph behind it to give all the energy she needed to really crank out the lip, and the judges rewarded her. We've seen them reward some one hits off the lip when it's just enough power to really get the points you need to move on to the next heat, because tricky conditions out here. Some of these waves are closing out or not really reforming, but all about wave selection. And both these ladies in the water right now have so much experience here in Oceanside and around the coast that it's anyone's game.
You speak the truth. We are on the second semifinal heat. For you folks at home, welcome to this WSL event. Semifinal heat number 2, 2022 Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, powered and fueled by Celsius. And I've watched about 100 people walk past me with a Celsius in their hand. They've got some ice. They've got some cold drinks ready for you. That's right behind the announce booth, so go get one. Get ready for our adaptive program. I'll be working with Liv, who knows quite a bit about the adaptive role. 4 ladies will be out there for an expression session coming up right after this heat in about 20 minutes time. After the adaptive session, we will graduate right into the finals, where one of these 2 ladies, Bella Kenworthy or Sawyer Lindblad, will face Caroline Marks. And we will then wrap that up, go to the stage, and give out the Supergirl cape with a check for the winner for $8,000 for the winner. And right now, there's just not a whole lot to talk about in the name of scores. A lot's going to change.
Well, what we can talk about is the storyline behind these ladies, both of them having an incredible season on the qualifying series. Bella being the younger of the 2 at 15 years young, the daughter of I'm sure everyone's seen his photography, Kenworthy being a household name in the surf industry, and it really helps to have family and parents that encourage you to go surfing. I think in general, women sometimes need that nudge from their parents to say it's okay to go play sports. Sometimes it's not as normalized, but here in California, it's awesome to see how many women are staying active and getting busy, making sure they have just a well-rounded health and a lot of longevity. So one of our sponsors here today, Boarding for Breast Cancer, they have a booth down, and you can check out how to do a self-breast exam, which is important to keep yourself healthy and for early detection. So Boarding for Breast Cancer, one of the most important booths down there. So please check them out and learn all about it.
Yeah, my buddy Kurt puts on the Boarding for Breast Cancer Skate the Lake, skating around Lake Tahoe, and Skate the Coast up in Santa Monica. And it's a very highly respected event that's been going on for years, and he's huge behind it. My former wife did some artwork for some of the boards that they sold and make money, and they've been around quite some time. They had a Boarding for Breast Cancer snow event up in Sierra Tahoe years ago, and it's just a great thing. Red's up and riding. What do we got here? Bella Kenworthy having a go at it. Ooh, leaning back just a skosh, and she's got some energy pushing forward. Bella's got that hot pink board with the red jersey on. Just living north of here and headed off on an airplane tonight, red-eye style, out to Indo. Lucky, lucky, lucky. You been out that way?
I have not been to Indo. I've heard so many people like, oh, if you haven't gone to Bali, you're not a real surfer. But hey, I hear it's the land of lefts, and there's a bit of a plastic pollution problem. So I've hopefully over the years as we get that under control, or at least like the government I know is doing a lot more nowadays about there's so much tourism in Bali that I think it's been a bit tricky if you're trying to find a wave to yourself. So Bella, we're watching here on the replay, currently in first position, that last score coming in at a 4.0. So Bella, you are currently in first with a 4 and a backup score of a 0.9. Sawyer, you have priority in blue, looking for, really just holding on to a pair of, looks like a 0.73 and a 0.5. So Sawyer Lindblad has priority with 15 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, needing a 4.17 to advance.
Welcome to Oceanside. If you're here for the first time as a tourist, nice to have you here. This is a splendid summer day, that's for sure. We're on the last week of summer, and fall becomes a glorious time here as well. The water's about as warm as it's ever been. In the 70, I think it's 74. So these girls are not wearing full wetsuits. They don't need to. They're just in onesies, if you will. Some in just bikinis, and they got different colored jerseys on, so we can decide who's doing what. Jerseys are, as they call them in Australia, singlets. And we have 2 in the water. One of them is going to face Caroline Marks in the finals. Coming up, once again, we have Melissa Reed, Darian Haynes, Mira Nelson, and Zoe Smith in exhibition heat. Not scored. Liv Stone is going to join me. She's competed in this before, and it's very inspirational. Sometimes they get assistance out there, but we've seen some great rides and just very inspirational. And all 4 of them will be at the awards as well, receiving accolades, props, and love.
Yeah, I would say the adaptive surfing event I worked with the ISA was probably one of the highlights of my career thus far. It was so incredible to see what the ocean can do for people. It's so so cleansing, and such a spiritual process, just entering the ocean, and salt water just being like, amazing, various aspects of it. So I think getting addicted to surfing can really be the best thing ever for you. And you're on the webcast, you're watching the Pier. Give a hello. You are live on the broadcast. Everyone on the Pier, give a little wave. What's up?
Yeah, if you can hear this, put your right hand up in the air. Put your right hand up. Great. Now put your left hand up at the same time, and then wave them like you just don't care. There you go. Yeah, nice one. You know what the deal is? There's a speaker over by that green umbrella, so they can hear it better than the people in the front.
Gotcha.
Or all of them are just hearing impaired.
You guys are awesome and synchronized. You could even do a synchronized swimming event someday. You should definitely call that one.
Synchronized swimming. There's a joke saying, if one synchronized swimmer drowns, do they all drown? I don't think so.
I hope not.
No, I hope not either. Yeah. Thanks to the police, thanks to the Air Force, thanks to the Marines, the Navy, the Army, and the Coast Guard. And we want to thank all the military forces. As a matter of fact, let's give the military a big hip, hip, hooray. Here we go. Hip, hip. Very good. You guys pay attention. Nice.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to talk to some of the ladies on the beach yesterday about being some of the first women in combat and what that's been like, because sometimes especially with big wave surfing, I feel kind of like it is combat. It's like big waves versus the athletes, and it's really controversial sometimes for the women to be out there facing these potentially life-threatening situations. And I think it's an interesting dynamic when they're fighting for their right to play or be out there, or like in this case potentially protect the lives of Americans, and then just interesting controversy when it comes to women's place in the workforce. So I think it's a ever-going battle just to keep our and there she is right now.
Mace, yes, get in here.
Get in here.
Yeah.
We want to show you on the webcast.
Yeah, so Mace, I'm like, we talked to Mace yesterday, And she is, this is Siren Man. We had Mace yesterday. This is Siren. Siren flies, grab a chair. Take a seat right here. Yeah, so Siren flies planes. She's in the U.S. Air Force, and it's very impressive. We're going to talk to her in just a minute. Keep an eye on the waves. Tough to see with this time of day, it's tough to see the takeoff and what's happening, but we have spotters that are doing their jobs. It looks like Blue, Sawyer Lindblad, who's got priority. She needs a 4.17. She's up and riding. Blue and Red going for it. Far enough away where it's not an issue. They can both take this wave. No interference. Blue putting it down. Red putting it down. Looks like synchronized surfing, as we were just talking about, synchronized swimming. Changing directions at the same time. One's going north towards you. You folks on the pier, give her some love. That was Sawyer Lindblad putting one down, applying pressure when needed, but Bella Kenworthy matching the call. So 10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. It's up to the judges now to see what happens.
Yeah, so we're going to watch the replays. There was so much action going on just then. The ladies were staying really patient. So here we see Red, Bella Kenworthy, on her backhand. Here's the replay, and she goes up to the lip with the tail of her board, pumping down the line, and gets another real nice turn on that last section. Is able to put the board back up into the whitewash for a little bit of a floater on the finishing exchange. And here just looks like another angle. This is a different wave. Let's see what the webcast has in store for us.
Yeah, webcast, they do their best to get, when you have two people going opposite directions, the cameras are doing their best to focus on both. And you have 4 different cameras out there and about, and a drone as well that you'll see on the TV show. But here's a look back at Blue. That's Sawyer.
Yeah, so this is the replay from that exchange. Both girls taking off at the same time. And Sawyer Lindblad is looking for 4.17. So she was cranking this one all the way through to the sand. So Sawyer needing a 4.17. Judges are taking their due diligence to.
Yeah, but Bella's going to have something greater than a 0.9, so it's going to probably balance out to be very similar. And scores in, what do you see?
Bella Kenworthy, a 5.93 on that last ride. Sawyer Lindblad, you scored a 6.43. Just barely not enough because of the backup score. Sawyer, you're needing a 3.5 in order to advance. Bella in red has priority, leading this heat right now with 8 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, as we've seen in the last few heats, it can come right down to the last second. You're witnessing heat number 2 of the semifinals. This has been the 3-day competition. We will have one more heat of competition in this WSL event known as the finals. It's going to be a 35-minute heat, so they're going to add to the equation, knowing that sometimes later in the day, it's a little sluggish. We want to give you guys and, of course, the girls the opportunity to score and earn that cape. Yeah, 16 years this has been going on. Started down in Pacific Beach in 07, 08, went to Huntington since 09. It's been here for 14 years. And what a spectacular flurry of activity and the growth here. Some of these girls were not even born when this event started. And we got an all-teenager final. Actually, incorrect. Caroline Marks is no longer a teenager. She did start as a teenager here, and she's looking, Caroline Marks from San Clemente, originally from Florida. She's already in the finals. She'll be looking to do the repeat on the Cape. And I don't recall, did Coco go back-to-back? I don't have my notes. We got to look it up. Did anyone go back-to-back? I know there's been repeat champions.
We're gonna have to look through the history of all the champs. Coco Ho, we're definitely missing here for the event, but she's a Supergirl Pro champion, as are the likes of Lakey Peterson, Carissa Moore, Malia Manuel,
Sage
Erickson. I mean, so many of the top ladies that they really go on to have incredible careers. So Supergirl Pro being a staple in the women's surfing event. And we were talking to some of the girls in the competitors that have been here since they were 3 years old, down on the sand, watching these ladies and really being inspired by the girls. It's incredibly important to see, so kind of recognize that you have a place in the ocean and you have a place in the sport of surfing, especially when it's so male dominated. I think it's really important to have that girl gang and women that you go surf with, women that you can train with. And some of these contests, it's just important to gather these ladies together, make some friendships. All of a sudden you might have a friend on the other side of the world that can help house you, or at least like show you around to some of the local breaks. So it really, and I've definitely seen it a lot with the big wave scene, is that is, evolving quickly. It's really important for the girls to join together to gather notes and talk about, board equipment. They're looking at, what kind of fins they're using and what they're doing differently. So to get that evolution of the sport and the progress, it's really important to have events like this and keep supporting it year after year.
Yeah, well said. Well said. That's Shannon reporting. We'll keep her her last name secretive, but Shannon reporting, you can find her on the intro web and social media. She is living over in Hawaii. She also travels the world. She's quite a big wave guru herself, so she's a bad ASS, that's for sure. And nice to have you here talking about women's surfing. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I'm just here to recruit the ladies for the big Mavericks reveal. Who can we get up to the Northern California waves?
I believe you're doing the awards on October 1st, aren't you?
Yeah, we have a festival going on up at Mavericks Awards. It's basically the opening ceremony for the season. So we're very excited for winter to kick off, and anyone that's willing to put their lives on the line to surf a wave like Mavericks, I think should be rewarded in general. So
you've spent time down that face, right?
Yeah, I'm not surfing Mavericks. No, I was actually born right there in Half Moon Bay.
Okay.
And have watched the likes of Peter Mel and then Sarah Gerhardt, the first woman to ever surf Mavericks. So a little bit of history there. She's a scientist and an incredible woman who's paved the path for the ladies in the lineup in Northern California. And I think those kind of pioneers, it's always hard to be that first person, break the barrier. But we need ladies like that. And I think the more we can know about the history of women's surfing, the better as we look to the future. So 3 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Priority still with Bella. And a little bit of action, it looks like, on the horizon. Will these ladies have some more opportunity, as Sawyer Lindblad is looking for a 3.5 in blue?
That's manageable. And red takes that priority. This is Bella Kenworthy. She got a little face right there. Does a nice vertical snap. She's going to race down on that fast pink board she's got there, 5'7.5" if I'm not mistaken, and it's been working well for her today. And blue taking the peak, Sawyer Lindblad out the bat. Nope. So 3:15 on the clock. Priority stays with blue.
Does it stay with blue? She took a look there. It looked like she had a paddle. Will they call that priority back to Bella? It looks like currently Sawyer still has it. She definitely took a look. Sometimes if you take a paddle and start to look like you're going to drop in, you lose priority. So we'll see what happens there. Let's watch the replay here. So this is Bella Kenworthy taking off on her forehand. Big bottom turn, and does get the fins free on that maneuver. So looks like just a one maneuver wave, but she's pumping down the line, looking for more opportunity. A little bit of a check turn. We'll see if that plays into her top two rides. It's going to be close right there.
4.17, so it increases it just a skosh, which means Sawyer Lindblad in blue with priority. You now need a 3.67. Which is not too much to ask for, but the ocean seems to be not quite as alive. There's the Gilligan's Island boat cruising out the back on a 3-hour tour. That pier you folks are on, 5th time it's been rebuilt, and it's pretty darn stable. So enjoy the view up there. It's a great vantage point. You're getting a kind of a two-dimensional from the side to see how the waves build up and how the ladies catch the wave. 1:45 on the clock. Bella Kenworthy in the lead. Sawyer Lindblad needing a 3.67.
We're watching this boat out the back and getting seasick just watching them.
Are you not much of a boat girl?
I like boats, but I mean, it looks like a little bit of chop, and they're pretty close to the shore right here, so they got the best view in the house.
Yeah, we went on a whale watching expedition in Half Moon Bay in 8th grade, right? I was the only person that didn't get seasick. It was hilarious.
That's like contagious when you watch someone else get seasick. Right?
Everyone was over the bow. It was hilarious. Anyway, let's get down to the last minute here. Semifinal heat number 2, WSL style, 2022 Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, brought to you by Celsius. What do you see, Shannon?
This is Sawyer Lindblad up and riding, live action, 50 seconds on the clock, pumping her way to the inside section. She's looking for a huge score. She does find a little bit more opportunity on the inside. On her backhand, vertical attack.
Look at that. She needs a 3.67, and again, the last seconds here, 3.67. You can guarantee Bella Kenworthy was looking in to see what that was like, and that's going to be right there. So that could have been just what Sawyer Lindblad needed to get into the finals with 25 seconds left. So all Bella could do out there in the red was watch as that wave took charge. Judges will do their deliberation. How did that match up next to the 5.93 that Bella had?
And we're watching the replay right now of Sawyer's last wave. She was looking for medium score, and she was able to get a couple turns on that one. That first hit out the back and then redirecting on the inside. So we'll wait for the judges to make the call on that one as the scores come in.
And look at that, Sawyer Lindblad, 4.7, and took it away from Bella. Sawyer Lindblad moving on to the next round, finals with Caroline Marks. Good surfing, ladies. Bella, enjoy your trip across the ocean with your father tonight. Great seeing you surf. Sawyer, you can keep that blue jersey with you. Feel free to keep that blue jersey with you. That's what you're going to wear in the next heat, coming up in about 30 minutes' time. You folks at home, enjoy the view of the blue Sawyer Lindblad. She'll be in the finals in just a bit. When we come back, we're going to have ourselves an adaptive program that promises to be very cool. Stick around here in Oceanside. From Oceanside, thank you.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
Loving my skin means taking care of it, no matter what I'm up against.
Summer love for your skin starts with care made for summer.
All right, I like it. We have something very special for you folks. So much to see and do out here. We have an adaptive situation going on here, adaptive surf. And we'll get to that in just a minute. We want to thank Nissan for their support. We're back to the beach live and also back to the webcast. Celsius is our presenting sponsor. Live Fit. They got some great taste, some great flavors. Gives you great energy, not too many jitters. And I highly encourage you to get one. Back to the beach live. And I'm looking forward to this. Liv Stone is right next to me. Liv, two-time ISA champion. Going to be doing some Paralympic business. Won the 2019 local, and we have 4 in the water, and our start list consists of who? Welcome, Liv. Nice to have you here.
Hi, how are you?
Top notch.
Awesome. Okay, so we have in the water 4 adaptive athletes, adaptive parasurfers: Melissa Reed, Darian Hayes, Mira Nelson, and Zoe Smith.
Awesome. And we're going to get right to them in just a minute. They're going to get down into the lineup, and we have about 30 minutes till the start of the finals. Right now, we're going to throw it down to Sawyer Lindblad, who is with Shannon, I believe.
Great. It's actually me, but thanks, Chris, and thanks, Liv. Great to see Liv back here again. Sawyer Lindblad, into the final of the Supergirl Pro. Your thoughts and your strategy going up against last year's winner?
I think I'm just going to go out there and have fun, and I just really want to be on the best waves in the final. That's my goal.
You're looking really strong out there. Bella Kenworthy was a very worthy opponent, a pretty close heat there. What do you think the difference was?
Yeah, it was a really, really slow heat. I don't even think I caught my wave till like 10 minutes left, my first good score. And Bella's such a good surfer. We've been competing against each other since we were 8 years old, so it was really fun competing out there.
Have you matched up against Caroline Marks before?
Yes, I have actually, in the Supergirl in Jacksonville. She got me there, so.
Well, you're the only 2 surfers that have 9s in your scoreline. Yesterday you got a 9. Today she got a 9, so it's a battle of the 9s. Before you go into that final and compete for the Supergirl Pro, Kate, what would you like to say to your supporters?
Thank you to all my sponsors for supporting me and my family for coming down and watching today.
Well, fantastic. Good luck. Go get rested up, and we'll see you in the water in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, well spoken. I remember that final. I was there for it this past year in Jacksonville, and that was, waves were a little light, but they competed together. Back to this, as we got some time. Liv Stone, you're a local girl. You actually won this event in 2019. A delightful opportunity to have you here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
What are we looking at?
Yeah, okay, so, a surfer in red just took off, Melissa Reed. So let me tell you guys first that don't know anything about adaptive surfing. And adaptive surfing is a professional platform where people with disabilities get to surf and compete. And right now we have 4 women in the water, and we are so lucky that Supergirl Pro and WSL has given us a bit of a heat here, a bit of an expression session. This is not judged. And we just wanted to show Oceanside, the world, basically what adaptive surfers can do. I was involved in the first 2 Supergirl Pros, and then we wanted to get some new spotlight surfers. And so we got a couple girls from England, we got a Hawaiian, and a United States girl out there in the water.
We got 2 from England doing it for the Queen.
Yeah, they actually, a matter of fact, they have 2 armbands, black armbands, to represent and honor the Queen. So, super cool.
Yeah, tomorrow 3 a.m. I think this time here, 3 or 4 a.m. the services start for the Queen. Rest in peace, Queen Elizabeth, 96 years of age. And I was at the Paralympics in China.
Oh, wow.
I'll just say this, for anyone out here doing this, period, it's challenging, but, with what is called a
disability.
Adaptability, right? They're able to adapt, and it was, the Olympics was one thing, and watching Lindsay win a gold was one thing, but seeing 120 quote-unquote disabled Paralympics over there in Beijing, very inspirational, very motivational as well.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, we are Paralympic hopeful for 2028 LA Games for surfing to be in the Paralympics. So that is very amazing. And talking about the Paralympics, Melissa Reed on Team England, she's a 3-time World Championships, Parasurf World Championships, and she's actually visually impaired. And she was in the Tokyo Games and Rio Paralympic Games and won bronze in Rio for, she was a triathlete, so swim, bike, run.
Did you say visually impaired?
Yes, so she's...
How does that work?
So she is visually impaired. The official... division is Parasurf VI2, which means that she can't see any of her peripherals. And so it's just she can see right in front of her. And to watch her surf is so incredible.
Wow. That's fascinating. Yeah, it's really, really inspiring. And we have about 20 minutes or so out here. Again, this is not scored. This is just to show off, give a little bit of a break before the finals as well. And talk to me about your background. Where exactly are you living down here?
Yeah, I live off the 76 in Oceanside. I'm an Oceanside local now.
Yeah, you're right here. Good. Where did you grow up?
I actually grew up in Pennsylvania, so I'm an East Coaster.
Okay. What part of Pennsylvania?
Lancaster.
Oh, I've heard of it.
Yes.
Okay. Very nice. How long have you been out west?
About 3.5, 4 years, and
Good.
loving it. The weather's beautiful here.
Yeah, the winters are just a little different, aren't
A
they?
little different. I
Just
can
a
still
li-
surf actually in the winter
Yeah.
instead of like snow on the beaches.
Yeah, right. Classic. Good. And you've, so again, two-time ISA champ. ISA is the International Surfing Association. They're responsible for getting everyone qualified for the most part, and they're the organizing body that deals with the Olympic Committee for surfing and para-surfing, correct?
Yeah, and then we have our Parasurf World Championships in Pismo Beach in December, where Melissa will be fighting for her fourth world title. I will be fighting for my third, and Zoe will be there as well. Can we talk a little bit about Zoe,
Yeah,
or
do it.
do we have someone on a wave?
Who was just in the
Yeah, so
kayak?
Mira is in the wave ski division. So she rides on wave ski right there. You can see her. She's paddling with her paddles, and she's like sits on top of the board. And she is a Hawaiian, born and raised in Oahu. She's a mother of 4, and she for sure embodies the aloha spirit. And she says that what we do as adaptive surfers can inspire others to get up, get out, reach out to your community, and that's why we do what we do.
Love it. Great notes, good information. Now we're taking some photos.
Yeah.
And we'll have an interview shortly here. There's a lot going on right now, and I can tell you that Lindsay Jacobellis is doing a signing and pouring some drinks over at the Locals Only Vodka.
Yeah, that's so
And while we wait for them to get lined up out there, we have another interview down below. Rachel Tilley, who won the Longboard division just a few minutes ago, is down below with Fuely. Yeah, take it away.
That's right. On the north side of the pier, we had a longboard contest, the first of its kind here at Supergirl Pro. Congratulations. So let us know what happened on the north side.
It has been a long day of competing, and so many amazing girls in the field today, and so it was hard work, and I'm just stoked to have taken the win.
Awesome. Well, how did you get the high scores you needed to make it to the final?
I was just trying to be really selective. We've had really great conditions over on the north side of the pier, and tried to stay calm and just know that I've done what I needed to do in preparation for this event, and let just the work take care of itself out there and choose the right waves, and fortunately it all came together.
Tell us a little bit about the longboard you were using and how the setup worked here in Oceanside.
I was riding my Martin Shapes Pintail. It's a board that's a little bit more favorable in conditions like this at the pier where it's faster and needs to be a little bit more responsive. So the board went really well. It's the board that I've been riding. I rode at the US Open at Huntington and then at Queen of the Pier here at Oceanside as well. So I knew the board went well out here, and it served me well.
Awesome. Any thank yous to fans or back home watching or sponsors?
Just thank you so much to my family, really, and to Gretchen at Oceanside Longboard Club for running the longboard division of the Supergirl and putting this all together. And we're so thankful to be here. And thanks to everyone on the beach and everyone on the pier and the sand for your cheers.
Congratulations, Rachel. She is the first champion of the longboard event here at the Supergirl Pro. We're going to throw it back to you guys at the booth.
Good stuff. Thank you, Shannon. That was Rachel Tilley.
Awesome. Congrats, Rachel. That's so amazing.
Every year something new happens here, and this is just a great women's empowerment event. If you're here for the first time, this is 16 years running, 14 years here. I'm with Liv Stone. We're watching 4 ladies out there doing some adaptive business, and it looks like they're having a good time. Just keeping it fun, right?
Yep, there's four girls in the water. I'm really glad that the waves kind of calmed down a little bit. They were having a little bit of a hard time getting out there. For adaptive surfers, it's kind of tough to surf beach breaks. So I'm glad that they were able to get out there. It's pretty tough conditions for them, and I wish I was out there surfing with them, but I'm glad to be able to talk about them and share a little bit of their stories.
Yeah, I worked with Amy Purdy on the X Games for a number of years, and that girl's just super inspiring, or all inspiring. But what's Amy doing these days?
Oh, I actually know Amy is running the Adaptive Action Sports program, and Darian Hayes, who is out there, Darian is in blue, and Darian has limited function in one of her arms. She's in the stand division, and she's from Hawaii but now lives in the United States. She won the Adaptive US Open in 2019. I actually competed against her. She's super rad. She does skateboarding, snowboarding, and all around a really great athlete, and loves to skate the pump track. Just an awesome and inspiring woman.
Yeah, that's the truth right there. Your time left is just over 18 minutes. Again, this is a nice expression session, and we are very grateful to have this here. Our finals coming up, Sawyer Lindblad against Caroline Marks. It's going to be a 35-minute heat. That's going to be just under 20 minutes away, and that will wrap things up. Then we have the awards on the stage right now, where music is playing. Raiders 17, Cardinals 0. That's a beautiful thing.
Oh my God. I know I haven't watched any football. But I will say, if you guys are looking out at the water, you'll see a guy out there in the water. And it's funny, he came up to me and he was like, hey, make sure everyone knows who I am. I'm not just like invading people out here. So
who is it?
It's actually Jamie, Melissa's eyes. And Jamie actually is in the water with Melissa. Melissa is visually impaired. And so he's out there to help her and to, hey, go here, kind of try and get this wave, or this is going to be a right and left, and go this way. So he's out there, and it's funny, he's like the only guy, so I'm like, I gotta pick on him a little bit.
Yeah, good. Hey, everyone needs a set of eyes to,
right.
Otherwise, how do you know what's coming?
Exactly, for sure.
Was she born visually impaired?
Yes, so
okay.
Melissa was born visually impaired and grew up in England. She lives in Cornwall. She trains, a triathlete, and all around an incredible athlete. As well as her good friend Zoe is a below-the-knee amputee. She lost her leg in a car accident in 2015 and has only been surfing a year and absolutely shredding. She surfed the Bristol wave pool, and I saw pictures. I'm like, dang, at a year into surfing, she's surfing so amazing.
That's a cool prosthetic she has also. She got some good artwork on it. I talked to her earlier.
Yes.
And yeah, this is neat.
Yeah, it's super cool. I was talking to Zoe a little bit earlier, and I got a quote from her, and she says, surfing offers me self-expression and freedom, and I get so much happiness from being in or by the ocean. I love the adaptive surfing community and enjoy being part of the team again. So it's super amazing. The adaptive surfing community is a wonderful place for people with disabilities to get out in the water and to feel at home and to not feel like they are disabled. And I always say the ocean makes us whole, and these women out here are absolutely killing it and love being a part of the community.
Yeah, salt water is very healing. I know that for a fact. I lived by the water for a year, and Seal Beach was out there almost every day, and it healed some of the wounds quicker.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, cleans out the nails.
Yeah.
Good stuff. 15 minutes and change, and then we're going to get going with Caroline Marks and Sawyer Lindblad for the finals. One of those two will walk away with the red cape, 3,000 points on the QS, and 8,000 American dollars.
Wow, so incredible. The best day of women's surfing for sure. Such a good podium for these women, and to be elevated, and look at all the people on the pier supporting these women. It's so incredible.
Yeah, we might try to do the wave here shortly with the people on the pier. It sometimes works if they're paying attention. What does something like that just approximately, is it a special kayak that she's in, or is it just like an ocean kayak?
It's called a wave ski. So
wave ski, okay.
It's a lot smaller than a kayak, and it's more surfboardy. It's meant to rip on waves. And she absolutely kills it out there. I see her every year at Pismo, and she's so inspiring. She's a mother of 4, and she just loves being in the ocean, doing anything water-related, and to be a mom, and to also be an insane athlete.
Yeah, she just gave a big clap right there. It's awesome. What's up, Mom? How old are the kids, you know?
No, I'm not quite sure. I know they're probably pretty young, I think. And so she loves going to the park with them and enjoying time with family, playing board games, and just all around an incredible person.
Yeah, that's fabulous. Wasn't the championships held at San Onofre for a couple years, if I'm not mistaken? Do you remember?
The World Championships?
Yeah,
they've always been in La Jolla.
Oh, okay.
La
The
Jolla.
ISAs, okay. I remember a couple being in San Onofre. My buddy Johnny Davis competed in a bit, and Roy Tuscany did the announcing.
Yeah, for sure. There was actually just an adaptive surfing competition, the AASP, Association of Adaptive Surfing Professionals.
We got a surfer up and riding, surfer in red. This is Melissa Reed, up and down.
Kind of got caught up a little bit, but that's okay. It's a little crumbly out there. The high tide's making it a little difficult.
Yeah, high tide's right about now. The pool is getting full, as we like to say.
Yeah.
So looks like something's building here.
Yeah, this is like the first that we've seen since it started. So let's see if anyone can roll into this. Here goes Mira dropping in, going right, carving up the face. Yeah, Mira.
Look at that. Give Mira some love right there, making it look fun and easy.
Absolutely ripping. One of the best waves we've seen so far. Here goes Melissa, surfer in red, popping up to her feet. Carving, trying to make that inside section. It's a little tough with that high tide.
There you go, Melissa.
Yeah, Melissa.
Give it up for Melissa Reed in red.
Melissa is a Paralympian, has gone to Tokyo, Rio, and won bronze in Rio for para-triathlons. So I really look up to her. She's an incredible athlete, and to go from triathlons to surfing and just all around a really well-rounded athlete.
About 12 minutes approximately remaining. Again, this is a nice expression session, adaptive style. We're getting all geared up for the final between Caroline Marks and Sawyer Lindblad, 2 ladies that have skills that we've seen.
Yeah, I'm so excited to watch that heat. I was talking to Caroline, I was like, that 9 was so insane.
Yeah, I just happened to catch that right at the right time. That was
perfect.
Fabulous.
See if any of those gems come through for these adaptive ladies in the water. Seems like a little set on the horizon. We'll see how it forms.
Time of day. It gets hot up here, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see like who's who, like because of the colors, the reflections.
Mira getting caught on the inside. And imagine that's a little bit of a struggle. Oh, we got.
Here goes Darian in blue, catching that inside section.
Yeah. Nice. Give it up, give it up, give it up for Mira.
And then, yeah, Darian just got that one little whitewash wave and then totally formed on the inside, so that was sick. It's a little tough out there. The current is pretty bad, but that's all right. I think she's going to catch another one on the inside, ripping it, maybe taking it all the way to the beach.
All the way in, and off she goes.
Awesome, Darian. That's rad.
You girls playing volleyball with a soccer ball? You are.
Such a great crowd down here.
Yeah, look at all the little surfer girls.
I saw a little girl. She was about like, I swear, 5 years old, walking down the pier with one of the red capes on. And I'm like, that's what makes this event so worth it, so incredible, inspiring that next generation.
Yeah, there's been a lot through the years that have graced the beach and then end up getting out there and competing. And one of them's Alyssa Spencer, great story. She got an autograph from Coco Ho when she was like 9 or 10, and then she ends up coming out last year and beating Coco in Jacksonville. Next Supergirl event is mid-November, Jacksonville, Florida, where Alyssa Spencer will see if she can defend that title. Right now it's at Caroline Marks, who's looking to defend her title. We got a little paddle going on. What do you see?
Melissa paddling into a wave. Go, go, girl. It's a little flat. Oh, she's got it. She's going right, pumping. And Melissa is visually impaired. She doesn't have her peripherals. Oh my, so ripping on that one.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, Melissa.
Yeah, give it up for Melissa Reed in the red. Where's she from again?
She's from Cornwall, England. So I was talking to her earlier and working on my British accent.
Well done. She's got a dog named Grizzly.
Yes.
That she loves very much. You know what type of dog Grizzly is?
No, I don't, but I texted a couple of the girls a couple days ago. I'm like, hey, what do you want to highlight? And she's like, my dog, I miss Grizzly so much. And I can relate to that traveling internationally. It's tough leaving the furry balls at home.
Yeah, that's our friend.
Here goes Zoe in green. That looks like a yellow jersey, but it's green. Zoe Smith just tried to take a little left to that Pier Bowl. Zoe lost her leg in a car accident in 2015. Before that, she traveled the world and backpacked all through Europe, which I'm like, girl, we got to go do that again.
Yeah, right?
So all these ladies, they find different outlets outside of surfing and empowering sports in general. These women are inspiring not just surfers, but skateboarders, snowboarders, hikers, triathletes, all of the above.
Yeah, doing the research for the Beijing Games, there was upwards of 100 athletes, and more than half of them have some sort of foundation that they're a part of, and they're being public speakers. And
exactly.
You know, it's interesting. You lose something, but you then gain something, and you give it back. You know, I think.
You gain a community too, and that's what a lot of these girls love. I was talking to them. It's just like you can talk and be yourself in the water, and because people with disabilities, deserve the same amount of support, and that's what the WSL has given them.
A little over 7 minutes left, and we'll slide briefly right into the finals.
Carolyn Marks coming up and Sawyer Lindblad. An incredible heat underway. Seems like it's pulsing a little bit, a little set out the back. I hope we have some good waves for them for the finals. And right now we have an adaptive expression session in the water for those of you who are joining us. Give them some cheers on the pier. Thank you everyone for showing up. It's a beautiful day.
It is. It looks like paddling in red.
Melissa.
Get up, Melissa. Get
dropping in. That's a heavy one.
Running over green. Yeah.
That's how you know who your real friends are, right?
Exactly.
Melissa just ripping on the inside.
Yeah, Melissa. Hey, everyone on the pier, on the beach, give Melissa some love.
Yoo-hoo. Paralympic bronze medalist Melissa fighting for her fourth world title at the Parasurf ISA World Championships in December. Her good friend Zoe right behind her, getting up. It's a little tough, windy, choppy. Makes it hard for Zoe. I was talking to her because of her prosthetic leg. Keeping that balance on the board's a little tough when it's 15-mile-per-hour winds out here.
Yeah, that's what she was saying as well.
Paddling back out. Let's see if they can get out the back before we start our finals again to see if we can get some more people, more waves. Darian getting that on the back there.
How much time are you spending in the water?
I try to get out there every day. You'll find me at the pier, Northside Pier, Harbor.
Good for you. Nice.
Try and get out before the crowds.
All right, as you're paddling, a frog in my throat, as the adaptive folks are getting back out there, let's try this. You folks on the pier, way down there, you got a speaker near you. We're going to start the wave way down to the pier and work it towards the beach. We're going to do the wave like you do at a football game. On the count of 3, we're going to start way down there by the lifeguard tower and work it towards the beach. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, wave.
No one moved.
Not a 1.
Guys, let's hear it for these adaptive ladies.
Not a 1.
Yes, love the support, guys. Thank you so much.
That's it. Yeah, you folks on the beach, you know you can hear us there. Now, sometimes the ocean noise drowns us out up that high, but anyway, she is way out there. Who's in the...
Mira, yeah, I think she's getting sucked by the current a little bit. No, she's just paddling into the sunset, Mira.
Yeah, exactly. Take a tour around the pier. Got her fishing pole with her.
Yeah, Melissa, I think, has gotten the most wave. She's absolutely killing it. We were talking about visiting. I was talking about visiting for the Bristol Wave Garden, the wave pool that they have there. Melissa rips.
Have you spent time in a wave pool?
I went to the surf ranch a couple months ago.
Did you? Did you get on a wave?
I did, yeah.
Oh, lucky.
I got my first barrel.
Come on.
Yeah.
Did you? Oh, lucky you.
Got my first barrel. I was like the most incredible moment of my surfing career.
Oh, it had to be. The place looks divine.
It is incredible, yes.
It's in Lemoore, right?
Lemoore, yeah, like literally the randomest town ever.
Yeah.
But and then you have Kelly Slater Surf Ranch right there.
The middle of Lemoore, like that would have been a good conversation to see how that
Green
proposed.
up and riding. Zoe, let's go. Take it all the way to the beach, girl.
Come on, Zoe.
She's a world traveler. She hasn't been home for a while since we just had the AASP last weekend, the U.S. Open of Adaptive Surfing. Zoe is now in third in her division for the U.S. Open for the AASP. And then continuing to surf. She's only been surfing a year, which I think is incredible.
Yeah.
She's already ripping.
Good for her.
Melissa here, maybe paddling into this set. Go, Melissa. Catching it on the outside, bringing it all the way in. Let's go. Nice bottom turn. Stick on it. Fading left, her backside. Yes, Melissa. Catching really great ones. That was like her third. So well done, Melissa.
These four will be recognized at the awards ceremony. It starts about 3:45 after our women's final, which features Caroline Marks and Sawyer Lindblad. Caroline going for her second red cape, looking to defend the title. Sawyer Lindblad looking to get her first cape.
I wanted to quote Melissa real quick. She's been absolutely killing it. She says that surfing has given me confidence, meaning, and it's the one place where I feel free. Wow.
I can understand that. Yeah.
I'm sure you guys on the pier, on the beach, like the ocean just brings us all together, makes us feel whole, and that's what these adaptive surfers are all about, is bringing an adaptive community together and making everyone feel whole, because in the water, everyone's equal, right?
Yes.
The ocean doesn't really care
No.
if you're disabled or not, if you're a woman or if you're a man.
No, and it takes an amount of respect to be out there, because it takes some time to understand it. And as you know about surfing, it's 90% paddling, as you can see right now.
Oh, yeah.
There's a whole lot of paddling.
A whole lot of paddling, a whole lot of duck diving, a whole lot of grit and
yeah.
determination, and these women have it here at the Adaptive Surfing Expression Session here at the Supergirl Pro, sponsored by Nissan, and a lot of different amazing sponsors as well.
Have you been down here more than today?
I wasn't able to. I had an event all day yesterday that I was at. It was actually at the San Diego Waves game. For those of you who are a fan of soccer, what an incredible women's sport as well. But yeah, today's my first day. You guys are absolutely killing it down here. Always an amazing event to come to. It inspires me so much, and these women are also inspiring as well.
Her name is Liv Stone, one of the MCs from Pennsylvania, and she is helping make this thing come together. We're down to 25 seconds.
25 seconds, ladies. Who's going to catch the last wave? Let's go.
Who's going to do it? We'll take a small break and get the ladies out there for the finals, and that's going to be Caroline Marks and Sawyer Lindblad. We're down to 10 seconds.
Yeah, let's go, ladies. Finals in the water up here soon. We're going to see an
5,
awesome mass up.
4, 3, 2, done.
Great work, ladies.
Big round of applause on the beach, on the pier for Melissa Reed, Darian Haynes, Mira Nelson, Zoe Smith. Liv, thank you very much. Big hugs.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, guys,
Yep.
and keep supporting adaptive surfers.
That's right. We'll see you up on the awards stage in about
Will
an
do.
hour's time. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I'm enjoying watching these finals.
Yep, here we go. I can't even see if they're out there yet. I don't think they are. So no commercials. Right now, we're gonna let. Do you see them? Are they out there? Do you see them out there? Are they in the water yet? No, they're in here. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're not going right into the finals because they're not out there yet. So we've got a little bit of time to talk now with Siren. And we'll have some replays coming up here for the webcast. Okay, before we do that, we're going to look at some replays on the webcast. So again, we're doing a live webcast, and we're doing live beach announcing. There's going to be some replays here. Shannon, what do you see?
Well, right now on the webcast, it looks like Caroline Marks, we're watching some of her best rides. As we were talking about, that backhand, just so solid. Her techniques absolutely on fire. This is one of her best rides in the Supergirl Pro. You can see why she's taking the cape. The defending champion here in Oceanside. Huge backhand attack. We're watching the replay now of some of her best rides of the event thus far. Absolutely amazing timing. Her board's looking so on fire. Huge vertical attack. So much power in Caroline's legs. This was one of the best rides of the event. She waited for this wave, went super vert on her backhand, threw the fins free, and was able to get a 9-point ride. Now another replay. Looks like blue.
That's Sawyer, I think.
Sawyer, yeah, you're watching the replays from the best rides of these two girls that are coming up in the final. Sawyer Lindblad being a rising star. She's had so many finals on the qualifying series. Here's her front side attack. Love the slow-mo action. You can really see all the power that these girls have. So much training paying off here. Both ladies in the water really have a home court advantage because their families are down here just up the road from San Clemente. So Sawyer Lindblad has been just having one heck of a year. This girl wrapping through her way to the inside section. She knows what the judges want to see, and she's putting on the show.
And it is so appropriate that these two surfers have ended up in the final together because they're the only surfers who have scored 9-point rides in their heat. Sawyer Lindblad yesterday with a 9, and today it was Caroline Marks. And Shannon, what a final this is going to be. 35 minutes of action. And it looks like we're getting a bit of a pulse of new swell as well towards the end of the day.
That's right. Caroline Marks, Sawyer Lindblad, what a battle. Both of these ladies have so much experience in the competitive arena. Caroline Marks being on the U.S. Olympic team. You saw her in Tokyo fighting for a medal, and Sawyer being also from San Clemente has had quite a year making the podium, really just getting second place to Alyssa Spencer nearly every time.
4 times this year.
It's incredible. So now being up against Caroline Marks, this will be a really interesting heat. 35 minutes on the clock. We want to thank everyone for being down here for the final heat of the event. This is your Sunday matchup, and what a weekend it has been.
Yeah, been an incredible 3 days of action. The 16th Supergirl Pro, 14 years here at Oceanside. There we see our surfers in the lineup, and thank you to Nissan and all of our sponsors for the incredible support that they have given us here over the years. And this year we have seen the rise once again of incredible talent, and we see a teenager, Sawyer Lindblad, in the final. And Caroline Marks, just 20 years of age, so can't count her as a teenager anymore, but she maintains the energy and the youthful enthusiasm of a teenager, and it's incredible how quickly she has risen from being a starstruck fan here all the way into champion, the champion from last year, and also representing at the Olympic Games like you mentioned. I'm Mark Fuel here with Shannon Quirk, and we have the final, 35 minutes. Best two waves are scored, each wave scored out of 10, and then following the final we'll have the presentation of all of our competitions.
Yeah, it's been an incredible weekend. We've had so much going on, not only the surf contest, but longboard contest. We just saw Rachel Tilley take the win for that on the north side of the pier. She was the first ever Super Eagle Pro longboard champion, and we're so excited to see it down here at the beach with some of the top women in longboarding and the likes of Honolulu Bloomfield and so many incredible surfers. We're going to count this one down to start the final heat. And ladies, we are still waiting, so we have not started this final. We have 30 minutes on the clock, just waiting for the countdown here. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
And we are underway with the final of the Nissan Supergirl Pro for 2022, and a huge crowd here on hand, Shannon. That doesn't look like there's much space left up there on the pier.
That's awesome. We love to see all the support for female surfing, and you know, when we have a duo like this, Caroline Marks being a San Clemente local now, she moved from Melbourne to come pursue the life of a professional surfer, all the big brands, and a ton of opportunity here in Southern California for female surfers. So smart move from Caroline. And Sawyer Lindblad, also from San Clemente. These girls have been out free surfing together all the time, and we're gonna watch as a set builds on the horizon. Caroline Marks in red and Sawyer Lindblad in blue, going to keep their eyes on some scoring opportunity. This is 33 minutes and 55 seconds left in the Supergirl Pro. You're watching the final heat of the weekend.
And taking a look here, who is going to get this wave?
Sawyer Lindblad on her backhand, 2 big attacks on that face, still pumping her way down the line. She's looking for any more scoring opportunity. She's gonna kick out and paddle back out to the lineup, while Caroline Marks in red now has priority.
Well, she didn't seem at all intimidated by Caroline Marks, but these two do get to surf together up in San Clemente at Lower Trestle, so no doubt they know each other well. But Sawyer Lindblad just exerting her positioning on that wave there, was a little bit more inside. It was more of a right than a left, and so Caroline Marks pulling back from that, now having priority. And we'll wait for that score to come in. It's a 5.83, a 5.83 for Sawyer Lindblad. A solid start to this heat.
Great way to start. Always nice to get your feet in the wax and just, shake off the nerves, especially coming up against someone like Caroline. Going to be nice to get some points on the board and secure at least a score. Looking at this one, red, Caroline Marks on her backhand. Big vertical attack, 12 o'clock. Just one hit on that wave. Caroline Marks surfing really fierce in this event. She's the defending champion of Supergirl Pro. So right here in Oceanside last year, she put the cape around her neck and is one of the most just absolutely competitive surfers in the game. We're watching the replay on the webcast. Nice backhand here, but just the wave kind of didn't have a whole lot going on there. So we'll see if she can get something else, but it's just going to be a 1.33 for Caroline.
Well, a slow start, but twice in the competition we've seen Caroline Marks come from behind right at the end of the heat, and so she is a surfer that leaves it all on the table and isn't afraid to be patient, waiting for the waves to come to her out in the lineup, and knows how to manage the time really well. But Sawyer Lindblad in the lead and with priority. And an extra 5 minutes in this final to all of the heats. We started off with the round of 96, and they were 20-minute heats, 20-minute and 4-person heats. It was pretty hectic, and now down 35 minutes into this final. So just under 4 minutes has gone through, and a solid start for Sawyer Lindblad, and she has just looked so confident throughout the entire competition. That last heat that she had with Bella Kenworthy was definitely a tight one, but taking the edge. So 3 San Clemente surfers in the final 4.
Yeah, San Clemente really being home to some of the top surfers in the world, kind of a hub and a mecca for the surf industry, especially for the shapers. And it's incredible to see all of the talent coming out of there, and really awesome, especially the support for female surfing. And you can see Caroline Marks and Sawyer, both of them just super strong competitors. Sawyer has been on fire this year on the qualifying series, making herself really a staple name, and you're going to see the likes of this girl for many years to come. They're both really young surfers, but Caroline has a bit more experience, at least on the competitive tour circuit on the world champion stage. Caroline not only surfing for the CT, but also on Team USA in Tokyo. So definitely a ton of experience in the water with both of these girls at a little bit of a paddle battle.
So we'll see what occurred there. It looked like Sawyer probably pulled back there, maintain her priority. It's always harder in the late afternoon glare, but it was Caroline Marks who was really paddling hard to get into that one. Just under 30 minutes here. One score for each of our surfers, 1.33 for Caroline Marks out of a 10, and a 5.83 for Sawyer Lindblad. And Sawyer's had a busy year at 17 years of age. She's been competing in the Challenger Series in Australia, South Africa, here in the USA, a 9th. Her best result on the Challenger Series, that was at the Sydney Pro and also at the US Open. And this is her 3rd time here competing at the Supergirl Pro. And it's interesting that both Caroline and Sawyer come from surfing families. So Sawyer's dad, pretty good surfer himself, and Caroline Marks' family, I think pretty much everybody surfs. They ride motorbikes, they skate, they do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, Caroline's family also some incredible musicians on that side, and I mean her mom is so busy with all those kids, getting them around to so many different events, and now that they're pretty much adults and can drive themselves, like go mom. I mean, thanks to all the parents out here that support their surfers. We're joking about how they're really the first sponsors, but it takes a lot to be driving up and down the coast looking for some surfable conditions. And Caroline has just such a big crew of support. We were talking about Mike Parsons, who's her coach, really helping out her, and also Lakey Peterson, another one of the surfers he's training. And both of those athletes have really taken the world by storm. 2 of the strongest female surfers in the country. So Snips knows a thing or two about training athletes, and that's one of the things we've seen so much change over the years, is how much of a camp these surfers really have when it comes to fitness and coaching for wave selection. So looks like they're both going to take a look here, but it's going to be blue.
It's Sawyer.
Sawyer up into the lip.
Big backhand turn on that first, and now working through onto the inside. Sawyer Lindblad, another big hit. 2 good solid turns, and out the back now Caroline Marks, but she's not able to get into that. So Sawyer Lindblad is going to extend her lead. That first turn was really sharp and very vertical. And 26 minutes and 56 seconds remaining, and Caroline Marks just looking for that decent wave that's going to give her a score. And let's take a look at the replay.
So this is Sawyer's backhand. Watch her as she goes super vert, and just absolutely impeccable technique right there. You can see how busy she stays, pumping her way down the line, looking for another scoring opportunity, and again, vertical attack throwing buckets. Sawyer Lindblad has been on fire this entire event, making her way to the final. And it seems like, that board she's using is really working. She's found her way to the podium finish at nearly every qualifying series event she has surfed this year. So not sure what her program is, but she's definitely has all the dots lining up right there for a potential win here in Oceanside.
And she got a 7.5 on that ride. And so now, this doesn't happen very often. Caroline Marks in a combination situation. She's only got a 1.33. There's still 25 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in here, but that is a massive score for Sawyer Lindblad, surfing against one of the best surfers in the world, one of the best female surfers of all time, unafraid and dominating this heat right now. 7.5, that's a huge score.
Huge number for Sawyer. Priority now with Caroline Marks in red. She's going to have 25 minutes on the clock, as we said, in a combination situation. But Caroline, always super busy in the water. She usually has the wave count, definitely stays active and is vigilant. It's tough right now through the glare to see what's on the horizon, but ladies doing their best in this mid-afternoon heat. Thanks to everyone down here supporting the ladies. It means so much to have Supergirl Pro here to inspire and empower the future of the sport. You're watching two of the ladies that have had a bit more experience making their way to the final. But before the final, we had some girls, 12, 13, 14-year-olds coming against their heroes, getting that experience in order to really work through the mental game and all the headspace it takes to win a heat out here.
Yeah, and there's been so much inspiration at this competition, and with under 25 minutes remaining, I want to recognize that it's the 75th anniversary of the US Air Force this month, and so I'd love to welcome in one of our incredibly representatives of the US Air Force, and that is Siren. And Shannon, do you want to have a chat to Siren?
Well, thank you so much for joining us here in the booth. It's a lovely day. You just had some important activities going on the podium. Tell us all about it.
I sure did. So I was lucky enough to give the oath of enlistment to 17 new members of the United States Air Force, and on the Air Force's birthday. Amazing. I'm so honored.
Oh, it's so cool. And, thank you for all of your service to the community. Can you tell us a little bit about your job and what it is that you do for a living?
Sure. So I'll keep this as short as possible. When I joined the Air Force, I actually joined an ROTC in college. And then when I got commissioned, I went and became a weapons systems officer in the F-15E Strike Eagle, which was amazing. After that, I went and became an electromagnetic warfare officer, and I flew EA-6B Prowlers with the Navy. So yes, this Air Force girl has some carrier time, which was pretty amazing. After that, I joined the reserves and became an Air Ops officer at SOCPAC, so Special Operations Command Pacific in Hawaii. So that was a nice job. And currently, I teach at the Air Operations Center Schoolhouse at Hurlburt Field, and I'm the director of operations for our little traditional reservist unit.
Wow, that's incredible. And how has your experience here been at the Supergirl Pro, watching all the action with the ladies?
Inspiring. Oh, I love this. This is amazing. May I come back next year and bring my daughter? She is just a little beast, and I would love her to see all these other young ladies out here killing it, dominating the sport, doing amazing things that I would have never thought of at their age, and they are just stellar.
That's so awesome to hear. And please, yes, bring your daughter. That's what it's all about, empowering young ladies. And out the back, it looks like Blue taking a look. Sawyer Lindblad ramping up for a big section, throwing the fins free, and she's going to wrap around to the inside, pumping her way down the line, looking for some more opportunity. There is a reform section for her big turn. Sawyer Lindblad still pumping her way through the lineup, and big finish. Round of applause for Sawyer Lindblad. She's holding on to 2 big scores already with a 7.5 and a 5.83 as scores come in for that last ride. Caroline Marks still in combination situation out the back in red. She now has priority. Taking a look, so well, let's watch the replay here. This is Sawyer's last ride. She was pumping her way, gaining speed, big vertical attack. She did get the fins free on that last one, so I have a feeling the judges are gonna like it. She's really just gonna push herself well ahead in this campaign here for the final finish. You can see how fast and quick she is on her feet, taking every opportunity to milk her way to the inside section, ride out clean, and the judges love to see that when you're, pretty much taking off with the fins coming out right onto the sand. So Sawyer's gonna paddle back out. 20 minutes on the clock. Priority now with Caroline in red. She's needing a couple big scores. She is combination, needs a 14.33. So Sawyer's last ride coming in at a 6.83, meaning she now is holding on to a 7.5 and a 6.83, well ahead in the lead. So say you bring your 9-year-old daughter down here. What are some messages you'd like her to see? Like, what do you think's the most inspiring part about the event here?
I think it's the drive and determination of these athletes, the commitment that they have put in to getting to this point is just, I think for her, she's 9 and she is very driven too, but to see that likeness of those girls out there in herself would just really open her aperture and have her succeed even more and try maybe even new things that she hasn't even thought of yet.
Have you ever been challenged and someone said, no, you shouldn't do this job because you're a woman? And how do you fight through that kind of stereotype?
So what woman does not get underestimated at some point in her life? And do you take that underestimation and let it crush you? Or do you use that and let it propel you to do amazing things and to prove them wrong? So I will take that underestimation. Go ahead, do it. And I will use that to propel myself forward.
For sure, I love that. I think Keala Kennelly said it pretty well in one of her acceptance speeches in the Big Wave Arena when she actually thanked all of her haters because it pushed her to show them wrong.
Exactly.
Prove them wrong, right? So really amazing, and especially in a job like yourself where there's so much on the line and potentially life-threatening situations where you really have to be believing in yourself. And what else helps you, gain confidence and just feel empowered?
Is making sure that I have mentors and people that have gone before me that I can look up to and ask questions, because there's so many things that I didn't know about flying in jets. Simple things like, how do you even go to the bathroom in the small cockpit, right? Silly little things, but that make a huge difference. So finding those mentors is people who have come before you, and if you're the first, reach out to somebody else. And then don't forget to reach back to for those that are following in your footsteps that want to be just like you. Because whether you believe it or not, you're going to see people that want to be like you.
Definitely, I agree that having other women at the table is going to help. You raise the hand, as you say, in any workplace. And even with surfing, paddling out with another girl can kind of give you that inspiration and feel like you have someone in the lineup that has your back. And I think that's the beautiful thing about women surfing is that you see another lady in the lineup and sometimes you're just have that instant connection because we're all so outnumbered.
Yes.
That it's maybe we can start training together or, head for a surf. So that's a huge part of your routine also is the training.
It is.
I know you're doing pull-ups and things that a little bit about your training and involved behind the scenes.
So it was really when I joined the Air Force that I found my love of push-ups and sit-ups. I'm not the most coordinated person, so you might see me out there on a surfboard, but I will never be able to stand up. Or maybe I will, but it will be a lot of work. So I found my calling with push-ups and sit-ups. And I got really good at that, and that propelled me to start lifting weights, start running. And not just stopping at the standards, but trying to max out all those things, and then trying to max out the men's standards too, because why not? Why stop? Like, I will try to just keep going to see how many reps I can get, because it looks good and it feels good, and it feels good to get high fives from dudes and like females alike, especially when you're older than them and then you're out push-upping them. That's pretty empowering. I do enjoy that.
Oh, well, any kind of training, I think physical fitness being super important, especially for these ladies out here today. They've done so much work to make it where they are. So much goes in behind the scenes before these events to get into tip-top shape. You got to be super quick on your feet. And, you know, the women nowadays are not just surfing. We do say that surfing is the best training for surfing, right?
Sure.
Get out there, you know, swim around, and it's a bit of a different, you know, set of muscles on the shoulders and the back. But we're going to give a situation out for the girls in the lineup right now. Sawyer Lindblad, you currently are in first with a 14.33 heat total. You're holding a 7.5 and a 6.83. Caroline Marks in red with priority. She has a 1.33. Has yet to find a backup score, and she is in a combination situation right now with 15 minutes on the clock, and the women are really just looking for Mother Nature to play in their favor right now as we're coming in to the end of our huge event. This weekend has been full of women's empowerment panels. We've had fitness classes, we've had yoga classes, huge music lineup, and also including not only Smash Mouth and Expendables, but also some incredible female artists. And I just love to see all the ladies, you know, coming together from different walks of life. We have a lot of similar stories, so let's give a shout out to the crowd. You're live on the World Surf League at Supergirl Pro. The ladies in the water love to hear the support. They're waiting for some sets coming in with 14 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. And you got to wonder what's going through their head while they're waiting, especially Caroline right now, who has a lot to lose with the defending champion being that person that the other surfers are looking up to and figuring out how to beat. Especially someone like Caroline, who has so much experience. Boy, that girl has been to the Olympics. She's been all over the world with the CT circuit and has incredible results. So both of these surfers very hungry for the win right here. We like to talk about, you know, the superpower that comes with the Cape, being that confidence we were talking about. And you're seeing on your screen right now this packed beach for the ladies. It's so awesome to see all the support for women surfing here in San Diego, Oceanside being a hub for surfing, but also for, you know, surf shapers, surf brands. And this place has just, you know, in the last few years really developed into quite the community. We're so excited for Oceanside to host the Supergirl Pro here today. All about female empowerment. I'm curious too, as you find other women in your line of work, if there's some challenges that you guys face, and you know, if you can find like that sisterhood, if that helps you get through some things.
It sure does, and you know, social media actually helps find that sisterhood. When I went through, I'm dating myself now. It was several years before I found that group of women that could explain to me how all the things work as a female in a fighter aircraft. And now we've got a unofficial group called the Chick Fighter Pilot Association, and it's on, you know, it's our small group on Facebook. So whenever we have questions, we know we can trust those women to give us the answers that we need, or check us too, give us a vector check sometimes, because sometimes we need that. But finding those people, man, it's just like instant connection that you find, and I'm sure the Supergirl surfers out there have that instant connection, and meeting some of them, they're just so sweet and so just like I want to hug them every time I see them and give them high fives. And then when they come out to the pull-up bar and they're doing pull-ups, I am just in awe of not just their strength, but the grace that it takes to go out there and surf. So well done, ladies. I do not have that grace, but you do, and it's amazing.
Yeah, as we were saying, so much goes in behind the scenes, so much work to get to where they're at here in the final heat of the Supergirl Pro, taking a look at this wave, but not much opportunity, so they're both holding off. 11 minutes, 13 seconds on the clock. Caroline Marks in red does have priority, so she's going to be able to select a wave that comes in, and we'll see as they're kind of sitting pretty close to each other. A bit of a defensive surfing here, probably from Sawyer, who is, you know, hungry for her first Supergirl win. Caroline's already tasted that victory, and it looks like Sawyer's really pushed up her level of surfing to make it all the way through the final, and trying to battle Caroline Marks with some sets out the back, both taking a look, paddling into position. It looks like red. Caroline Marks up on her feet, on her forehand, big bottom turn, huge hack off the top, throwing buckets of spray. Crowd goes wild as she pumps her way into the inside. Oceanside often has this nice inside section, and she does get a little turn on the end of that, so judges are going to like her strong finish as she kicks out and paddles back out to the lineup. Sawyer Lindblad now in blue has priority, 10 minutes on the clock. Let's watch the replay here as Caroline takes off big bottom turn, huge hack off the lip, and she holds it, sticks it clean. She had a bit of a, you know, got some free fall action coming off that lip, so impressive being able to hold on as she is able to push some more water around on the inside section, and we'll see what the judges thought as the scores come in for Caroline Marks' last wave.
That gave me chills to watch that. Amazing.
Yeah, the superstar Caroline Marks has not only had a Supergirl cape around her neck from Oceanside last year, she represented the Team USA in Tokyo for Olympic surfing, and that was a debut. So Caroline being a household name as the first US female surfer to be representing her country in the Olympics, so quite the stage. The judges have dropped the score for that last ride. Caroline Marks, you have received a 7.17. So Caroline getting that great score, but just a backup of 1.33. So she still is needing another wave. You're looking for a 7.17 to turn the heat, as Sawyer Lindblad with priority in blue is holding a 7.5 and a 6.83. It's coming down to the last 8 minutes of the heat. So we'll see if Caroline can find another wave to give her a 7.17. She's really just trying to drop that backup score of a 1.33, so anything can happen. So it's amazing to see all of the crowd out here for Supergirl Pro Finals Day. It's always exciting. Oceanside being such an amazing host. We're very grateful for your support here, and just so excited to see all of the families on the beach. And don't forget to check out all of the action in the back of our booth here. There's a main stage where we have concerts all night long up until 7 o'clock. You have Hoobastank playing at 4:15, and at 5:45 Spin Doctors, and all of those concerts are free for the community. We're going to also have the award ceremony from this heat happening back on the podium at right afterwards. So taking a look at this wave, they're opting out of it with 7 minutes and 11 on the clock. So Siren, we wanted to ask what's next for you, and where can we see you throughout the year? I want to stay in touch.
You can find me on my Instagram handle at @TheSirenStrong, and also I will do as much as I can with the Air Force Recruiting Service Detachment 1. If any of you are interested in becoming a rated officer or rated enlisted, go to AFRS Det 1 on their Instagram and check it out. We're always looking for new folks to be in the rated community. And this audience right here and these dedicated people, that's exactly what we're looking for.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for being here with us. We're super excited to have you, and thanks for all your service.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Live action. Caroline Marks out the back. She's going to try to get a big score to hold on to her title. Couple nice turns off the lip, and you can see Caroline's backhand is just on fire. Very dangerous coming up against someone like Caroline Marks. You never know what's going to happen, and she doesn't make many mistakes. So 5 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Scores coming in for both competitors. Judges really liking those big, powerful maneuvers, especially when they just go for broke. So that last ride coming in for Sawyer Lindblad is a 6.07. So that's not going to go into her top two, but she's still in first place with a 7.5 and a 6.83. Caroline's last wave, it looks like might be watching it here on the replay. So this was Caroline's last ride. Couple nice turns on her backhand, but that one's going to come in at least to improve her backup score, 3.17. So Caroline does have priority in red, but she's looking for a 7.17 with 5 minutes on the clock.
Well, how inspiring is this surfing, and how inspiring was it to have Siren here and all of the representatives of the US Air Force on their 75th anniversary, and just so great to hear the incredible careers that young women can have around the world, including in the US Air Force. So thank you, Siren, and the entire team here for joining us. Under 5 minutes here, Shannon, and then a Supergirl will be awarded, and there has never been a back-to-back winner. There have been two-time champions, certainly. Coco Ho has won 3, but there's never been any surfer who has gone back-to-back. And Caroline Marks right now has a priority, but she needs a 7.17 in order to move up into that first spot. But Sawyer Lindblad has just been so strong throughout this entire competition.
You can definitely tell Sawyer really wants it, and we were saying that it's nice to see these girls coming up against some of the more veteran competitors, because they really surf up to that level. So we'll see who battles it out for this wave. It looks like Caroline had priority but opted not to go, so Sawyer also holding off. Going to be some definitely competitive strategy going into this last 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, paddling for this next wave. Looks like they're both opting out.
Well, twice Caroline Marks in this competition has gone from second into first. You can never count her out. But Sawyer Lindblad is like a terrier looking for this title, and both of them looking at that wave. Very smart tactically, both of them. And 3 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. For you, Shannon, what's been the most impressive for you so far with 3 minutes to go?
I'm always impressed with both of these girls. I think Alyssa Spencer also definitely fought her way through this as a defending champ of a Supergirl Pro in Jacksonville. So she also had a cape around her neck and fought very hard for this. I think Betty Lou's 360 was super cool to see. That was a little victory lap for her. So a lot of the North Shore girls putting up quite a fight. Luana Silva also with a huge upset against Sage Erickson, who's a 2-time champ of the Supergirl Pro. So you can see the future of the sport is so bright with competitors like that. Luana just 18 years young and so much ahead for her.
And it's come down to the final 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And it's two young ladies from San Clemente, both of them living up there now. Caroline Marks, originally from Florida. And holding priority is Sawyer Lindblad. Under 2 minutes now. And this is what we love to see, it coming right down to the wire. And Sawyer Lindblad using her priority.
Taking off on her backhand, huge snap, throwing buckets, and she is able to get back into the power source and push her way to the inside section on her forehand.
Nice turn, great technique, and going for broke on the inside, but out the back, Caroline Marks, big carve, and she holds it. That was a tricky section. It did not look easy right there. Looked like it was almost gonna close out, but Caroline was able to hold on, still up and riding. Caroline Marks fighting for this title because she's the one that has so much to lose as a defending champ here in Oceanside.
1 minute and 7 seconds remaining. 1 minute and 7 seconds. There's still time for some more waves. 1 minute. Sawyer Lindblad got a good wave, and then Caroline Marks, a bigger wave out the back. Both of those waves were really well surfed. And we're waiting for both those scores to come in with 45 seconds remaining here in the final. A Supergirl is going to be crowned in just less than a minute's time. It's a 5 for Sawyer Lindblad, so that doesn't change the scoreline. Caroline Marks looking for that 7-1-7, 25 seconds remaining. Will it be a 7-1-7?
It's a nail biter with only 18 seconds on the clock. We're waiting for a score for Caroline Marks, but she needs something big to change her situation right now. And we're counting down the clock, still waiting for a score with 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
And looking at the replay, you can see Sawyer's wave was really well ridden on her backhand, and then was able to find a link up with a nice steep face on the shoreline. So plenty of turns there for Sawyer Lindblad, but it came in at a 5, so it didn't change the scoreline. But Caroline Marks was out the back, had so much speed, and this turn, huge first turn, and then somehow she was able to get through onto the inside section, and a couple of rebounds on the inside as well. So we are going to hold and wait to see who is going to wear the Supergirl cape today. Will it be Sawyer Lindblad, or will it be Caroline Marks?
Wow, what a nail biter coming down to the dying seconds here. The judges have made their decision. Caroline Marks' last score, a 6.77. It is not enough to defend her title. We have a new Supergirl Pro champion. Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente has taken the cape. This is her first win at Supergirl Pro. Big round of applause. Your new champion, Sawyer Lindblad.
And there she is right now, and the crowd is waiting for her. And there's plenty of locals on hand to greet her. An incredible performance also by Caroline Marks. And that is her fourth final, I think, for Caroline. But Sawyer Lindblad, 17 years of age from San Clemente, is your new champion. What a feeling this must be, Shannon.
Oh, and quite a year for her. She's pretty much gotten to a podium and just almost been defeated each time by Alyssa Spencer, but she did go down earlier in the competition, so it was Sawyer against Caroline. They're given some hugs, super good sport. Caroline Marks getting second place in the event, always a fierce competitor, and definitely put Sawyer to work. She had a battle for this win, and so many fans down here on the beach in her corner. This is such an incredible event. It's all about the ladies, and we're gonna see if we can get her chaired up the beach. And the crowd goes wild. This is Sawyer's first win at Supergirl Pro, and it must be nice to taste victory.
And she takes home 3,000 points and $8,000 for first place today. Not a bad weekend's work.
So incredible, 17 years young. What a big win for Sawyer. She's been grinding it out on the QS, has so many final results and a lot of second place finishes, but boy, it feels a little bit better to get that first place win. So Sawyer's gonna be here. We're gonna get an interview with her on the podium. We're actually gonna crown her and put a cape around her neck on the stage. So if you guys can move to the podium. Thank you so much to all the fans down here on the beach. We're gonna have a huge award ceremony, and we're also gonna crown the winner of the longboard contest, Rachel Tilley. So please make your way to the podium and the stage. You can see on the screen here, we have so many fans, and Sawyer Lindblad has taken this win. She is super stoked and frothing. The smile tells it all.
And what an incredible performance by Sawyer Lindblad throughout this entire competition, and just has been so strong. Her surfing just beautifully flowing, committed turns throughout, and look at the crowd that's on hand here, Shannon. A huge festival of female empowerment. Once again, the Supergirl Pro delivered in its action.
For sure, and you know, men and women alike, there's the capes are everywhere, right? It's,
Yeah.
It's all about supporting women, and the men go, you know, it's often a father figure or a brother that can take you out and go, you know, teach you to surf. So it's definitely a family affair, and it's so important to have everyone down here supporting the ladies and really open up that platform for female surfing. So it sounds like we have our winner down with Uncle E for an interview.
Yeah, okay. There she is. Give it up for Sawyer Lindblad. Yeah. That's so good, so good. So you just talked a moment ago. You've had so many seconds, right? You know, runner-up type of thing. You're up against Caroline. You know what she can put down. You applied pressure in the very beginning. Any strategy from the get-go, or are you just doing what you do surfing?
Yeah, definitely. There was a lot of strategy. I talked to my coach, John Daniels, and we were just talking about how I need to be aggressive in the beginning and be on the first good waves. And yeah, I'm really happy that I made it happen.
Yeah, I don't remember Caroline ever being comboed, and you're like, how's she going to get out of this one? But you had to know, being the defending champ, that gal is able to put the pressure on. That last two exchange, you were in first. Do you happen to see any of her final wave?
I actually didn't really see it. I just saw her like pumping through the inside, but I knew she had to do something crazy outside because, I mean, she's so good.
Yeah, so impressive. Two great surfers, both from the same area. You've competed against her before. Any words you'd like to say to the defending champ who you just took down?
Oh, thank you, Caroline, for inspiring me and pushing me, and yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Look at that smile right there. Folks, give it up. This is Sawyer Lindblad. She is the champion, the Supergirl. We're going to the stage to do the awards. We'll see you guys in just a bit. You take that, high five, and a hug. Yeah, nice one. All right, we'll see you guys over the stage in a bit. Let's go.
It's 70% water and 30% land. But the entire sky belongs to us. Copy that. Aim high, Airman.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
Soapy Joe's is more than just a car wash. We're scrappy, we're innovative, and we have the best team on the planet. We set bold targets and push ourselves to hit them. We're not afraid to try new things, and we challenge ourselves to raise the bar in everything we do. But we don't just want to be the best car wash. We want to be the best place to work in San Diego.
trailblazers and the thrill seekers, the craftsmen and the tastemakers, those dedicated to country and community, family and friends, working to carve out a better life for themselves in a patch of California that's more focused on authenticity than image, more substance than show. We're Front Wave Credit Union for banking, lending, saving, planning. We're the place to get started and the place to kick it into high gear. So dream big. We got you.
Loving my skin means taking care of it, no matter what I'm up against.
Summer love for your skin starts with care made for summer.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Welcome back to the Supergirl Pro. We just had the final finish and are about to crown our champion with the cape. But don't forget about the longboard event as well. So we want to thank all of our partners here today, Sierra Nevada, Hazy IPA. Thanks for being a proud partner of the Supergirl Pro. In addition to Perfect Hydration, alkaline water, 100% recycled plastic. Love to see that.
And I have a perfect hydration in my hand right now on this hot afternoon here in Oceanside. And what an incredible day of surfing, incredible 3 days of surfing and the festival that's going on here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro. Hi everybody, as you can see it's blazing sunshine here. I'm Mark Fuel here with my perfect hydration. Shannon Quirk, Shannon reporting here on the right, and Shannon, some incredible surfing. What was the highlight for you? Obviously the emergence of the 17-year-old Sawyer Lindblad, but what else did you see that really impressed you?
It's definitely nice to have a new champion. You know, Caroline Marks has obviously proven herself already. She's an Olympian and went to Tokyo and has been on the CT stage for so long that it's nice to see a new face. I think that's definitely a highlight for me, in addition to a lot of the competitors that were, you know, still in their teens coming up against some of their heroes. So we had, well, let's watch some of the highlights from the event here on the screen. Up and riding. This looks like it was Caroline Marks. So this was the replay from the final. Caroline found that wave, but it was pretty much in combo situation the entire event because of this girl. Sawyer Lindblad was so on fire this entire event, and Caroline, trying to answer back, had a couple of decent scores, but was definitely more patient than normal. She usually has that wave count. It was really Sawyer Lindblad right here, looking absolutely on fire, just super on point, and was staying super busy getting through the inside section here and milking it for all it's worth. She was able to find a couple different maneuvers and keep the diversity going to please the judges.
And just looks so smooth, and look at the flow here that she's exhibiting. And the key was really, and she mentioned it in her interview, her coach said be a little bit more aggressive, and so she did take control at the start of the heat, got the first wave under her belt, and it was a decent score, and she just built on that from there.
For sure. I mean, she had this heat pretty much on lock and just was improving her score with each one. She had a 5.83 in the very beginning and a 7.5 and just continued to build up her repertoire there, really putting herself well out ahead of Caroline. I mean, Uncle Lee said it best. We haven't really seen Caroline in a combination situation, so Sawyer definitely earned that final.
Yeah, but yet Caroline Marks came through. Her last score was a 6.77. It wasn't quite enough, but came really, really close. So just a fantastic final, and we also had some amazing semi-finals earlier in the day. We saw Bella Kenworthy up against Sawyer Lindblad, and Caroline Marks coming up against Alyssa Spencer. They matched up in the semi-final last year as well.
Yeah, it's funny to see those rivalries, build, especially with two Supergirl Pro defending champions. As we mentioned, not only do we have this event in Oceanside, but November we have another event for Supergirl Pro in Jacksonville, Florida, which has had some incredible surf. You can see on stage right there on the screen, we're waiting for our Supergirls to take to the podium as the crowd gathers here in Oceanside, and it's been lovely to see all the support for female surfing, especially in a place like San Diego where there's just so much opportunity for women in sport and how important that is. Supergirl Pro does a great job of not only celebrating females in the water, but also in other arenas where women are often outnumbered, music industry being one of them. We had so many incredible artists this entire event. We had a panel of women's empowerment talks and discussions. We had fitness classes, and then the longboard competition on the north side of the pier for the very first time.
Yeah, we had 48 surfers in the longboard competition, so we'll get to see the crowning of the winners there as well. We also had a DJ competition, all-female DJ competition, stand-up comics. And there's been so many inspirational moments here. This is a celebration and encouragement of female empowerment, and it's such a meaningful event. It is the largest all-female surf festival in the world, and it's got such an important place. We've heard a lot of the surfers say this is my favourite event to come to, but there's been other inspiration as well. For me, Liv Stone, who was on the mic. World champion adaptive surfer, no doubt future Paralympian, hopefully a Paralympian gold medalist. The work that she is doing is incredible. For you, what is one of the most moving or inspirational moments of the weekend?
Well, what's about to happen right now always gives me chills. Putting the cape around one of the girls' necks, and we've been talking about how dangerous a girl that is confident in her own skin can be when she's willing to, follow her dream and chase it no matter what. There's so many industries where women are told, no, you shouldn't do this. It's too dangerous. And you see it all the time in the surf, especially critical, tough waves where, you could get hurt. And I think it's really just on display is really just showing that we can do it all, and don't let anyone stop you from chasing your dream and making that turn into a reality. And sometimes it takes a lot of work.
Yeah.
And it's just nice to see in an arena like this where you have so many different girls coming together from all over the world, sharing stories, just like, developing that sisterhood that can really come in handy when you're on the other side of the globe without your family and you need a friend to get through, the difficulty of just traveling alone.
Yeah, and that's such a great message. It's so important. You yourself are very inspiring. Big wave surfer and journalist, traveling the world. You've had a great year so far. What's up for you? What's your next challenge that is ahead of you?
I think we still have a long way to go in the surf industry. What I've noticed the most working behind the scenes is how many more women we can hire for every aspect of the production, behind the camera, shooting, on audio, working, on stage. There's so many different aspects of storytelling that come into play within surf media that it's only now I'm starting to see magazines come out written and made by women for women. That's something that's so new, and now I think we're looking at a completely different platform and different landscape in female surfing
we have equal pay. We have equal opportunity within the CT where the women are, going to Tahiti now. They're going to those waves like Pipeline, where for years women fought to get a spot there, but it was very difficult. And now, we even had Moana Jones here competing, and she's just such a legend and is breaking so many barriers to kind of show girls what's possible. And I think I always have a lot of work ahead of me. It's a never-ending battle, and I think the progress, it's something you'd like to see just keep excelling, but it's not always the case. Sometimes, and depending on the culture and the community and the country, there might be a little bit more fight that needs to happen. So, we're taking those steps towards equality and towards equity and women in the workplace, and surfing being our wonderful workplace that doesn't always feel like work, but so we're pretty lucky to say the least. And I think nowadays you definitely see a brighter future for the women coming up, and there's never been a better time to be a female in sport.
Yeah, yet there's still some way to go, and it's incredible that we have an event like this, a platform like this that keeps that message alive. But the commitment to everyone and the performances of all of the athletes here and the surfers and the guests that we've had is really really amazing and inspiring. And so we are looking forward to this event and many other female empowerment events happening in the future. As you say, the work is never done, and real change requires commitment, it requires time, and it requires inspiration, and we've certainly seen a lot of that here today. We are going to get the awards underway very shortly, but some of the things that we've seen behind the scenes here, Shannon, that maybe not everybody, those on the webcast, wouldn't get to see. Some of the things that you've seen back here in the festival that's been fun.
Luckily, I've met a lot of the volunteers who are just dedicating their time because they see the big picture. They understand the need for support for female surfing, and they want to be a part of it. We've talked to girls, even amongst the competitors that were down here at 3 years old, looking up to girls like Bethany Hamilton, and the dream was sparked. It's that initiative and that moment when they believe in themselves that they actually might have a place in the sport. And I think when I was growing up, it was mostly men in the magazines, and I didn't really see myself in that world. I kind of felt like maybe there wasn't so much opportunity. And as now 2022, equal pay, I think, has been a big message to women in all sports. Surfing being a monumental change towards equality, with the WSL offering equal pay amongst every competition, so that potentially other sports can look at that as an example. And I'm hoping that we start to see that kind of thing across the board internationally. And there's, as I said, the work is never done.
It isn't. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the competition throughout. As you can see, huge crowds on hand here, Shannon, and that was Bella Kenworthy there, and didn't she put on a great performance?
Yeah, what an incredible performance. This is Alyssa Spencer here on her backhand. Alyssa was the champion in Jacksonville, and another wave from Caroline Marks, also super busy. We're watching the highlights from the best surfed waves. That was Luana Silva and Betty Lou from Haleiwa. Huge hacking turns, and Caroline's backhand, absolutely impeccable. She's always a threat when she's on her backhand attack, and you can see why. One of her highest scores, and actually the highest wave score of the event, with a 9.
Yeah, and that was hers, and that one was Caroline Marks again. And just, there was so much powerful surfing, and the judges' criteria is obviously speed, power, flow, and progression, and we saw all of those things.
For sure. Caroline always putting up a big battle, but it was Sawyer Lindblad that had the better of this heat right here. So Sawyer, you can see, was so happy and stoked. Her first taste of Supergirl Pro victory, and this is going to be the first time a cape goes around her neck. So Sawyer absolutely frothing on this win, and after so many second place finals, what a beautiful change for her to finally taste what it's like to win.
Well, it's an incredible victory, and right now, thank you, Shannon, for joining us throughout the entire competition. And I'd like to throw over to Uncle E, Chris Ernst, there for the awards ceremony.
Raise your right. Wow, attentive crowd, almost as good as the people that were on the pier when they're trying to do the wave, when no one raised their hand. Hey, nice to have you here. Who had a hell of a good time this weekend? Man, I was sitting right there last night with Smash Mouth, and that was very entertaining. I also got up on stage and walked right through, which was totally inappropriate, but I did it anyway. It was great. We got Hoobastank coming up and Spin Doctors. Who's excited about that? Yeah, what a crowd, man. What a beautiful day. Hello up in the bleachers. Hello up in the hotels. Hello everywhere. My name is Uncle E. I had the pleasure of announcing this for about the last 10 of 13 years, thanks to this guy here. And that event was spectacular. That final was just dynamic, a little sluggish, but for some reason, it always goes down to the last minute or two. So without further ado, how about a big round of applause for all 96 super girls. Wow. Yeah, Rick Bratman here. He has been dedicated to action sports since 1994, since the 20th century. He puts his heart, since way back, since most of you weren't even alive. And he does a tremendous job of organizing this event. He puts his heart and soul into it. The next one's in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, a second annual edition. He deserves a ginormous round of applause. Give it up for Rick Bratman and ASA Entertainment.
Thank you, E. And the beautiful thing is that I started this when I was 2 years old. So even though it was 94, it wasn't that long ago for me.
Right.
Yeah, and this whole event is such a huge labor of love, and it takes a village times 10 to put on an event like this that has so many different tentacles to it. Like, I hope that you all got a chance to not just watch the surf, but see all the concerts, hear all these amazing female DJs, go over and do all the free classes, go to the gaming area. We have 20 of the top female gamers in the world were here. Experience all the sponsor booths and activation and the female artists. And the whole thing is all about girl power. And so I want to reiterate what Uncle Lee said. Let's just not celebrate the female surfers, but all the amazing and badass women that have been a part of Supergirl for a long time, and especially this year.
Hell yeah.
So the building blocks of the village, in order to do an event of this size and this scale and give it to you all for free, it's pretty immense, and it cannot happen without the wonderful support of our sponsors. And that begins with our dear friends at Nissan, who have been now part of Supergirl for, I think, 6 years, and they represent the true spirit of the word partnership. This is a brand that absolutely believes in the humanity and supports the whole empowerment and the DEI message here at a cellular level, and it's something that's really rare in corporate America. So please give it up and thank Nissan United States. Woo! We have a new presenting partner this year, our friends at Celsius, who have also become a big part of the ASA and Supergirl family. So please thank Celsius. Oceanside it's a big military community and something we're really proud to be a part of and to support. And hopefully some of the men and women of the armed forces had a chance to enjoy the USO VIP hospitality up there on the pier this weekend. And two amazing branches of the military have been supporting Supergirl for 10 or 11 years. So please give it up for the Air Force and the Marines.
Yeah.
Some of our other sponsors, Jolynn, if you all had a chance to get some of the merchandise, they're the ones that have done all our merchandise, so we're grateful for Jolynn. Perfect Hydration, our water partner. We are thrilled to be able to have a sustainable water brand that enables us to eliminate or come close to eliminating single-use plastic. It's a huge core initiative for us, so thanks to Perfect Hydration. White Claw has been with us for 6 years or so. We're very grateful for them. The World Surf League, we've now been part of the World Surf League for 15 years. Seems like yesterday, so thanks to the WSL. And the people of Oceanside. I mean, it is amazing how you guys come out and support this. So give it up for yourselves, people of Oceanside.
It's crazy, Rick. Crazy how many people are here.
Yeah.
You know, all 3 days.
Yeah, it's been amazing how you guys support this whole platform, and please follow us on social media and continue to support all the ideals and the value systems behind Supergirl, because we're starting a new campaign called #IamSupergirl, and there's so many amazing women out here in the audience that have great stories to tell, and we want to hear about all of them, because everybody's journey is a little bit different, and we want to hear from each and every one of you. So please follow @SupergirlPro and tell us your stories. This event with all the different pieces that make up the entire Supergirl landscape here. I'm just curious, how many people do you think, core staff, that it takes to build an event of this size? 900. That's probably about right. Yeah. The reality is, it's 9. There's 9 people that have worked tirelessly through blood, sweat, and tears for the last 6 months on this. And so I usually do a blanket recognition, but I want to do an individual recognition for each and every one of the amazing men and women who are part of ASA. So please, and come on out and raise your hand. So Jake, who's our operations director.
Yeah, Jake.
Amazing. Amanda, who has been, this is her 9th Supergirl. She went to college here in San Diego. Yvette, who is the ultimate slash. She does sponsors / media / social / marketing. So Yvette. Michelle, who's been running around all weekend doing hospitality. Dave, who coordinated all the volunteers this weekend. Bianca, I don't know if she's back there. Bianca, there's Bianca right there. Yasmin, who's been doing our social media and such a great job all weekend right there on stage. Whoop, whoop. And Jenna, who's probably in the back right there, running the board the whole weekend long, running our board. So these are the amazing people that have worked literally around the clock for this, and so I can't thank all of you enough for doing such an amazing job. And then the last piece before we go into the results, which is I know what you really want to hear about, because we're only 9, the only way we make an event of this scale happen is through an incredible volunteer force. And so there were, probably 150 different people that were a part of volunteering for this event, from hospitality to security to registration to photography. People like Jerry, who's been with us for, 12, 13 years, something like that. And so please, a massive round of applause for all the volunteers who made this event happen. Woo! All right, now the fun stuff. All right, let's get into some of these awards.
Let's do it.
So, on Friday, part of Supergirl is we believe in seeding the next generation. So mentorship is an incredibly powerful part of the entire Supergirl landscape. And we are blessed to partner with Carissa Moore, who those of you hopefully in the surf world know, she is, 5-time world champion, Olympic gold medalist, and one of the kindest human beings you've ever met in your life. And Carissa runs a mentorship program with us every year called More Aloha. And we are incredibly proud to have teamed up with the More Aloha Foundation, which is Carissa's foundation. We gave 24 eligible girls the chance to spend an unforgettable day with Carissa. And so right now, we want to recognize 2 of the amazing young women who actually won the More Aloha program. So, Uncle Lee?
Without further ado, I just talked to these ladies. One's coming from New York. One's coming from Sonoma. They're both coming out, the young girls. Maybe they'll be Supergirls someday. Please put your hands together. A nice oceanside welcome for Palmer Gallo and Teddy Gatti. Come on out, ladies. Woohoo! Get right there, both of you, right up top. Stand up there. This is your 15 seconds plus more. And medals, 1 gold medal each. Rick, do it.
You do it.
There you go.
Or you hold my straw.
You do it. There you go. Oh, that's a good shot right there. Remember the names: Palmer Gallo, Teddy Gatti.
Thanks a lot.
Yep. I'm just gonna get a quick word. A quick word. Don't be nervous. Smile big, like I said. What was the best part of your experience out there?
Probably the best part was meeting Carissa and meeting all these encouraging young girls that love to surf and just encouraged you all the way, to have fun, and they were all really respectful and really nice, and I'm really happy that I got in, and I'm really happy that I got to meet everyone that I met.
You drove all the way from New York, is that correct?
Well, I took a plane, but still.
Someday you'll drive a Nissan from New York to here. You live here. And you're coming from Sonoma? Where's home?
Solana Beach.
Solano, sorry. That's right around the corner here. So, did you have a wonderful time out there?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did. All right, give her a round of applause. A little starstruck, but that's great. That's awesome. Get your photo opportunities. Could be Supergirl someday, Rick. Could
Absolutely.
be. You're saying there's a chance.
Yeah. And way to trip her up. That was really well done, E.
Yeah. All right. Take a couple more shots, and we'll get you guys off the stage and continue on. And as you get your shots now, you want to talk about it?
All right. While these young ladies are moving off, so one of the other elements that we've had with Supergirl now for 4 years is an adaptive event, and we've gone from different heats and as well as full-on competitions, and it is probably of all the things that we do with Supergirl, I would think it's probably the most inspirational and heartwarming component. And the women that are part of our adaptive series are just absolutely incredible human beings who inspire me every single day. And we want to recognize the 4 women that are up here right now.
Yep, there they are.
So
we'll introduce them. We have Darian Haynes. Raise your hand, Darian. Pleasure to have you here. Melissa Reed, right here, all the way from England. With England, right from the Queensland. Mira Nelson. And then Zoe Smith. Yeah, Zoe as well. If you were out there, you saw it, some challenging conditions. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, it was good fun out there.
Excellent. And God bless the Queen. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yes, very much.
Very good. And did you catch any waves?
Well, I got the biggest drop-in I've ever had, so.
It's a beautiful thing. And I love seeing you in the, it's not, it's ski. What's the vehicle?
Wave ski.
Wave ski. You got tossed around quite a bit, but you know what you're doing out there, right?
Absolutely. It's a lesson to learn, to never give up, so keep on going.
Love it. Yeah. Give them a giant round of applause. Get your photos. We're giving them recognition. They're all gold medalists in our hearts. I had the pleasure of announcing the Paralympics over in Beijing, and the stories are heartwarming. These ladies are part of foundations that give back, and their loved ones. Thank you very much. Get your photos. One more time, big round of applause for the ladies. Bravo.
Right.
Okay.
I think we're ready for the next set of awards. When we first started Supergirl here back in 2008, we worked with an amazing group of people. They're part of the Oceanside Longboard Surf Club. And yeah, that's right. Give it up for OLSC. And, you know, it's amazing how things have kind of come full circle. You know, we kind of continued to grow and really focused a bit on the WSL shortboard event. But as we took notice, like, longboarding in Oceanside, it couldn't be stopped. So we had to add longboarding. And last year was the first time we did. And we are so thrilled to partner with the Oceanside Longboard Surf Club. And we did a full longboarding event this weekend that was not only the top 38 pros, but we also had an amateur event that allowed women to actually get into the pro field too. So it's something that we're extremely proud to be a part of. We want to continue to grow the longboarding element here in Oceanside. And so without further ado, E, we will present the awards.
Drum roll, please. Third place goes out to Sophia Colhane. Sophia. Right there. At equal third place, you'll share the podium with Miss Sally Cohen. Give her a round of applause. Sally. Rick gives the bronzes. Look at the smiles. Look at the smiles. Right over here, Sally. You're going to stand right here so you get dual thirds. So the way the heats work, you get dual thirds, and then there's a first and a second. But look at these two longboard beauties. Nice job, ladies. Yeah. And now we will bring up second place, Honolulu Bloomfield. Yeah, she's kind of a big deal in the longboard world champion, if I'm not mistaken, and that's number 2. Yeah, not first place this time. You're outdone by 1. All right, first place, drum roll. She's going to get the first cape of the day. She gets a gold medal. She's walking up. Give it up for the champion of the longboard, the inaugural longboard here at the Nissan Supergirl Pro, presented by Celsius. Thanks. Just making sure you guys are paying attention. Rachel Tilley takes the victory. Give it up, Rachel Tilley. Oh, there it comes. The cape, the cape, the cape. Yep, that's it. Who got a Supergirl cape out there this weekend? Anybody get one of them? Raise your hand. You did not, the black shirt, sir. Yeah. All right, let's talk to the winner here. Rachel Tilley, your experience out there. I didn't get to see a single heat. I was stuck on the shortboard. How'd it go for you?
It was a really great day, and I got to surf with these girls, and they're all so amazing. So it was a really fun day of competition, and stoked to be here.
Yeah, what a blessing. Congratulations, and a great opportunity for these ladies to show off the longboard affair. The first cape in the longboard division delivered. Yeah, get that shot. There you go. There you go. All right, I'll say hip, hip. Y'all say hooray, hip, hip. How about a hell yeah? All right, nice one. And I think we're clear. Yeah, nice job, ladies. What a pleasure. Have that removed. All right, tell us more. I think we got a big award coming up here. Like, I didn't know they made something this large. What's up next?
Yeah, this one is actually going to be a huge surprise for our winner. She's going to be pretty stoked.
Yeah.
So our wonderful friends at the Air Force have put together an award called the Air Force Take Flight Award. And it went to the surfer that had the highest scoring wave. And the winning prize for that surfer is a 75-inch TCL TV, which is worth about $3,000. So a little bit of a consolation today for our winner, Miss Caroline Marks.
Woo! Caroline. Do you even have a wall big enough to put a TV that big on?
Here to present the award is Mace from the Air Force. Hopefully you got a chance to see her in the panel discussion today. She is amazingly inspiring.
Yeah, Mace Curran, fighter pilot, and there you go, Miss Caroline Marks. Not bad. What are you gonna do with a 75-inch TV?
I guess I'm gonna have to figure that one out.
Good thing you're not taking a flight home, because I don't think it'll fit as your carry-on.
No, good thing I live like just 20 minutes down the road. But that's super cool.
Yeah, awesome. Anything you want to say on behalf of the crowd? We'll get another interview, but anything you want to say to the large crowd here?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming down and supporting this weekend. This is always one of my favorite events to do, and it's always such an amazing turnout. And I see more and more faces each year, and it's really awesome. And yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, she's come a long way in her young career, and that 9.0 was spectacular. Great surfing as always inspirational. You're bringing up someone now from Nissan.
Absolutely. I mentioned earlier that this event, it just couldn't be done without the spirit of partnership that our dear friends at Nissan has had. And so I'd like everybody please to celebrate Mr. Sean Maribal, who's the Regional Vice President from Nissan's Western Region. We'd like to have Sean come out here and say a few words to you fine people at Oceanside.
There you go, Sean. Good to have you here.
Thanks, Rick. What an awesome event and an exciting competition. Let's hear it, Oceanside. Rick, it's hard to believe that Nissan has been the title sponsor for the last 5 years. And every year, this event gets bigger and better. Just look at this crowd. Amazing. Nissan is committed to Supergirl Surf Pro, and we've been here for the last 5 years. The inspiration that these athletes give to the next generation is simply amazing. While the surfing is great, don't get me wrong, I think one of my favorite moments is seeing the athletes come out of the water and absolutely be mobbed by the next generation and their fans. It's a touching moment, and you can see how influential these young athletes are in the next generation. And that's why Nissan is proud to be part of this event. That's what drives us, that's what makes us tick, and that's why we're committed to Supergirl's mission of female empowerment and female strength. It's something we should all be proud of and give a round of applause to these athletes for. Without further ado, Rick, I'm going to turn things back over to you so we can crown our winners. Thank you for allowing us to be part of such a special event, such an important message of female empowerment and strength and the mission that we're on together. Thanks again.
Thank you, Sean.
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. Seriously.
And Sean, it sure was nice of you to give me the keys to that 370Z. Thanks so much. Yep. Where are they again? My dad's first car was a 240Z when I was 3 years of age, and and they were called Datsuns back then, if you guys remember. Datsun? Excellent. All right, Rick, it's time to get the party started here. This is pretty darn cool because all these girls are from Southern California. One from Encinitas, 3 from the San Clemente area, and that just shows the power of this area and the surfing. All 96 surfers did a fantastic job, but it's now time with the drum roll to bring up the top 4. Third place, and they're going to stand on the podium together, is a gal that earned a cape in Jacksonville, Florida last year at the inaugural event, and she's not here.
She's not here.
She's left the building. We'll give her props anyway. Her name is Alyssa Spencer. Yep. And the other third place competitor, she's from Southern California as well, San Clemente. She's on a plane over to the to Fiji, I believe, and she's a local girl at 15. Give it up for Bella Kenworthy. We know that second place is here, and you've got the silver medal right there. She just earned herself a TV. She won a cape last year, defending champ. Just got knocked off by .4 in a great heat. Highest score of the day, San Clemente. Give it up, Caroline Marks. It's so cool to see how Caroline is able to be up against the ropes and keep her cool together. And it's pretty darn impressive. She'll get up there. She's having conversations about the 75-inch TV before she gets the medal. Yeah. $4,000 and a whole bunch of points for the QS. There you go. Good job. We'll get a word from you in a minute. And first place, with her first red cape, taking $8,000 and 3,000 points with the red cape. Please welcome the champion of the 2022 Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro, powered by Celsius, Sawyer Lindblad. Look at that smile. And we just had here we go, we'll put that on there. We had a conversation for the webcast that most of you may not have heard, but she's taken so many second places, and she's just elated to be on first. I'm going to stand up here in the third place podium right here. It takes a lot of finesse and tenacity to stay in second place a lot. What does this win mean to you?
Oh, I'm just so happy. I've gotten second the last 4 contests, so feels extra special, and this event's so big, and yeah, I'm really, really happy.
Yeah. Hey, anything you'd like to say to the fans out here or the competitors that you're up against?
Yeah, thanks to all the girls for pushing me, and yeah, it was really an honor to surf against all of you guys.
Yay! Give it up for the champion right over here. And we go over to Caroline here. And Caroline, I know you had a wonderful time out there. What's next for you?
Yeah, just try to get barreled somewhere. I don't know, get good waves.
Simple as that. Anything you'd like to say to the massive amount of fans out here that love surfing and watching you come from behind a lot of times?
Yeah, thanks again to the fans. You guys are amazing. And, we really feel that energy when we finish a wave. It means a lot, and it fires you up. So we appreciate it, and you guys rock. Thank you.
Yeah, Caroline Marks. There you go with your champion, Sawyer Lindblad. And there's something big coming your way. Look at this thing. Woo, that's a lot of nickels. That's a lot of nickels. All right, how about a hip, hip, hooray? Hip, hip. Hooray. Hip, hip. Hooray. Hip, hip. Hooray. Way to pay attention. All right, get your photos right there. Imagine that Alyssa and Bella are there. Need to do, let's do the cape shot also. Do the, put that there, do the little spin around. Like just kind of do this much, like that. There we go. A little more, a little more, a little more. There you go, look over your shoulder. There you go. Goodbye, check. I'll take this. You can actually go to the bank and cash this, you know. There we go. All right, we're getting down to it. Then we got, I think Hoobastank's up next, right? Yeah. People are stoked for that one.
And don't forget Spin Doctors after that.
Oh, of course. Yeah, there's a lot of energy going on here. Okay, who needs more time for shots? Who needs to reload their film? Nobody? Good. All right, there they go. And then you need your check. Yep. Hey, congratulations. Yeah, that's it. One more time. Give it up for all the surfers out here. They did a great job. Rick, I think we're wrapping things up.
All right, I think now we're ready to get a voice of reason up here instead of Uncle E and I. So let's bring out our good friend, Mr. Morgan Freeman.
Morgan.
Oh, no. Is it Morgan Morgan Tompkins.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. How we doing, Oceanside? Are you guys good? Are you still with us up there? How about my people relaxing, sitting up there? You guys ready to get loud? Okay. It is Sunday, after all. We've been going all weekend long, but I'm still feeling the energy. I'm feeling the crowd. A lot of smiles on your faces. So we're feeling pretty good. You guys ready to rock and roll right now? Let me make sure they're ready.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch.
I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
Look, everybody wanna go and talk it. At the same time, gotta walk it. Better yet, run, go, hit a lick, divvy up with my homies, and we do it all again. Whenever we get it, there's no hesitation.
We used to think that a solid skincare routine meant washing our face with a bar of hotel soap or splashing it with salt water during our morning surf session. But over the years, we realized that with everything we put it through on a daily basis, our skin was gonna need a heck of a lot more than just sunscreen. Whether we're out in the water, traveling around in our van, hanging at the skate park, or whatever else we're into, we just wanna do our best to give our skin what it needs for every moment of every day, so we can get back to doing what we love, which to us is what it's all about.